This is still updating. 22%, 78%.
Good morning. Before we begin, I'd like to make an announcement that after 28 years of serving BSA and 34 years collectively of serving the city, Rory Levy has retired officially from city service. I just want to say it's been my pleasure to work with him for over approximately 18 years now, and I'm definitely going to miss his friendship. I just want to extend, on behalf of the BSA staff, all the best to him and his family as he moves forward into the next chapter of his life. Thank you.
They should, anybody who has any cases, they should be who they should be contacting.
Yeah, we will, obviously, if there's practitioners that have cases that were being handled by Rory, you can call the board office or Tony and myself, and we'll assist you.
Okay. Sorry. Thanks. That's my pen. Item number 1. Morning, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 13, 2019. We'll begin with the special order calendar. Item number 1, 15673BZ, 1975 East Chester Road, the Bronx. Yeah, you have to come here first. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please sign in and proceed. Thanks, Gary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gary Maranga. I'm the architect representing the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. We're here for the second submission for revisions on the extension of the term for the variance to the Section 63 of the Multiple Dwelling Law, which is for the transient parking within a as-of-right residential parking garage.
Did you hear the review session comments?
He was here, yes.
I did.
You did, okay.
I believe that you have received the items that were requested of us at the last time, which was revisions of the photographs to make them legible and in color. Also, the photographs and images documenting the location of the recapture signs, indicating the transient parkers necessity to leave after the 30 days. The sample lease with the rider and the affidavit that it's incorporated as a memorandum to the leases. And I believe there were some other relatively minor changes on the plan related to the identification of the photo locations.
So that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Because I think we already discussed that everything was satisfied. So, are there any speakers on this? Okay, so I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye. And then a motion to grant on condition, the condition being that the lease rider provides for the recapture of the spaces within 30 days become the standard that's used with all leases going forward, and that the signs as shown on the drawings are maintained. It's the recapture signs. Okay. So on that condition, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
The application has been granted.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item number 2, 98283BZ, 191 20 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and respond honestly to board member questions?
10 years.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Morning.
from review session, it appears that the history has answered most of the questions that were raised at the previous hearing.
Okay, so the only other aspect of it is the,
Barbed wire?
sorry?
Barbed wire.
Yeah, the barbed wire, right, but and also that the trash has to be stored in dumpsters, because there was some miscellaneous trash that were in photographs.
I think in the plan, they did show that every store has a trash dumpster located in the rear.
Right,
It's accessible from the side street.
It's-
There's like
Yes.
a little
Right.
back way, so we agree to any sort of condition as far as maintaining
Right.
both the
The-
site and the parking area.
right. The issue is, we saw in one of the photographs garbage bags,
Okay.
which were not in the dumpsters. So, okay, so are there any speakers on this? All right, I'd like to make
Mr. Euler?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Chase, could you just...
Good morning. My name is Henry Euler. I'm First Vice President of the Auburndale Improvement Association, and this is the civic organization that covers this particular area where this application is coming from. I'm also Third Vice Chair of Queens Community Board 11, but I'm only here today on behalf of my civic organization. We don't have any problem with the granting of this application, except for the continuing display of the garbage bags in front of the buildings. The biggest offenders seem to be the Urgent Care Center at 19120 Northern Boulevard, and also the Verizon store at 19130 Northern Boulevard. Those two businesses are on Lot 27. We can't have garbage bags in front of the building like that. As you said before, there are dumpsters behind the building that should be used for the garbage bags, and they should be collected during business hours. So we would ask that those conditions be placed in any grant given for this particular application. We also noticed that there are two garbage cans by the parking lot that are uncovered. Some of the residents have seen rats in the area, and therefore it's important that those cans be covered.
I don't know
we
why the
also-
garbage cans are there in the first place, right?
I don't
Those are-
understand.
It's supposed to be trash in the dumpsters.
Right,
I don't
right.
know why there's garbage cans.
I think it may be that they feel that people that coming into the buildings might want to put litter there. Just-
But that's different, that's a litter
Yeah,
basket.
right.
That's usually an open mesh.
Right, right. I don't understand why they're there either.
Yeah.
Okay. We also appreciate that Vice Chair Chanda noticed the barbed wire along the parking lot fence, the chain link fence, and that should be removed. It's all across the front through lots 11 and 12, and it's also along the east side of the fence on lot 12. The pictures that I submitted with the statement from the Civic, the first two pictures show the garbage bags by the Urgent Care Center. We don't know what's in those bags. We hope there's no,
Yeah,
medical waste. Also, the third and fourth picture shows the garbage by the Verizon store. The fifth picture shows the two garbage cans by the parking lot, and the last picture shows the barbed wire along the parking lot fence. So we would appreciate those things being taken care of right away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Anybody else, any other speakers on this? So what's confusing about this garbage situation is those are commercial uses that are supposed to have private carters, and it looks like they're putting the trash out as if it's sanitation, city sanitation pickups.
Right,
That's
I'm not, to
quite
be honest.
strange.
Because at this point, I am not entirely familiar with what the waste process is, but I could say that, this owner's been very responsive to anything that we brought to them. We have no problem, telling them that they have to change the schedule so that trash is stored in the dumpster and that any pickup happens during business hours, so it's not like left out overnight for like a late night pickup.
But it's not even trash stored in the dumpster. a commercial establishment doesn't get Department of Sanitation pickup, so the dumpsters are taken out by the private carters, right? Is there a route? There is a route from the back for the dumpsters. The private carters go get the dumpsters, bring them to the trucks. That's how it's done. I actually don't understand, except that they're not using private carter, it seems to me. That might be worth something that the Civic could take a look at, like at what time, how is this garbage actually being hauled? Because it's not allowed to be hauled by city sanitation.
Right, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't disagree. It appears to me that it might be a situation where, they are using the street pickup and they shouldn't be doing it, but we can take a look at that issue. And then with respect to the barbed wire, they had intended to take that down anyway.
Okay.
I don't know why those 2 trash cans are there. I don't think that the property owner who deal with would have put those there. They might have been put there by one of the businesses, but we can get those removed, the ones that are in the
Okay.
parking area.
Okay.
I did not see them the last time I was there, so I don't know how long they've been there.
Okay. Okay, so this is kind of an ongoing issue, other than the barbed wire that we didn't pick up before. Normally, we have that removed before a vote, but I would like to just make it a condition, and then Mr. Euler can follow up with whether they've satisfied the condition, because we can always bring you back.
Sure,
right?
understood. And
Okay,
I'm at Community Board 11 all the time, and I'm happy to follow up with it.
okay. All right, so then I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. The first is that it's a 10-year term from the last term of 2014 or starting now? How do you decide that? Starting now.
Starting now.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're 5 years in,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So it's 10-year term starting today. And the condition that all trash must be stored in the dumpsters located at the back of the site, and a commercial carter used, no city sanitation pickups permitted, that no miscellaneous trash cans be located in the parking lots or on the streets, on the sidewalks, and that the barbed wire be removed immediately. Okay. So a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Item number 3, 13887BZ, 21836 Hillside Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand.
Site visit on this.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your
I can't
testimony
open
and
it,
before
is
this
my
board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
No, it would have been Ted, and when I try to open it, I can't.
Oh, okay.
Is that number 7?
You saw the tape, I hope.
55? No, he didn't do a site
Good morning,
visit.
Carl Safaro, applicant. A couple of items you raised yesterday's hearing.
Yeah, just 1 second. Ted, were you able to get out there yet? No. Okay. He'll go out this week. Okay, sorry.
You asked for a few more photos, I
Yes.
believe, from the exterior, a dumpster enclosure, and some ground cover or landscaping in the back area. With respect to the photos, are you asking for more photos from outside in the street, looking in?
So the thing is, when you provide the photos, like the photos of a close-up of a light, then we can't see the context at all, right? And what we're trying to do is see that the site is cleaned up and that all the fencing and so on is in good condition. And so the best way to do it is to stand back and take photographs of the perimeter conditions, so that you can see what does the fence look like, what do the buildings look like, the conditions of everything. And then the landscaping area, that area with that's in between the fencing with
Buffer
the
zone.
trees, was supposed to have gotten ground cover. I don't know if it did, so we
didn't,
needed a
no.
photo. So I'm a little concerned that the follow-up is very piecemeal. That's why this is taking so long. That when we give an instruction, and not only that, we haven't had continuous hearings. So I don't want to see any more adjournments, because we've had a lot of adjournments, right? So,
Madam Chair?
yeah,
The I think the major issue that we had that caused the delays was the requirement for paving.
Right.
And that's what we had shown you in the last
But,
round
so
of
the
pictures.
photographs are illegible. We cannot see that
You can't see.
I don't know what you're using, but they're like all pixelated, so it actually, the photograph looks like just as bad as it was before. So, because you can't tell. There's one photograph where it looks good, and another photograph where it looks just as bad as before. So it's because of the pixelation of the photos.
Maybe in the transmission, I'll see. My copies are fairly good.
Yeah, and there's also, which we mentioned yesterday, a dumpster that's sitting in the front of the site, and it should be an enclosure. And
We
it
didn't get an
wasn't
enclosure.
shown on the drawings as existing.
It is shown on the...
No, it wasn't before. The prior set, we didn't know you had a dumpster. Now you show a dumpster just out in the open. Dumpsters have to be in enclosures.
Okay, we can give you an enclosure, no problem.
Okay, so if you look at the prior drawing, there's no dumpster shown. But the issue is, the photographs need to be better quality. I think what the
Do you have
problem
the hard
is, they're
copy?
being photographed.
Do you have the hard copy with you?
Yeah.
Maybe you can show to the chair. Do you mind, Chair, Madam Chair? No, to Madam Chair.
It's the same problem. See, what they are is, these are photocopies of, overexposed photocopies of color photos.
This is actually not, this was not submitted.
Right, this one wasn't submitted. So, and then these look just like patchwork, and the asphalt looks like it hasn't been repaired. So if, again, these are photocopies of a color photo, so you lose your resolution instantly, right? So to give you the benefit of the doubt, I'm not sure if that's what I'm looking at as the situation, but if I look at it, I see a patch job and I see broken asphalt. So the whole idea was, this was supposed to be resurfaced. You take the cars off the lot and you put down a resurfacing. It's just a coat, right? And that wasn't done. So, and these delays for weather and all of these things is making this application take forever, and for no reason. And there's a dumpster which we didn't know about. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I just opened the original plan, and that was submitted in 2017.
Oh, there was a dumpster there, but it
Yeah.
looks like an enclosure.
Right, it looked like an enclosure, and I guess we didn't focus on it, but as you know, with in every cases where we have such situation, we always ask the dumpsters to be located in an enclosure, and that needs to be indicated in the drawings and need to be built.
Move the mic closer to you.
Oops.
Put a dumpster enclosure in the same location as you see the dumpster.
Well, it would be actually better up against the building. It's not supposed to be this close to the street. The normal rule is dumpsters are 50 feet away from the street line. This one's right up against the
On the
street.
side of the building?
Yeah, so you have
On-
yeah, there's these 3 parking spots. If it were next to one of those 3 parking spots. Yeah.
That's the front of the building, right?
Yeah, in front of the building, on that left side. I don't think there are any windows facing that way on the side from the neighbor.
No.
Number 5 or 4. Yeah, I think it might just
And
be
that's
like a
a-
bathroom window. We don't know. Without doing a Google view.
You know, I have to say, some of these photos that you just shared with us, not all of them came through.
Well, this one is in the package, but you can't read it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the package.
I see.
It's just, that's how I know the ground cover maybe wasn't planted, which is what we talked about a long time ago, that buffer area needs to be more taken care
I was going to
of.
ask you, in terms of ground cover, more than just seed and grass, you want plants?
No,
and-
grass isn't ground cover. Ground cover is a type of planting, like ivy. right? So ivy is something that grows really well under many, many different conditions, and it fills up that area around the trees, because right now it just looks abandoned, right, you know? Grass doesn't grow underneath trees, and it's also not technically a ground cover.
So ivy or dwarf shrubs and things like this?
Yeah. You know, there's like when I say ground cover, I'm talking about things that fill
void
and will survive under trees, right? There's also a low-growing juniper that functions as a ground cover, things like that.
Okay.
I'm just going to go through now. So the asphalt I'm just going back through notes from a long time ago, and I'm going to give you a much shorter window and no adjournments. All right?
Excuse me.
So we said asphalt and sidewalk around the building in need of resurfacing. Light spread diagram. We see the shields, but we don't have a revised light spread diagram.
I think there is one on the plan. I did see one that the architect had given showing the spread of the light.
I think when I looked at that, I don't think I could see it.
Because it was submitted previously.
So you can't use the previous one, it's got to be the one that's based on the shields, right? So,
There was one submitted.
in the recent
2018.
submission? No, it needs to be updated to reflect the shields. Because the answer is it has to be 0 at the property line.
I think what has happened, this has gone on for so long, and we have gotten improvements in a piecemeal basis, so the submissions also have been somewhat piecemeal. What I would suggest, Madam Chair, is that a complete package is submitted for the next hearing, where all the requested improvements that we had asked for is put together in a package form and response to all the questions. I think it would be helpful. Then we know each improvement that we had asked for has been carried through, and, for example, the lumen study that has been done is based on the light shade. The trash enclosure, it has been built and located, all of those things.
Right. So we had asked for, can you see if there's a landscaping plan? We had asked for a landscaping plan in May, and didn't receive anything.
This is the updated one based on that.
Yeah, but so that's not new planting, right? It's just showing existing trees, right?
Yes.
And that's when I asked again, why I asked about the ground cover, because we don't see any ground cover. So we need a landscaping plan that shows the trees, tells you what they are, and then what type of ground cover, and we need the ground cover planted. So to be clear, the ground cover is either going to be an English ivy. I think Boston ivy is another one that grows like that, but English ivy is the most obvious and the simplest one, or a ground cover juniper. Okay, because I'm afraid that if we just leave it to you, you won't know what we mean. Okay, and then we did get the UST history. There was a FOIL request from DEC, so that we covered. And then, let me just see. Okay, and then we need a set of photographs that are digital. So just to be very, very clear, you walk around with a digital phone, and you take a set of digital photographs, and you don't submit them to us printed as photocopies of prints, okay? So they should be digital photographs that are turned into a PDF or a JPEG, and that's what gets submitted to us. It's the only way we're going to see clarity, but the asphalt has to be resurfaced. It can't be patched like this.
information is that it was actually
Well,
surfaced.
that's not what the-
Try to show you with...
To the extent that I can see these photographs, it's not what the photographs show. It shows cracked asphalt. So if your photographs show completely new surfacing on all the photographs, that's a different thing, but,
Okay, I'm sure the
right?
photos will...
There was only one photo that looked like it was new asphalt, but that was only in one corner. I don't know about the other corners. This one certainly doesn't show new asphalt. It shows patching.
That whole area was recovered, 100%.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, understood. So I want you to walk around the entire perimeter with this camera. Take photographs of the entire perimeter from the inside of the site.
Inside the site?
Stand inside the site and take a picture of this fence, this part of the fence, this part of the fence. Turn around, the corner, the side of the building, the corner, moving around the whole site so we can see exactly what the condition of the site is, all the way around the perimeter, like you're doing a panorama.
From the inside, right?
From the
Not
inside.
from the outside?
From the inside,
Okay.
right? So you're doing a panorama, basically, of the whole site. Got it?
That's what I tried to give you in that
What?
set of photos. It's what I tried to give you in that set of photos. If
Not-
you look at the diagram, stood in the middle and I took pictures all around.
Well, it's leaving out critical bits, right?
So look at the
Maybe,
diagram.
I can't tell where one photograph begins and another one ends.
I have
So
the
it looks like,
diagram.
what?
I have a diagram there where the photo views
You
are
have
taken from.
arrows that point to where but if I just, so for example, photo number 1 skips to photo number 2, so we don't see anything about the space in between 1 and 2. There's a big space. Number 5, I don't know that number 5 and number 4 are covering the entire sweep. It's very, maybe the simplest thing for you to do is to piece them together and show us that's a panorama, or my phone, for example, offers a panorama. So I can actually I can stand in one place and do a sweep. Okay, but we're trying to understand the condition of the site, and the photos need to be better to do that. We'll also have our compliance officer do an inspection, so we can understand from our own point of view what's going on here, okay? Okay, are there any speakers on this? All right, so I want to put this on for soon.
Okay.
If the asphalt is cracked, you took these photos, right? So if the asphalt is, as you say, been resurfaced, and your photos show a completely resurfaced site, then you shouldn't need much time, right?
I just want to
Well,
go
you
back,
want
I just want to go back to some of the notes from my previous, we had also talked about the sidewalk conditions. I don't know whether we have received any updates on the sidewalk condition.
What do you mean, update? Well, he has this photograph that was
Well,
supplied.
I have a note, it said interior condition and sidewalk, so which meant the exterior, outside sidewalk condition.
That was for the walkway around the building.
Around
There was
Yeah,
a
I
crack.
think it was the walkway, and one photo that was not included in our set shows the sidewalk looks like it was repaired.
Okay. And graffiti removed from the fence? Oh, this is what we meant by sidewalk?
Yeah, I think-
thought it was the exterior property.
Yeah, that's not what, my notes say
Okay.
interior sidewalk.
Okay, all right, then my mistake.
Thank you. Thanks, Daryl, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, updated light spread diagram also, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, no speakers? All right, so I'd like to set this for, what are we, August?
Oh, wait, so it's just 23,
Maybe
17,
early October.
2, October 3rd is 31, October 22nd is what?
October 22nd. Okay.
So continued hearing, October 22nd. A submission would be due October 2nd.
October 7?
Second,
Second.
2.
Okay.
October 22 is the hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, 15706BZ, 2856 Steinway Street, Queens.
Well, this was adjourned, you don't really need
We
to.
received a letter from FDNY saying no objection yesterday.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the
Right,
truth,
but
the whole
it
truth,
still
and nothing
was-
but the
Scheduled
truth
the test date.
in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I don't know.
We received the fire department letter, so he wants to
Good
unadjourn.
morning, Madam
Okay.
Chair, Commissioners. The only outstanding item on this matter was the fire department sign-off. We had to get the landlord to to arrange an inspection. That, in fact, did occur at the 27th hour, and in response, Chief Daley did issue a letter of no objection late Friday afternoon, so we would request that the case can proceed, since that was the only outstanding item.
Okay, I need to,
I have a copy of the letter if you want to see a hard copy.
no, I need to look at my notes from there, because when it's adjourned, we don't
I
review
know,
the application.
I
so-
understand, understood.
Okay.
This all happened last minute.
CB had a conditional approval. The applicant should provide BSA with a timetable by which outstanding violations will be resolved. The applicant should show proof of a current PA permit. Okay. Fire department. And, okay, so this one was not one where the neighbors were notified, because it fell right in between our changing of protocol. Okay. Are there any speakers on this one? All right. Are you okay with that?
Me?
Yeah? Yes, okay. All right. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
And a motion to, basically to grant on condition that if there are any complaints from neighbors, they come back to resolve the complaints, okay? About the noise or operational complaints, because this is an extension, right? And we didn't have input from neighbors, right?
The CBE recommended a 5-year term. Are you going to adopt that?
No, I think it should be, we don't have an indication of complaints, right?
If I may, it's a commercial building with only 2 other tenants in it,
Right.
so it's been there since
I think the reason for their 5-year term is because the building has a lot of violations, which is not really the PCE's department. Be different if this was a PCE with a lot of complaints, right?
Sure.
So I think 10 years is fine.
Okay.
Okay. So for a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Thank you very much. And upon the news of Mr. Levy's retirement, I'd say I've worked with him extensively through my PCs and other cases. He's always been a gentleman. It's a pleasure to work with him. He was an excellent extension of the BSA, and I wish him the best of luck. Thank you.
Item number 5, 163, 165, 14A, 502, 504, 506 Canal Street, Manhattan. You don't have to be sworn in.
Wait a minute.
That's right.
What happened?
Is an adjournment?
No, this is the Canal Street compliance.
Sorry, something happened to my
Number
order.
5.
You just have to
Oh,
sign
I'm in
in
the
over
wrong
here.
one. Sorry, I'm in June.
When you finish.
That's why there's no Canal Street. Okay.
Good morning. So my name is Jimmy Shahabar. I'm here on behalf of Ponte Equities on this continued compliance hearing. I heard the review session yesterday, and there seemed to be 2 open issues from there. The first being the amount in escrow. And if you actually looked at the document, there were 2 deposits, each for $37,500, which equates to the $75,000 for total. 25 for each property. I have a copy here.
Please. Oh, I see. I didn't scroll down. There was so much redacted.
Sorry, that's how I redacted that portion.
Ah, okay. Oh, I didn't see it, didn't scroll down. Okay. Thank you. So does that mean you made all this interest within 2 years on 25,000?
No, that equates to 75,000, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I heard that. I thought that was funny. I would deposit in that bank.
What's your
too.
investment?
And the second issue was with respect to the certificate of occupancy. And as you're aware, we are in the process of clearing the Alt 1 permit in order to get it permitted. We are now down to 4 issues that need to be waived and in the process of getting those waived. They are in the middle of trying to schedule a meeting with the commissioner there to get those items waived. Once those are waived, the Alt 1 will be permitted, and we will then move on to rectify the Alt 2.
Okay, and those 4 issues, are they complex issues or?
My understanding is they're more form, they're not really complex, and it's just a matter of getting to have a meeting to get those specific items waived.
Okay. Okay. So, are there any speakers on this? We do have the affidavits from the tenants that they've been alerted during flood watches and flood warnings. Of course, fortunately, we haven't actually had a repeat of a Sandy. I'm
There was
trying
a
to
flood
think
watch
of...
last week, though.
What?
There was a flood watch last week, but...
There are lots and lots of flood warnings and watches, yeah. But so going forward then, they came back as a follow-up based on our own resolution that said they had to come back in a year, and then it kind of got delayed for various reasons, right? So the question is, do we put, maybe what we do is we put this on for maybe like a 3-year term or something like that, and check in again, and then depending on how things go, maybe that would be the end of the term. We could even note that in our resolution. You know, at the beginning, I think we were quite nervous.
Yes.
And 3 years might be enough to test out the flood situation.
Okay.
Do you want to
Is
put a
that-
term on the C of O to get the C of O?
Do you want to, make the C of O, obtaining a C of O, the same as the...
Because it's
Right.
a requirement.
Yes.
So you're willing to vote this out?
Yeah. Okay. No?
I just have a question with regards to putting a 3-year term on the CO. How does it line up with the leases that have been signed?
It doesn't. So we're not aligning with the leases. The term has to do with, it doesn't mean you're, required to kick the tenants out. You have to come back to the board and show that you're,
Obtain the escrow, that you're continuing to
Okay.
issue the rider, that
Okay.
you're still alerting everyone.
right, and that there hasn't
Middle of loss of
been,
property.
exactly. The whole point of this is a very unusual case where there's a lot of concern about
I just wanted
this
to understand.
condition.
that.
Yes.
So this is clear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, so then, based on that, a motion to close?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on for a 3-year term, all of the conditions that we had before being in place, escrow, all that stuff. Okay?
So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. This is a compliance hearing, so are we withdrawing a compliance hearing and then granting, or?
So
do
we
have to
called it
come-
a compliance hearing because that was the term of the grant, right?
Okay.
The term of the grant before was that they had to come back in a year
Right.
to see whether they were in compliance.
Right.
So we're determining they're in compliance,
So we
Giving them a
grant,
3-year
okay,
term.
fine.
and we're giving them a 3-year term on the grant.
Okay.
Okay, understood? So in 3 years, you have to come back and again demonstrate to the board that all of those other conditions have been in place, and the board at that time can decide whether to lift the term or impose a further term.
okay, so then I guess you'll send a letter or something with a proposed date in 3 years.
No, actually, you're going to get a
Yeah,
resolution
you'll get a
Okay.
resolution.
that says what the agreement, what the term is and what the conditions are, and then you need to be vigilant and pay attention to the
It's
time.
essentially the same restrictions that we put in the original grant.
This time you just have longer to comply.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right, understood, everybody?
Yep.
Okay, so for a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 6, 18614BZ, 5163 Bond Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Mayor Altman from the Office of Mayor Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday and heard your comments. There were 2 documents requested. One was a construction timeline. The last was a last requisition of payment. We actually have both for your board right now.
Thanks. You want to look at one of the pages while I look at another? So requisition for payment says... Oh my God. Million left, right. Okay. So they also usually do a percentage here. So percentage of trades. It says on here, a grand total 77.24% completed. Right, and $20 million to finish. What is this? And 58 million completed and stored to date.
This gives the,
This is the timeline?
There's a construction timeline that you're looking at. The single page is a construction timeline. The other is the requisition of payment.
So basically by July of next year, you have set, oh, is there more than one page? No,
this is the
that's
same.
it.
No, the construction timeline is 1 page. The requisition of payment is
So
6
by
pages.
July of next year is when TCO is expected,
If all goes well.
right? So what are you looking at in terms of?
We're requesting 4 years if possible, just in anticipation of problems, hoping not to have any. But of course, if there are any, we want to be prepared.
It's a big project. I don't have a problem with this 4-year idea. And we know based on that variance that it was a complicated,
Yes.
super complicated site.
Getting out of the ground was a big feat.
Yes. Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, so I'm okay with the 4-year extension, even if they might only need 3.
Okay.
Right? So, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
aye.
And a motion to grant for 4 years.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 7, this is appeals calendar, item number 7, 2018 47A, 45 Case Avenue, Staten Island.
This is administratively adjourned. Is there anyone here for this?
No.
Okay, so this is like dragging on unexpected for no reason. So I'd like to put it on for soon.
Sure.
And otherwise, we, maybe we notify them that it seems like they're not prosecuting. I think I mentioned that yesterday. So if possible, if we have it, a letter to both applicant and owner.
Okay.
That it appears that the application is not being prosecuted, so that the next hearing will be the last hearing.
Okay. And when would you like to schedule?
I think the first we have is
Do you want
October 21, 22?
22nd?
Yeah, I don't think there was,
We have 15 on October 29th.
okay, that's good.
Okay.
29?
October 29th, submission date, October 9th.
Okay. Sorry. Zoning calendar, decision items. Item number 8, 2018 52BZ, 159 Borum Street, Brooklyn.
I hope you don't have to open this. Did do you understand what was submitted for the board? So with Borum, the
EAS was
the
resubmitted.
EAS needed to be corrected, was it? Because I saw drawings were submitted and I don't know why.
The date on the drawings wasn't up to date.
Right.
So we told them to
Okay. Okay, because this is closed, so you can please introduce yourself.
Nora Martins from Ackerman LLP on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, so we're just going through what was submitted, ideally not having to reopen the hearing. So, okay, drawings were submitted with new date,
Right.
and the EAS was corrected to reflect the right number of parking spaces, correct? Okay, so based on that then, sorry, one second. I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that the that the number of spaces as shown on the drawings shall be provided. So it's, what is it, 90 spaces? 25 off-site?
90 required, 65 on-site, 25 off-site.
Off-site. 65 on, 25 off. The 25 off are 222 Johnson.
Right.
That must be provided. And that the layout of the parking is subject to DOB approval. Okay? And also, the DOB is to verify that the rear yard equivalent relocation complies with the zoning resolution. Obviously, this is attended parking. And, and that the applicant has to comply with fire department's requirements for automated parking garage, which are extensive. In fact, including those requirements in the resolution would probably be a good idea, right?
Okay.
And also that the restrictive declaration that has to do with the limitations on the units be recorded prior to the issuance of our resolution. And the recordation of the off-site declaration that's required by DOB to show the 25 spaces at 222 Johnson be recorded prior to permit. Okay?
Prior to.
So, and did I leave anything out? No. Okay? So on that, a motion to grant.
No, you had a motion to close, oh, sorry, grant,
Grant,
yes.
grant.
It's closed.
Sorry, it's already closed. Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Thank you.
Item number 9, 2018-55BZ, 222 Johnson Avenue, Brooklyn.
Nora Martins from Ackerman LLP for the applicant.
Okay, this one I don't think we had any other corrections on, right? Everybody agree with that? Okay. So, okay, so then I would like to make a motion to grant on condition. The conditions are, again, that DOB must, to verify that the parking layout complies with applicable regulations, that the total number of spaces on site is 88. Again, layout subject to DOB. That fire department conditions with respect to the design and so on of the automated parking be complied with, and it's again the same conditions as in Boyram. And then DOB to verify that the rear yard equivalent relocation complies with the zoning resolution. I think that might not be relevant on the Johnson site, so I'm sorry, I cut and pasted. And then the recordation of the restrictive deck prior to the issuance of the resolution, the deck that's related to minimum number of affordable units, and the recordation of the off-site parking permit, because it's as to Borum, but it's to the detriment of Johnson, so they get recorded against both sites, right, prior to permit. Okay, so based on that, a motion, sorry?
And should there be any increase, any change in the unit count?
Yes. That they would have to come back to us, that's in the restrictive declaration. The change in unit count is one of the restrictions, but we could recite the restrictions in the RD in our resolution as well. Okay. So based on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continued hearing items, item number 10, 4311BZ, 1926 East 21st Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Lara Altman from the Law Office of Lara Altman.
Okay, so yesterday I thought that the application was ready to go, but then our counsel, Chase Fine, was reviewing the materials and found many, many, many inconsistencies between the drawings, the statements, and so on. And we cannot approve something that has inconsistencies. The dimensions on the existing drawings, as-of-right drawings, as-built drawings, proposed drawings are all different. And so the result of that is council doesn't know which is the right answer, in addition to which our materials cannot be not coordinated. So
Absolutely.
you need to scour through the application, not have your architect do it. You need to scour through the application and make sure that all the submitted materials, and in this case, the application depends on, let's say, 3 sets of plans. The first set of plans is, what did DOB approve? The second set of plans, and that's what the DOB approved, so that should be what the as-builts show, right? So the as-built and the DOB approval either look the same or they don't. If it's as-built and it's not going to be changed as a result of this application, then the as-built is not compliant with the DOB approval, right? And then the proposed needs to match to the extent that that's the existing non-compliant condition that will be either extended or so on. That has to match the DOB approved drawings and the as-built. So we're finding foot differences
I'll go
or
back through
something.
and make sure that everything is perfect.
Okay, and the same for the statement of facts, and the same for the zoning calculation sheet? Did I leave anything out? That's it, okay. So, yeah.
I'll be happy
I
to
mean,
do
the
that.
architect should have done it, but I'm not having a lot of faith, so.
Understood. I will go
you need
through
to
every
do it.
single number.
Yes, okay, thank you. So we just have to put this on for continued.
Please, if you
Because
do
we
it as
actually
soon
don't
as
even know.
possible, we'd really appreciate that. I can make these corrections.
And how comfortable are you with putting it on for like September 17th? There's 30?
We could probably do that. It's
Okay.
30 or 30? Oh, 31.
This would be 31st.
Yeah, that's okay.
As
Could you
can
get a
imagine, these
submission by
homeowners-
August 28th?
You can make that happen.
Is that a yes?
You can make that happen.
Okay, so September 17th, continued, with the submission date August 28th.
And can you bubble changes so we can find them and give us a clean set also? And make sure the drawing date is changed to reflect the modifications.
We'll have a revision date added to the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 2017-288BZ, 17-10 Whitestone Expressway, Queens.
I'll swear one.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay.
Good morning, Lisa Orantia from Ackerman LLP for the applicant. We wanted to thank the board for granting requests for adjournment while Larry Cohen, the Chief Operating Officer of Jetro, worked out plan revisions regarding lighting and landscaping with the neighbors, and we're happy that the neighbors have written a letter to the board withdrawing their opposition and supporting the application for special permit. Commissioner Shonda asked a question yesterday about reducing the lighting levels. So the energy code allows for energy reduction for lighting during certain hours and during times of inactivity. And the goal is to adjust the lighting to come as close as possible to that minimum 1-foot candle over the entire area. During these times of reduction, the only concern is to provide enough lighting for pedestrian circulation areas and the drive aisles.
So her question was, why can't it be 1-foot candle? Why
That
can't
is
it be
the-
1-foot candle?
That is the goal, to achieve that, provided that will provide enough light to those areas that require it for safety reasons.
So I guess that's the part I'm not really understanding. The garage isn't open after a certain time, right?
Right.
So why, I understand maybe for fire safety reasons, there has to be a very basic foot lighting, right? But why is there concern about pedestrian circulation and so on if this is only for emergency?
Well, the code requires the minimum 1-foot candle over the entire area, and that's from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Right.
And then the energy code allows a reduction in power. It requires at least 30% reduction during these specific times. So after midnight, 1 hour, I believe it's 1 hour before business starts and 1 hour after, and then 15 minutes during inactivity for 15 minutes. And so if you want to achieve that 1-foot candle between 6 and 6, even the way I understand it is even though you are required to reduce your energy during these specific times, you still have to achieve that 1-foot candle minimum.
Right.
Right now, it's set at an average of 2.3-foot candles, which means that there's a greater amount of light underneath the light fixtures. But then as you move away from it, the corners of the garage are going to be reduced below that 1-foot candle. The average, again, is 2.3. If you reduce it below that amount, the concern is providing sufficient light, like I said, for
On
the
the extreme
pedestrian.
edges.
That's right. Pedestrian circulation areas and drive aisles.
Okay.
But the goal is to come as close to that 1-foot candle as possible.
But it's not possible, given that you have a hot spot in the center.
Right.
So it's the 1-foot candles on the edge are only made possible by the extra hot spot in the center that's higher than
Right.
that.
And
Okay.
again, I want to emphasize that the lighting is not visible anymore from beyond the edges of the garage.
Right. It's just sort of, yeah. Okay. Okay, I don't know. It's done differently in other countries, let's just say. Okay, all right, so I think it's great, though, that the owners work so well with the neighbors. It's really a model for how you can come to great solutions, great design solutions, I think. That they did a really good job. And working back and forth with the neighbors in a very, let's say, amenable way with a back and forth, it's refreshing, I have to say. So kudos to your client. And you, if you were involved in those negotiations. So anyway, so then I would like to make a motion to close. Are there any speakers, actually? Any speakers? No. I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
And a motion to grant, I'm not sure if we really need conditions. The conditions are complies with the drawings. And that to the extent possible, I mean, you're required to meet energy code and you're required to meet step down by code. So we don't need a condition to meet code, right?
No, we have a boilerplate there to comply with all applicable laws, so.
Right. Okay. So what?
Hours of operation.
Hours of operation, again, it's a parking garage. It needs to fulfill the needs of, we said the hours, the garage should close at 6:30. It's really the rooftop parking. It's not the garage, right? So it's the rooftop parking that closes at 6:30 because people are working in office buildings all hours It's just we don't want the parking on the roof, right? Okay. Okay.
So my condition?
That's the only condition I can think of. Maintain the landscaping as agreed with the community, that would be one, okay? Okay.
So the
So
motion
for a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Thank you, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 12, 2018-25 BZ, 109 Wortman Avenue, Brooklyn. Okay. Team. Mr. Palatnik? Hi. Is Eli gonna hold it? Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Sign in and proceed.
Are these duplicates? Do I pass these down?
Except for this case, yeah.
Oh, Ellie, did you save a copy for me, one of each?
There are a lot of copies.
Yes, I think there are.
Can I have one?
Hi, Eric Palatnik. Good morning.
Definitely the project manager.
We attended your review session, and at the outset, we want to let your board know that all of our paperwork and whatever we say and what we put in, we're not here to argue with your board or to dispute your discretion. We do have our views on the law itself and what the parameters of the law are. And Ian Rasmussen, who's a very well-respected land use professional in New York City, who's been practicing for 15 years, submitted a 3-page brief on it. And I know that your counsel, Ms. L'Oreal Monroe, you indicated yesterday, has created a chart.
No.
Not me, it was Mr.
No.
Mr. Steinhaus has made a chart.
No.
Mr. Vine, I'm sorry, I saw the hand. Mr. Vine, I apologize, Ms. Monroe, my
I
hearing.
just said BSA counsel.
Yes, you didn't say who, so I
Right.
went down the line and, for
Yeah.
whoever's reading the transcript, I went
Okay.
attorney
It's
to the left.
simply a
left of me.
chart of all of the cases and
Anyone
what
could
each
have done
case says, and anyone could have done that, spending a certain amount of time.
Yeah, no, and I heard that you say it wasn't thorough and everything, and I've also practiced.
That's not what I said.
Oh.
What I said
Oh.
was, it was looking at all of the cases, 47 cases, for which there are resolutions, which everyone can find by going online, right? Open, general data open to the public, and went through each case and looked to see whether each case provided, what cases provided parking studies. 35 out of the 47 provided parking studies, and other kinds of questions about what conditions were imposed and things like that. Again, so it's not like there was a study that went on for months and so on like that.
Right. So what we're trying to respond to, and I appreciate Mr. Vine for taking the time to look up those resolutions, and clearly what it shows is that a third of the board's actions that you looked at, or a little less than a third maybe, between 25% and a third, never had a traffic study put in with them. I'm not saying that is definitive proof.
That's
The
what
number
you
was.
conclude from that?
Well, didn't we say that
The vast majority
35
required.
35 of 47 never had 12 out of 47 didn't have a traffic study.
So I'm going to clarify again. 12 out, no, what it was, 35 out of 47 had,
35 out of the 46 resolutions mentioned the traffic study and
Yeah.
went into detail about it, but the remainder, it doesn't say that they did not provide one.
Right.
The resolution's just silent as to whether.
And thank you, Mr. Vine, thank you. And I've been active on 6 or 7 of them and that haven't, and there was no traffic study. I'm simply entering into the record that, of course, it's within your board's discretion to ask all these questions. I'm simply making it clear that it's not a finding of the special permit, for if it was, the 12 that didn't have it would not have been able to be granted because they wouldn't have met the findings, because they wouldn't
you're
have
not
had the
really
traffic.
going to go down this line.
I'm just, no,
We're
I'm just
patient.
talking, we're just talking. I'm not going down any line.
Okay.
We brought our traffic consultant.
Talking.
We hired, yes, Ms. Monroe, we hired a traffic consultant. We spent a lot of money. He's here today. We've submitted every single traffic report you've asked for. We're not fighting with you. We're simply calling out a factual component of the law that we're trying to convince you, yes, Vice Chair.
Mr. Plotnick,
Yes.
I think the fact that you have your traffic consultant, let's just go into the traffic.
I'm going to go right into it. I've said my piece.
You're doing the right
It's in the
thing,
record.
because
We're complying,
parking-
we're going, we're trying to give you all the information. And to that point, we have the traffic consultant here. This is the second hearing, we've been through a notice of comments, we've given you 3 different traffic studies, 3 different methodologies of studying. We've given you every single bit of information. We have not protested over any information you've asked for, even though we don't agree with it, we haven't protested. And everything we've given you, every single document has shown you that there will not be an impact on parking in the neighborhood. There are 87 available on-street parking spaces. We've shown that to you crystal clear. A study in the methodology that the board prescribed has been done by Stonefield Engineering. They're here. We just handed up their responses to your questions yesterday. Every which way they studied it, along with Hiram Rothkrug's office, with Mehdi, who's not here today, but Mehdi used to be the senior traffic consultant with the New York City Department of City Planning, and he's going to submit a letter after this. He's also studied this. Everybody, and Mr. Rothkrug submitted as a part of his paperwork some of his information, everybody says that there's only 5 spaces that are needed, and there's 87 on.
Can we move on to answering our questions?
I'd be happy to, but what I'm trying to understand is, all of the questions, you spent a lot of time yesterday, Madam Chair, at the review session, speaking very lengthy yesterday about why all these studies need to be made and why such a deep analysis of the on-street available parking and the people coming needs to be done so that you could make sure that there is no interference in the surrounding community. You talked about a supermarket in Queens with 500 cars. You talked about a housing development. You said it was the burden of the board to make sure the properties around us are not being negatively impacted. And we have submitted conclusive evidence to show you that there is more than 10 times, closer to 15 times the availability of on-street parking to the demand that we are creating, meaning that there are 87 on-street parking spaces for the 5 cars that we anticipated a peak time to draw to the site. Add on to that, that if we did provide the 5 cars, which you're asking us to provide, but which we can't provide, which I'll answer in a second, because the ramp has to be at least 20 feet off of the thing. But even so, we don't want to provide off the edge of the property. We don't want to provide, but going further, even if we were to provide the 5 cars on-site for the peak demand, which is what your board is asking for, so I don't think we have to comply with. Think about it. What are we actually accomplishing? 5 cars on the site. Who's going to use the 5 spaces realistically? The people that get there first. So 3 or 4 people are going to get there, 5 people. But yesterday, you're talking over and over about vehicle trips, about surgeries, and how the surgeries are going to mess this up, and how more people are going to be coming, and we didn't keep the billing people there. But the cars that you're asking us to provide are not for any of those people. They're still going to come and park on the street, regardless if I comply with your request or not. All of those people.
Why?
Why? Because like you just said, of the people that are going to park in the 5 spots that you're asking us to provide, most likely will be 1 or 2 or 3 of the employees that work on site, because there is no restriction on the accessory parking, on who parks in the accessory parking.
I'm
just that if
sorry,
we
I'm a
provide
little
it.
confused.
Go on.
Parking is supposed to be meeting the demand on the site
Right.
of the people who come to park,
Right.
i.e. staff, patients,
Right.
visitors of other types, right? So if you accommodate, at the very least, demand for some of those spaces, if your argument is no one's going to be driving there, that's actually what the argument is being made.
No, that's not.
No,
That's not what I'm saying.
No, the argument being made by the consultants is, out of all the people who come here, out of all the trips of 800 trips or whatever it is, only 5 people in any peak period will drive and park anywhere. That's what a demand study is, right? And so according to that, the 5 people would be accommodated on site. When you say who's going to park there, whatever it is the demand study says is the 5 people
Right.
who have the demand,
Right.
whether it's a patient, a doctor, or whatever.
Correct, but practically speaking, now that, we're not all scientists, we all live in New York City, we're in Brooklyn now, we're talking about Brooklyn, the realest place in the world. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at 9:30 in the morning, a half hour before opening, and we have handouts here to show you that every other facility, you questioned our hours. We gave you the other facilities which have been open in operation before we even contemplated coming here with their hours of operation at 10. So just in the real world, at 9:30 in the morning, the 10 employees are going to show up to work. Because employees, like I sat here today at the board hearing and I watched all of your employees come before 10 o'clock. So all of the employees are going to show up before 10 o'clock. 5 or 6 are going to park in the garage if you ask us to provide them. We're forced to provide them. We actually build it.
Okay.
Yesterday, you spent an hour at the review session talking about how are we going to help out the neighborhood, the impact we're going to have with people that are coming and surgeries and the people that are coming during the day, and there's going to be double parking. If the 5 people that work there are parked there, how are all the concerns that you're talking about going to be alleviated through the provision of the 5 spaces, which is why, if I just finish my thought, it loops right back into why you're asking us to do the parking study in the first place, because you're demonstrating to us that you want to make sure that there's no negative effect on the neighborhood. So if the practical effect is the same exact thing at the end of the day, if the parking spaces, you're shaking your head in confusion, let me make it more
Yeah, I
clear.
am confused because you seem to be forgetting what the purpose of a parking study is. The parking study uses data to come to a conclusion that there's demand of X. When my questions are, I'm not sure I'm believing the parking study.
Okay.
I need more information about how the operational plan we were told about the operational plan, how it works. There are 10 offices, there are 5 operatories, and we're told there's 2 or 3 doctors on a good day,
Right,
right?
and-
And that doesn't compute based on my experience as a medical office designer. That totally doesn't compute. What do you need 10 offices for if you only have 3 doctors? Normally, there's 3 offices, 3 exam rooms. That's if the doctor gets their own exam room. And maybe there are 5 exam rooms, so you put 1 patient in each one. You have far more spaces than you have need in terms of the 2 to 3 doctors. So I ask, why are there 10 offices? It must be that either there are more doctors planned or the spaces will be rented. That's how medical practices work. The spaces get rented. So then I question the analysis because it doesn't seem to be tying into the actual operational plan. Most of the time, or many times, we don't know who the tenant is, right? So we use the DOT standard to figure out that it's whatever the current one is, 103.4 trips for medical, and I think it's 103.4, right? Trips for medical, and so then we just use some sort of standard analysis. You don't want to use the standard analysis. You want to say, oh, well, basing this on the actual use of another site. Well, the other site is a smaller site, and they don't even have laser surgery, so we're told what the operational plan is on this site. So why isn't this site looking like why isn't the analysis looking like the operational plan? That's what I'm asking. And so I'm questioning the analysis. And then if the response to that is adequate, then we move on to whether you have to meet demand on site.
Okay. I didn't realize that was still an issue. Thank you for clarifying that. We did submit, this is the 3rd, obviously, study. We've endeavored so hard to try to satisfy the board requests of the boards. In our original filing, we took heed of your previous applications. We filed the study. Stonefield did it that way. Your notice of comments was asked for something different. We did it that way. At your last hearing, you said you wanted something different than both of those, and we did it that way. So please, I hope our good faith is clearly being depicted to your board of how we are trying to provide you with the data. What Stonefield, you looped quite a few things into your commentary there. I would like to just talk about the fact that the operational plan and then Stonefield will come up. You mentioned experience that you've had, and we are very blessed and lucky to have such great experience from your history of designing these. We also have an existing business, and Andre is here. He's not going to speak just yet. He's the manager and the business owner and the operator of these exact 3 facilities. This was his idea, this business. He's been running it for years. He's intimately familiar with the patients when they come, of what his business plan is. There are 2 other locations. None of their business plan involves renting out to other doctors and creating what you're suggesting there. It's very well thought out, and it's a sound business plan. It is based upon the idea that the doctors will come and they will perform surgeries. The assumptions and the analysis is that you're talking about, the comparison that Stonefield used to the other locations. This was our conversation with Mehdi who works with Hiram Roth Krugen. He's going to submit a letter to this effect. He couldn't be here today because ironically his wife is having eye surgery and he is driving her. would that be ironic? But the assumptions and the analysis that you speak about, they've all included within their studies and their technical work. They have not ignored it. They understand that the facilities that we're basing it on, we're trying to give you facilities that we're always asked to provide facilities that are as close as could possibly be to the actual operation. So we figured what could be closer here. Before we studied, the first time we studied the Brookdale General Center, which was a general area, and that was trying to satisfy the board's request. The second time, we studied off of the DOT EIS data provided by the city, and now we actually we had this exact conversation at the last hearing, and they went out. They actually studied the exact facilities. Now we know the facilities. This is a little bit bigger because they're expanding. That's our biggest hope, right? Families get bigger, businesses get bigger. We all get bigger. As you start off with one kid, get two kids, get three kids, get a bigger house. So that's what they're doing. It doesn't mean the core philosophy of their business is so dramatically different. It's not. The only thing that is changing are surgeries. And surgeries are actually very methodical in the way that they occur because they have to be by their very nature.
So can we shorten this a little bit
definitely.
by having the person who
Yeah, come on
actually
up.
knows how this works?
Well, first, why don't we have you come? Well, first, let's just talk to the program. I'll give you the program.
No,
and I'll just
I
take-
would actually like the person whose program it is to speak.
Yeah, sure. Andre,
Because
why
that
don't you
way we
speak?
can ask direct questions
You can.
of the person whose program it is.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good, how are
State your
you?
name for the record, please.
Andre Gunn, Linda Nike.
Okay, hi, thank you for coming. Okay, so here's the question. You have 10 exam rooms on your entry floor.
Yes.
Can you
So
explain
the
how
10
it's
rooms
used?
that we planning to use are not going to be all the rooms used by the doctor. There's going to be some testing rooms that are going to be used by technicians to perform testing before they see the doctor or after they see the doctor. Also, we're planning to use 2 of those rooms for the pre-surgery procedures like blood testing and stuff like that. And doctors, we want doctors to work out of the 2 rooms. Each doctor is going to work out of the 2 rooms. So for example, the days that the doctors are not doing the surgeries, it's going to be 3 doctors working on the floor. So they're going to work out of 6 rooms. The rest of the rooms is going to be 2 tech rooms and 2 rooms used for the surgeries, for blood testing and stuff like that.
Okay, so the way that 3 doctors working out of 6 rooms, so it means, why don't you walk us through how that works? 3 doctors working out of 2 rooms.
So for example, the patient comes in, right? The doctor takes the patient, he looks at the patient, he needs some special testing done for the patient. So he's gonna send him to one of the tech rooms to do the testing. Meanwhile, he's gonna go to another room and take the second patient. And they're gonna keep switching like that.
Okay, so then ultimately, 2
If he needs
patients,
to dilate the patient, because we don't have a waiting area in the back, so if he needs to dilate the patient, which takes about 10-15 minutes for the drops to work, sometimes even 20 minutes, sometimes he has to put an extra drops. So that patient is gonna have that room, that particular room for the time of the visit to the doctor.
the exam room.
The exam room,
But
exactly.
the tech room is where the drops
tech
get
room-
inserted?
No,
No, the doctor does that in
was
the exam room.
Right. You've been to a night doctor.
No,
you know how
I'm
it works.
I'm asking you to go through it because
Yeah, so if,
every,
for example, he needs the special testing, like taking the photos of the back of the eye or doing a visual field, which might take up to 15 minutes for the patient, they're gonna send him to the tech room. After that, he's gonna come back to the same exam room and get seen by the doctor with the results on his screen or printed out results.
okay. And so how many technicians are there?
As we stated, it's gonna be two technicians.
Two technicians.
Is gonna be working in each room, yeah. It's
Okay,
gonna be
so
2
when a
tech
patient-
rooms.
Okay.
And each technician is gonna work in that room. So when the patient comes in and he does the testing, for example, visual field, the technician is gonna spend this time with him. Meanwhile, if the patient goes to, another patient goes to another room and he gets sent to, by the same doctor, to the technician, he's gonna do another test or they're gonna have to wait, or he's gonna wait until they switch.
Okay. And then in terms of reception, how many people at reception?
We're planning to have 2 to 3 receptionists.
Okay, so you have 5 people downstairs on that first floor?
Yeah.
And then what
Support
about in the operatories?
In the operatories, I believe we mentioned that we wanna have 2 support staff for the doctor.
So let's go through what happens in the operatories. You have 5 operatories.
Yeah,
How does
but
that work?
they're not going to be all utilized as operating rooms. So let's say doctor is going to work out of the 2 rooms on the same scenario. So for example, the patient comes in, he does the pre-testing, he goes, doctor does the surgery, which might take anywhere from 15 minutes to 40 minutes, all depends on the case. Then they need a recovery room for the patient to recover, and it takes about 45 minutes for the patient to recover.
So is one of those operatories a recovery room?
So the 3, what we're planning to do is to use 3 of those rooms as recovery rooms and use the other 2 rooms as the operating rooms. Why? Because doctor does the surgery in one room, takes the next patient in the second room. That first room is going to get cleaned and get prepared for the next surgery. Because those surgeries are going to be scheduled just on that particular day.
And how about prep? Where does prep happen?
Prep, if they need to do blood tests or anything, it's going to be done on the first floor in those 2 rooms that I mentioned before.
So they'll start off on the ground floor in prep?
Well, yeah, because the guy need to sign in, then they, I don't know, they check, measure the blood pressure and stuff like that to make sure the person can do the surgery, take the blood test, and then send them up to the second floor.
Okay, and then how about upstairs in accounting?
Upstairs, well, you need a billing office and accounting office.
Right.
And the doctors, they need their rooms for them to finish their charts at the end of the day.
Okay, so how many people in accounting? Because insurance, just 2 people
yeah.
for all those patients?
I mean, yeah.
Two staff for accounting?
People that work hard, yeah.
Okay, so you have a total of 2, 4,
9.
9 people.
9 people.
Right, okay, 9 staff plus the 3 doctors.
Plus the 3 doctors, yes.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions about operation? Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Andrew Valeri of the firm Stonefield. Yes, we did listen in to the executive review session held yesterday. I believe what's already been submitted to the board is a copy of our letter dated August 12th, 2019 that addresses a number of the comments, and they're all really great comments. They're fairly workable solutions that we can talk about in testimony. So I'd like to just go through the letter briefly.
Okay, yeah,
and I think
because
they're
we
gonna
haven't
answer-
had a chance to.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I'll hopefully I'll lend some clarity to what we performed in our analysis. I think the heart of the comments yesterday were regarding how we came up with our new conclusion, right? The previous study concluded that there was 36 vehicles that would be added to the on-street parking network. We obviously did some level of work to come up with a new conclusion that there would be 5 parked cars added to the network. Looking at what we've been working on since the time of the last hearing, we performed a large amount of observations of Linden Eye Care facilities operating in both Brooklyn and the Bronx. What we've done is also analyze not only the total amount of people that they're generating and how they get there, but also considering the context of the location. The conversation we had at the last hearing was, yes, there's a facility on Fordham Road in the Bronx, but is that applicable to East New York? And we've actually found that, no, it wasn't applicable. So all of the data in our studies are looking at the two operating facilities in East New York, 589 Sutter Avenue and 2084 Linden Boulevard. And specifically, how there is a difference in our conclusion, it boils down to 3 parts. One, we were previously utilizing New York City DOT trip generation rate to come up with how many total people this would be generating. We've looked at Linden Eye Care facilities to determine how many people are coming and going from these facilities to come up with our own trip generation rate. And just to be 100% clear, the New York City DOT trip rate in 2018 was 103.4. That was the number that the board chair mentioned earlier, which was correct. We've actually done our own study, as I mentioned, and come up with the trip generation rate of 99.88. It's slightly less. It's not all that much different, but that's just something to note for the record. And more importantly, how we come up with a bigger differentiation in parking accumulation, we looked at how people got to the centers in East New York. We studied on multiple days how people came and went to these facilities, and where we were previously analyzing 36% auto share, we've determined that these centers in East New York only use about 10%. We use 10.7% auto share in our study, and that's based on our observations on 4 separate days at operating Linden Eye Care facilities.
So it was 36% based on where? Based on what source?
36% was based on our previous report. Those were based on surveys that we circulated to Linden Eye Care facilities. However, that's incorporating the 625 Fordham Road site. If we remove that from the equation and look just at East New York, Linden Eye Care facilities, on average, we resulted in an auto share of 10.7%. So that's really drives what happens here. Another thing
So just to go back, because I don't think that was clear at all in the submission last time. We understood there were surveys that were done, and then the subject of surveys didn't come up again in this last submission. So it was unclear how you got to the auto share. It wasn't like you resubmitted to us a chart that said we looked at Linden and Sutter and we took out Fordham, and this is what we learned from talking to the patients or having them fill out forms. So I don't know how we know about that data source.
So this most recent report that we submitted to the board was dated July 10th, 2019. And in an effort to try to address these concerns, because I understand where the line of questioning is coming from, we did a brief synopsis of each report, and this is the 3rd revision of the report, as Mr. Palatnik mentions. The previous report was dated November 30th, 2018, and in summarizing how we came to our conclusions for that report, we mentioned that additionally Linden Eye Care administered mode choice surveys at existing Linden Eye Care facilities at 625 East Fordham Road in Fordham Manor and 2084 Linden Boulevard. So that was included. I understand if that was one sentence that was missed from the report.
No, the point is that if you're saying you're using data from November, but you're modifying the data, you have to show the modified data, right? If you're saying in November, we used data that included the Fordham Road site, and in the new report, you're using data and excluding the Fordham Road site, but you're using the other data, then we need to see what the Linden and Sutter data combined equals. We didn't see that. We didn't see any new data submission and a new sort of number crunching based on that. It just was a kind of, for lack of a better word, like a bald statement without support, right?
So to be clear, the previous report was based, the modal's choice, just talking about modal choice at this point, was based on surveys that were circulated at the Bronx location and 2084 Linden Boulevard. We took that data and completely removed it from the equation in this revision. And then all of our modal choice for this report, the most recent report dated July 10th, is based on our observations at the 2 centers that are operating in East New York.
But where's the data that said it's your operational observations?
The data.
Oh, you mean that was click data as opposed to survey data?
Yes, correct.
But why couldn't you then use survey data? You went to the trouble of asking people how they traveled. Why couldn't you have used?
It's a more accurate way of doing it, actually, the way we've done it in the most recent revision.
But you're not checking it again. Isn't it more scientific if you check against the other data source?
Checking it against
Like you were satisfied with that as a source before. When in November, you were satisfied that the surveys were a reliable source of information.
At that point in time, that's the best information that we had. What we've done since is perform more detailed observations from our in-house staff that, as their job every day of the week, they conduct surveys, or they conduct observations of this manner. So in my opinion, the previous report was based on the best information that we had at that time. We've since done a lot of work to come up with our own observations based on our own staff. This is their job day in, day out. They do observations of traffic, they do observations of pedestrians, and the new conclusions are based on those findings.
But the conclusions are so different. If I were a scientist and I'm doing studies with molecular research or something like that, and I find out on one piece of research the answer is 36% of the animals died. and on another research, only 4% of the animals died, then I might ask, what's wrong with my research? There's something defective about my research. I can't have a swing that's so significant. And when you say you remove Fordham Road from it without accounting for what does Fordham Road contribute to the data, because Fordham Road, by the way, is a very small site, right? So it's not that it's going to have a lot of patients. So what you're doing is you're leaving out the critical analysis between these two. It's not empirical then, because
So
you're
for
not questioning the
Excluding
data.
Fordham Road was done not only because it's in the Bronx and it has different transit characteristics, we also removed it because it is a smaller site. What we found is that it's actually a shared space that they have with a different medical tenant. So actually to determine how many people were coming and going for Linden Eye Care was almost impossible. We were guessing at that point. So it wasn't indicative of transit conditions. It's a smaller site. It's hard to study because we can't really tell someone walking in the door, are they going to Linden Eye Care or are they going to the other tenant, I believe was OBGYN.
But at Fordham and the other study in November, weren't those done by handing questionnaires out to patients?
Handing questionnaire out to patients, yes.
What was the result of the Linden questionnaire?
The Linden questionnaire. I don't have just Linden. So another issue with the surveys, because you're asking some very applicable questions to the level of detail we've gone in. Another issue with the surveys that were conducted previously is that we had a batch of surveys and obviously for personal security questions, you can't fill out people's names on them. You don't have any of that information. We also didn't have the location at where the surveys were specifically conducted. So we just had a stack. It was a mix of 625 East Fordham Road and 2084.
I'd recommend that the next time you do a survey, you pay attention to where you're asking the questions.
Of course. So now the study that we've done is all the study that we've done now is all our in-house staff. We have all the answers that we need, or questions that we need answers to. We have all of that. It's all based on our observations, and it's painstaking detail, a lot of hours, multiple days of study to come up with these conclusions.
So can I just ask
Of
you,
course.
so when you did when your staff did the analysis, did they ask questions or they were just observing who was walking in or who was being dropped or?
Two things there. So to do the trip generation study, we actually do that with a video camera. So it's video camera recording the door of the facility, and it's, to be clear, it's not a fine resolution where you can see somebody's face or interfere with their personal security. And it's just counting people coming in and out. And that's done by a video. It's actually done by a sub-consultant of ours, so we just get the data at the end of the day. We don't count it and come up with anything else. We just get the data that's counted from via video. To do the modal split survey, we actually had staff physically present to observe people leaving and determine which way they were going and what mode of transit they were doing. And in East New York, it's actually quite...
How do you know it's you?
In East New York, what we were doing was observing people leave Linden Eye Care facilities, both of them, and then tracing them for a couple number of blocks to figure out where they were going. And in our report, we clearly outline the transit modes that are available. There's not all that much subway. We're talking about East New York. There's some bus lines. To determine where or what mode of choice someone was doing, we basically traced them for a number of blocks to see if they walked this way and then walked into their house, or walked this way and got into their car.
What do you mean you traced them for a number of blocks?
We physically surveyed them.
You followed people down the street?
Without interfering with their personal security. Yes, and actually, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I've talked about this subject with my colleagues at other firms, because it is kind of unique the way that this is done. I talked to a colleague of mine at Philip Aviv Associates, also at Sam Schwartz Engineering, and they agreed with me that this is the only way to do a level of detail study like this. It's a lot of man hours, it's a lot of observing, but it's the most accurate way to do it. And it takes out the guesswork of, is this survey filled out correctly? Is this survey from this facility or that facility? it's the most accurate way to do something like this.
And pretty much the video camera that was capturing the number of entries and exit was the same day you had your staff kind of walking the people, or
It
that were
was-
2 separate days, but we could give, you're just kind of assuming the days of entries similar, so you're capturing.
It was the
them.
same week. It was the same week, if not the same day. I don't believe they were all the same day. I believe out of our days of study, only one day of trip generation was the exact same that we were doing modal split in the same day. But it was the same week or 2-week period to do this type of study. And then, so just to recap how far I've made it so far, the main difference between this study and our previous study is obviously the trip generation rate is slightly lower than what the DOT said it was. Our modal split observations are more accurate than they've ever been. The third thing is the time of day accumulation. So the previous analysis that we had conducted, it looked at a huge spike in traffic arriving in the 8 o'clock period. It's assuming a general medical
8
office.
a.m.
8 a.m., yes, excuse me. This is just talking about arriving in the morning. There's a huge spike in traffic arriving in the morning, and then you see it dip off in the middle of the day. What we've actually observed at these Linden Eye Care facilities is that there's not a huge spike in traffic in the morning. It's more evenly distributed throughout the day. So to talk about parking accumulation, it's not only how many total people are driving and parking. If 5 people come and park and 4 people leave, at the end of that period, maybe it's a 15-minute period, there's only 1 car left over. And that's the accumulation study that we're doing. And Madam Chair, to address one of the points you made earlier, just to correct the record, you had mentioned that there was 800 people coming, but only 5 parking. That's not necessarily true. It's 5 people accumulating based on coming and or arriving to the site and leaving. It's an accumulation, not saying that only 5 people out of 800 would park. And also, the total amount of people that we project that would come to this is it's 834 person trips, but really that equates to about 415 people in a day.
Right,
So
understood.
just to be clear on that, it's not only 5 people that are going to be parking. It's going to be more than that, but people are coming and going. And what we've observed at Linden Eye Care facility is this turnover happens relatively frequently, which keeps the total parking accumulation low.
But how are you accounting for the operations?
That's actually the next point in my testimony outline, so thank you. That's actually absolutely a great point. And what we've accounted for in observing these other facilities, which are the best possible study locations, is recognized by the Secret Technical Manual as being the best option in this scenario. None of them provide surgery. Great point you bring up. So when you think about a surgery versus a regular appointment, obviously a surgery takes longer time. We've mentioned in our operations analysis that it could take 3 hours, right? And the important thing to note is that what Andre was just saying is that the staff is fixed, right? So if you have 3 one-hour regular appointments, it accounts for the same amount of staff as 3 one-hour appointments. Conversely, if you can apply the same rationale to parking, if you have 3 different parked cars for 1 hour consecutively, it accounts for the same parking impact as 1 car parked for 3 hours. And there was another great point that was brought up yesterday about if you go to a surgery, you have people that accompany you, and that's absolutely true. I just had a surgery myself, nothing special, but I was accompanied for that. The thing is, those people that accompany you, they're driving you, that's the same car. It's not your parents are going to take you to surgery in my case, and you're driving 2 separate cars. You're usually going to be in the same car, so there's really not an impact to our parking analysis so far.
I don't understand that. Yes, I mean, the point is that the people who are accompanied will arrive, park, go to the waiting room, wait for 3 hours, maybe. Or
It's the same car as the patient. If that
No,
patient-
I'm not saying that the visitors are an added. I'm saying you have a number of, if they're doing that many surgeries a day, you have a 3-hour period where a car is parked, waiting for that patient to get out of surgery and needing to be accompanied.
If they choose to drive a car, yes.
No, the patient's not driving the car, right? So to the extent that patients, well, it seems to me, if this is an area where auto share exists, those are the situations where the person will be driven the car will be dropped, will be parked, the accompanier will go to the waiting room, et cetera, right?
That's correct, but just to be clear, you mentioned that if auto share exists. Auto share exists everywhere that there's a car. What we've shown so far that in East New York is that the dependability on having a personal motor vehicle as your method of transit is very low. So yes, if someone chooses to drive a car to the
Right.
facility and they have family or friends there, it'd be the same car. I'm just not sure if I'm understanding.
I'm not understanding why you keep talking about a different car. I'm saying the car stays there longer.
Correct.
You're talking about the in and outs of an hour, and that in the course of an hour, you see that there's no accumulation or limited.
I'm just clarifying, it's what we spoke about yesterday.
Yes.
So less trips, less longer, when
Yep.
Betty said it would be the same thing, would just be that whole back and forth.
Correct.
Instead of seeing the technical manual, sort of threshold.
I'm understanding now. I apologize.
But this is not a seeker review,
No, but it
let's
was our
remember, right?
I understand the issue now. So it goes back to something I mentioned earlier. If you have if you have 3 appointments for 1 hour consecutively, and let's say they all drive a car and they all occupy a parking space for 1 hour consecutively, it's a 3-hour block. Right? If you have 1 surgery that lasts for 3 hours and you have 1 car that occupies a space for 3 hours, it has the same impact to parking. 3 cars or a space is occupied for 3 hours.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it's 3 individual cars or 1 car in the same space. So what we've analyzed so far is a high turnover of people going to the other Linden Eye Care facilities that don't have surgeries. Turns over less than an hour. People are there for less than an hour, right?
Okay.
So it would have the same impact if a surgery was to be conducted for a 3-hour period, because it displaces the opportunity for Linden Eye Care facility to provide those other regular
No, but
appointments.
that's only if you're talking about on-site parking. We're talking about parking in general. That the parking spaces arguably on the street, wherever the parking spaces are, those parking spaces are occupied by the people coming for an hour, occupied, someone leaves, occupied, someone leaves, but then there's someone who comes during that and doesn't occupy one of those spaces. Those spaces are constantly being filled by the 1-hour people, right? This is a person coming and parking in a new space for 3 hours. That's displacing those other 3 people or however many who are coming 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. They need another space. So that's 2 spaces occupied in the same 3-hour period. Go ahead.
Are you basically saying that one person who stays for 3 hours is blocking out appointment time?
Exactly, that's
In
my...
the second and third hour?
That's assuming...
So if... So for that one doctor who's seeing they're either seeing one person an hour for 3 hours or one person for 3 hours and not seeing anybody in hour 2 and hour 3. That's the argument you're trying to make.
That's correct, and the staffing, what Andre just mentioned, is fixed. You know, they have doctors coming on certain days. The staff that's accompanying those doctors, they can't be taking their regular appointments in addition to helping the doctor for the surgeries. So that's what I mean by the staffing is fixed. And to Commissioner Otley Brown's point, these surgeries would displace other activities that are happening inside the facility, so the parking demand isn't any different.
Okay, but so let's just play this out, just because thriving medical practices thrive, right? Not enough doctors downstairs on those days when there's only 2 doctors. So they decide now they're going to have 3 doctors who can easily work the exam rooms, right? As was described by the owner. 3 exam rooms in process, and people coming and going every hour. And they realize they need a surgical professional. So they hire another doctor who's working the operatories, and that doctor actually doesn't need the exam rooms downstairs, because it's determined that prep just requires going into one of those tech rooms to get your blood work. Then they go right up to the operatory, and then the doctor works there. So now you would have an overlap. So if we look at like reasonable worst case scenario, 4 doctors working, because it's not like we can limit the number of doctors on the site, right? So 4 doctors working, 3 downstairs and 1 upstairs. So now we've added to the in and outs of 1 hour, we've added, as I've discussed, a 3-hour person who blocks out a spot? Like, what does that do to the analysis?
Right, but
Yeah.
the only issue is that the whole analysis is based on his operations that say there's going to be 3 doctors. So technically, you could say, well, what if you add another doctor and then add another doctor and add another doctor? But that's, but his operations are that there's going to be 3 doctors there, not 4 or 5. And so we're kind of, at some point, we have to accept the fact that his operation plan is more or less set in stone. That if he says 3, he is being honorable and saying 3 and not saying 3 to us, but really he's going to pack it with 8. We have to give legitimacy to his operational plan since we asked for it. So if he says 3, then all of the Stone Street engineers, and I say that because I forget.
Stonefield, yeah, Stonefield. I forget Andrew and Frank all the time.
Stonefield engineers' assumptions are based on the fact that the operational plan will stay at 3. And not that, what if he then says, well, I got an empty second floor, let me add 2 surgeons.
And let me give you more confidence in what we're telling you. I just asked Andrew, I said, Andrew, do we have room in our numbers if we had 6 doctors, say we did the worst case scenario? I go, what would that do to your numbers? He goes, it wouldn't impact it at all. And I go to Andre, I go, Andre, do you need 6 doctors? Is that what you needed? And Andre goes, no, I would have asked for that if I asked for it. So the point is that I know we have other applications in front of you where I'm like teetering this hair-thin line where if I go over, I screw up a threshold and I mess up my arguments. We're not in that world here. We have no incentive to give you 9 people versus 14 people versus 16 people. If you ask Andrew right now, you say, Andrew, you're full of malarkey, run it at 20. I just asked him that. He'll run it at 20, and he'll still give you back numbers that you'll be very, very, very comfortable with, because he told me he would. That's where they'll settle. And I said the same thing to him. I said, what if you just tell them that, okay, I'll give you a worst case. If I hit it out of the park, I'll get 20 doctors here. And he's saying, that's not the case. It's never what I'm going to do. I'm like, but what if you did? What if? What if the chair was a shred of iota of truth in what the chair said? A shred. They're both telling me it's not going to make a hill of beans difference. But I'm telling you that to give you veracity and truth to what we're all telling you. We didn't come in here playing any kind of games with any numbers. We've ran the numbers.
It's not about games.
No, I know that. I'm not trying to imply that there's any games. We're not trying to manipulate numbers or put numbers that put us in the best possible light. You could shine us under any light you want from any direction. What we're telling you on every single front is the truth, both about the operations that they're operating and the parking availability. We leave it up to you to make the decision whether or not, that's going to screw up the neighborhood and people are going to circle around Alabama Avenue, which, by the way, if you've ever been to East New York, which I'm sure you all have, and I've spent quite a bit of time in East New York despite my upbringing in Long Island, I could tell you that double parking in East New York is a sport. It's not even a habit. It is a sport. You drive through Brooklyn and I hear snickers from people in the audience, because there's not a single person in here that's going to tell me they drive around Brooklyn every single day and they don't careen around double parked cars every single place. And honestly, when you get into the neighborhoods that have the lower income levels, such as East New York, the police seem to pay less attention to the enforcement. So consequently, the double parking that you're watching, of course it's going on in East New York on Alabama Avenue. You would never see it on Park Avenue. Never in a million years would you see it. And as a matter of fact, on Park Avenue, in New York City, in Manhattan, they're arguing right now about shutting down a crosstown lane for traffic. All the people in Manhattan are so upset about it. But in the outer boroughs, quite the opposite, and double parking is the norm. So I'm not sitting here telling you that we're trying to misrepresent anything. I'm sitting here telling you that people in East New York to double park, we're not anticipating that. That's not a problem for us. It's on blocks that are far away from us. Andrew has it. It's primarily school teachers, it's bus drivers, and it's truck drivers. We could show you the facilities where they're double parking. It's not what we're trying to do. Andre is not investing his life to have this whole business model count on whether or not my mom can go get eye surgery and double park in front of his facility. It's not the business model. So I'm impassioned about it because we really are trying to do something nice. It's a site, I should call to your attention, in the real world, it's an M zone. Right now, while we're waiting, they're parking trucks on it with building supplies. There's 15 to 25 tractor trailers with forklifts coming in and out of this property every single day. That's the as of right.
According to
We didn't need any permits for it. So if everybody is so concerned about the children and the people and the pedestrians, I think we're doing something great. I think we've given you more than enough data. We're in a neighborhood that needs the help. They need the services. It is not a transit-rich neighborhood. People are walking.
That's where the.
I'm impassioned, but I'm hoping that we could all get better eye vision.
I saw it being used as a construction.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
That's okay. I would have tuned me out after the last 5 minutes also.
No, I did see construction vehicles in.
We're not lying to you. We're trying to do something nice here. We're trying to build an eye doctor's office, on a site that's in an M zone next to a Taco Bell on the back end of a big industrial strip in an area that really hasn't seen much new
Can
development.
we move on, please, to
I have
to
a
Stone
question.
Field?
Yes.
I just
Stone Street,
wanna-
come on back.
Actually, I have a question for,
The owner.
sorry, Andre, sorry. The question is, this was a question I had, which is the catchment area. Are you expecting the patients who went to your Linden Care Eye Surgery, the one on Linden Boulevard, to come to this
surgery center.
facility for surgery?
Yes, and one thing I also forgot to mention that these patients that usually get most of the surgeries are elderly people over 65 years old, and they get transportation provided by Medicaid. So they use those companies like ambulance companies or access a ride companies. So when they get to the facility, they drop them off. When the patient is ready to go, they come and pick them up.
This brings up an interesting point for Stonefield going for their research in general. We've heard this from many traffic consultants, parking consultants, that the model for medical offices has changed because Medicare covers people's transportation needs, and we don't see that factored into any of the studies. And so we've actually, I remember we asked Philip Habib's office if they would take a look at this in more depth, and we haven't gotten anything where DOT has factored in the impact of sort of Uber and Lyft on Medicare services, which obviously would change our analysis dramatically. We're assuming now taxis, where you go out and you say taxi, and in neighborhoods where there are no roaming taxis, right? And we're calculating people who drive. And if Medicare is covering, say, for argument's sake, the majority of people who come for these surgeries, then it would have shifted the data. But we don't have any data, and I really do think, since you talk to your colleagues in this industry, that you really need to put together a study that is then given to DOT to talk about medical offices and increasing use of rideshare, right, through Medicare.
I think that's a great point. I think that to acknowledge what the DOT is doing, they're continually updating the trip generation rate.
Right.
Of how many how many people are being generated by medical offices. The 103.4 trip generation rate number that I mentioned earlier, that was the 2018 number. They've since revised and provided a 2019 number, so it's something that's always changing. But to Madam Chair's point, I do think it'd be a great endeavor to go into figuring out how ride sharing affects medical trip generation.
Right, because I'm not aware of the 19 data.
It's on page...
No, I see you have it on your chart, but I don't think we've been apprised of that number yet. So, right, we haven't heard back, so, it drops your trip rates down significantly.
Right, but we didn't
It's
use
almost
that.
700 from 830 or so.
But we didn't use that number in the study. We
Right,
wanted
I
to do
know.
all based on our observations. We wanted to be conservative, do an analysis of what we feel Linden Eye Care is going to be generating.
Okay.
To go over a couple of other points that are in my memo that I submitted and based on the conversation that you all had yesterday, the conversation circled around staff and specifically accounting staff, if we had incorporated that into our study, because there are going to be some people that are not medical professionals inside the building. This goes back to how we conducted our trip generation analysis. There's a camera looking at the door, looking at how many people came in and out. That's taking into account the total amount of people going in and out, which is staff, patients, any deliveries that occurred. It's all baked in.
Go outside. Sorry, there's someone talking on the phone. Please go outside. You can't be on the phone here.
So the trip generation analysis that we did, it's comprised of patients, staff, employees, deliveries that happen, because that actually relates to one of the other points that got brought up at, I believe it was 589 Sutter. This is point number 6 in the memo at, sorry. Point number 7 at 589 Sutter Avenue on, let me just get to the part of my report.
Yeah, that's again the data disconnect.
Let me see. So this is, what we're talking about here is on page A24 of the report. So at 589 Sutter Avenue on April 30th, which is my birthday, I have to admit that, at 10 o'clock to 10:15, we saw a total of 35 trips coming and going. And then on the next day, or I'm sorry, 2 days after that, May 2nd, we saw only 7 people coming or going in that time.
Right.
So this really relates to how we did the study. It's just a camera looking at the door. It's not considering someone that works at the facility that goes out to have a cigarette to leave multiple times crossing through the threshold of the door. It's considering them as separate people. Something that also could account for this variation in people being generated is a delivery that may have occurred. A delivery of eyeglasses may have occurred where there's a truck on the street and they're loading boxes from the truck into the building. It could have been one person going in and out of the door 3 or 4 times. It would be counted as 3 or 4 trips, even though it's the same person. So that's why we did an average. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but so the part that doesn't make sense, again, if I go to empirical analysis, when you have such a swing in data, basically both data sets should be invalid. High and low should be invalid unless you test it out with third data set. I don't understand this idea that, I mean, for instance, when Commissioner Otley Brown is looking at comparables, an apartment sells for $200 and an apartment sells for $20,000 and it's the same apartment. Both data sets get thrown out because everybody else is saying the apartment sells for $5,000. Those are the valid data. The one at the top, somebody bought it from mom, and the one at the bottom, who knows what that story was, right? You can't use such huge data swings and say you've got the right data. That's the part that doesn't make any sense to me.
What we're talking about here is more or less data reduction and how to collect data and then reduce it in a manner that you could use for your analysis. I don't dispute that there is a variation on one day compared to the next at 589 Sutter Avenue. However, there's multiple ways to go about reducing that data. We could have eliminated one of the days that don't make sense, and in my opinion, April 30th at 589 Sutter doesn't make sense. It's much higher than the 3 other days of study that we conducted. We could have removed that day and done an average of just the 3 other days. But then what you have in that case is the average trip generation rate, it would be reduced, where we're projecting less traffic going to this site than what we've actually concluded on.
Don't you just have 2 sources of data for Linden and
2 days
2
at
for
Linden.
Sutter?
Correct, and we averaged all 4 together.
Oh.
We averaged all 4 together. So, and that actually relates to another point that got brought up yesterday. It's the variation in auto share that we observed at different facilities. So at 2084 Linden Boulevard on April 30th, we observed that 21.8% of the trips that were being made were made via a vehicle. And just to go through chronologically the observations we did, that was on April 30th at 2084 Linden Boulevard. The very next day, we went to 589 Sutter Avenue and did the same level of analysis. And what we saw on that day is that the auto share accounted for 4.2% of the data, of the trips being made. And to Madam Chair's point, we look at this and we say, how could that be possible? What is it? Is it 20% or is it 4%? So what we opted to do is to do another round of data to be really thorough in our analysis and conduct more data and look at it again. So we went back on May 15th at 589 Sutter Avenue. Again, just for reference, the first day we counted Sutter Avenue, we saw 4.2% auto share. The second day we counted Sutter Avenue, which was on May 15th, we saw 3.1% auto share. we went back to 2084 Linden Boulevard because that's the one day that we see that's the outlier so far. And the first day we were there, we saw 21.8% auto share. The second day we were there, we saw 4.2%. So now looking at this data set, we have 3 data points that are all around 4% auto share, and one that's an outlier at 22%. What we could have done is remove the 22% and taken an average of 3, 3, and 4, which you have an auto share that's very, very low. But instead, what we did is we took a weighted average of all this data and instead concluded on a modal split of 10.7% to use for this analysis. So we could have removed the outlier, as you mentioned, but in my opinion, it wouldn't be a conservative way to look at how these facilities operate, which accounts for any variation on a day-to-day basis. My last point that I want to make is regarding double parking. Basically, everything I've talked about so far is how we conclude how much parking Linden Eye Care needs, which is 5 cars in the worst case. So that's how we conclude on what the demand should be. The other part of the puzzle is how much availability is there. And what we've done studies on 3 days now, 2 weekdays and on a Saturday, to determine how much availability there is in the network. And what we have observed is that there is double parking. As Mr. Platnick mentioned, it's somewhat of a sport in Brooklyn. This is an exhibit in your report. It's page A4 in the most recent study. The only difference on the easel is that I put little flags that indicate where the majority of double parking is happening. So on Alabama Avenue, which is the furthest to the west, these 2 blue flags, what we have observed to be the reason of most of the double parking is the industrial uses and the bus depot. These are school buses. We've observed on pretty much every day that we were there except for Saturday that around school times, the drivers of the buses park their cars illegally or double park them. They leave them there for the entire day, drive the bus, come back, leave it at the end of the day. At 3:30, they're gone.
Can you show where the site is on there? I just can't see. The site's there, okay.
So this is, what's that, 3 blocks to the west.
So 3 blocks to the west where the blue is where the buses are.
Buses, and then there's some industrial buildings down here where similarly the employees of which are doing a similar case. Another case where we saw all day there was double parking, kind of illegal parking and kind of ignorance to parking regulations was on Wortman, but much further to the east of the site. These are the Linden houses right here. So in terms of blocks, we're considering upwards of 3 blocks. It's a span of blocks, so it's between 3 and then this is a long block here. I would say, I can't even count. It's between like
About 4
5
blocks.
It's about 4 blocks exactly. And then there was some other double parking that was temporary. There was some double parking on Pennsylvania Avenue, but that is the commercial corridor in the area, so you had some more short-term.
How far is Pennsylvania from the site?
So Pennsylvania to the site is, it's the next block to the east, but it's, we observed most of our double parking along the entire stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue, and it's most proximate to these commercial uses. You have somebody that needs to go into the deli, they just double park for 5 minutes and then they're gone, ideally. And then the last part of where the majority of double parking is occurring is on New Jersey Avenue, which is right next to a school. I believe it's PS 349. There are regulations that restrict parking for school time, drop off and pickup, mostly ignored. So we consider that to be illegal parking. And the last exhibits I want to introduce are the 3 days of parking study that we did. This is the first day of parking study that we did, which was on Tuesday, November 21st, 2017. 2017 seems like a long time ago at this point. What you see is the maximum parking accumulation in the on-street network occurred at 10:30 in the morning.
So which wave?
So the blue dash line is the supply. That's how much parking you could feasibly put. And then the green line that meanders throughout the day is how many people were parked in legal spaces. You see that The only time where you even get close is around 10:30 because there is street cleaning in the area on Tuesdays on certain streets. So
And that is 10:30 where, what are the numbers? I can't see the numbers in the left bar.
So this is 600 parking stalls, is what this number says. And just to make it even clearer for you, on table 4, page 6 of the most recent study, the absolute critical point in parking on street in the network is at 10:30 in the morning, and there's 87 spaces still available. And that occurs for a brief period of time when there is this no parking, no standing for street cleaning. We went to the community board. We had another meeting with them where they said, don't count on Tuesday, you should be here on a Wednesday. So that's what we did. We were out there on Wednesday, May 9th, 2018, about 9 months later, and we observed somewhat similar parking. There was the same double parking that we observed, but still, in this case, there was still a minimum of 142 spaces available, and that happens in the middle portion of the day. And then, because this facility would be open on Saturday, we conducted one more series of counts between the operating hours of this facility just to see what the operating conditions are on a Saturday, and there's even more availability on a Saturday. That's because the businesses are closed that are the industrial uses and the bus depot, not generating any parking. Those are closed on Saturday, and this facility will be open between 10 and 3, which is why we conducted a little bit more of narrow counts. So based on this, there's availability in the network for on-street parking to be added. And what we've done in our studies looked at a number of Linden Eye Care facilities, how they generate people and how they get there, based on the times of day that they do so. And we've concluded that there's only going to be a maximum of 5 cars that would be accumulated for this development, and there's a minimum of 87 parking spaces on the on-street network available that would support the application.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So, I'm just going back and reminding myself what this is an application for, right? 28 spaces are required. The most we're allowed to waive is 14. And this board does not countenance that you go back to DOB and you get a further waiver, because then what's the point of the special permit? The special permit is to allow you to reduce by 50%. That's all we can do, right? And the idea of then undermining all of these thousands of dollars of parking reviews and studies and so on, and the board's hours and hours of review, and then just going to DOB and saying make it 0 because now we're underneath the waiver amount, seems to be undermining the entire purpose of the special permit. And they know that in the past, there were statements in the resolutions that says the board takes no position on what DOB is going to do, which is true. The board takes no position on what DOB does, because that's DOB. But this board has stated many times that that's a misuse of this special permit. And so, you know, demand notwithstanding, we always say you need to meet demand, so we're not going to reduce it by more than demand, right? But in this case, we can't reduce it to demand. And let's just say we accept your 5 or 6 parking spaces, we can't reduce it to 5 or 6 parking spaces, right? We don't have the authority.
Well, that's Eric Palatnik, and thank you for that whole discussion that you allowed us to make. That's your decision to make, not ours. I believe you have the authority. I think previous board decisions have shown that. I think Department of Buildings issuing building permits and constructing buildings with 0 parking based on those approvals without objecting. They have very competent legal staff there. Their examiners are the best in the world. If Department of Buildings felt there was a problem with that, any of the previous approvals that went to 0, of which there are many, would have been rejected. So I understand why you have your position, and you're certainly all entitled to it, and we'll abide by whatever decision you make. But I will say that the special permit is not a variance. It's an implied ability to do something like your driver's license, provided you meet the findings. It is not.
Sorry, driver's licenses are ministerial. This is not ministerial.
Driver's license, no, you have to take a test.
You're going through seeker review. That's
I would
by
say it's
definition.
similar to a law degree or similar to an engineering degree,
Also
a license, any of these licenses that provided
Ministerial not. I'm not trying to go back and
comparisons.
forth. You're entitled to your
It's not
opinion on
correct.
it. All I'm simply trying to call out is I disagree with the board's assertion that this is not proper. The City of New York, the Board of Standard Appeals has granted them before, the Department of Buildings has acted upon them before, and the buildings have been constructed on them before. No certificates of occupancies have been alleged to be revoked, nor has there been any actions by Corporation Counsel or the legal department of the Department of Buildings to retract any of those previous certificates of occupancies. So I personally feel you have the ability. I think that when you make the finding that you could reduce it, that does bring it within.
No, so let's just
you know,
go back,
entitlement,
because
but-
you're confusing, all this language is confusing. We do not have the authority to waive below the 14 spaces.
You have the authority to grant to the below 14. That's what I meant to say.
We don't have the ability to waive more than 14 spaces.
Yes,
So that's
correct.
50% of the total required,
I
right?
agree.
Okay, so, and this board has taken the position that further waiver by DOB is not the intent of the special permit. So that, and the reason for that is lots and lots of abuse on the, I mean, sometimes you have a waiver of 25 space, at 25 and under, right? So you end up having 50 required, 25 waived, and then they go and they get the 25 waived by DOB, as if we had the authority to waive 100% of the parking. We don't.
I mean,
And that-
it's all pursuant to the statutes, and if it makes you feel any better, I've seen these buildings be built pursuant to zero parking, and
We know.
they exist.
We know,
And-
but 5 years ago, I remember having this discussion, where it seemed improper, and we stopped it.
No, well, you put the sentence in, that Madam Chair, that you just said, which is, and I could provide it to your board, the board takes no position on the further reduction at Department of
No, we
Buildings.
have not done that for 5 years. So that's,
You have done it, I think, on existing buildings where it's gone to zero. Where it's gone to zero, I think you might have.
that's a different thing, where we find demand is very low. Other ones where we say you have to find some place to park off-site.
Listen, it's a moral it's you're all the commissioners, not me. I'm trying my best to convince you that you have the ability to do it.
Okay.
And it's up to you to make the decision.
So the next part of it is, we talked about providing automated parking on site, which, by the way, we see lots of automated parking all the time now.
The architect submitted a letter to you, which we stand by on the record. Igor Zlavsky is the project architect. He couldn't be here today. He submitted a 3-page letter to you that went in great detail about automated parking and why it won't work. We went back to him yesterday and talked to him about the turntable idea your board suggested, and as he said, it's not going to do anything. He doesn't believe it'll be helpful. It'll run into the same problems that I explained to you a moment ago, which is simply that you're just accommodating 5 or 6 cars on the site out of it.
No, frankly, given our waiver authority, you need to show that you can get 14
We
cars
can't,
on
and
site.
we're not going to try to show you that, because I'm going to stand by my original statement. We do think we've given you everything. No other applicant has ever been asked, that I've ever asked, has ever been asked to prove to you a physical impossibility with providing parking as a part of 7344.
But I don't-
I'm not alleging physical impossibility, I apologize.
Good.
I'm not alleging the physical impossibility, though. We're not here making the claim that we cannot fit cars on a 40 by a 95 piece of land in East New York. We're here making the claim that we meet the findings of 7344. That's, and I understand where
Which is a different question, right?
Which one?
Whether or not you make the findings of 7344 is different than whether or not you have to, that you have to provide 14 spaces, which can physically be done with the right kind of automated system. The architect didn't provide drawings showing that the automated system wouldn't work. Instead, it's to show the turning radius of a ramp, et cetera. It doesn't work.
Every single application that I've presented to the Board of Standards and Appeals that's gone to zero, in the scenario we're discussing, has had a piece of property large enough to accommodate parking on site like you were asking for, if it was desired to be provided. None of those applications were ever asked to show that it was impossible to do so. So I am standing by my belief that we are not basing this, I'm not coming to you and asking you to use your intellect to accept my argument that we cannot fit
cars on the lot. I am asking you to just go to 14. And I know I'm hearing you don't agree with going to 14, but I believe we have the right to do so under the law, and I think you have the right to grant it. And I think that we've given you a ton of information here to show you that even going to 0 will have no effect. I don't think there's anybody could counter me in any kind of logical, substantiated argument to say, hey, if you don't provide any parking, you're going to substantially impact the character of the area. I think we've proven without a doubt through the testimony that just occurred through Andrew Stonefield Engineering that, in fact, there's no effect on the character of the neighborhood. And I can make an argument, in fact, that the as-of-right use that we have there now makes more of an effect, and the as-of-right school around the corner has more of an effect, and the as-of-right industrial uses have more of an effect than what we are asking you to do.
Are there any speakers on this from the public? Okay.
And Community Board 5 supported it, I should say. They had us back, and they
They
had...
supported the reduction of the 14 spaces.
But they knew we were going to
supported
0. We talked about it with them. We were at great length, and I can get a letter from them to that effect. They had us back there twice. They asked us to do a study. They were keenly aware of the very same traffic, the double parking that you're talking about, and that's why they asked Stonefield to go back. We went there to their meeting once, and they asked us to go back, and we accommodated them. This is about a year and a half ago, and we accommodated them because they had the same concern that you had about the double parking, and that's how Stonefield came to do the second study, and that's why they're not here today opposing it.
Okay, so I would like us to think about what we're going to do on this unless you wanted to add something.
I just want to, I'm thinking of the cases that we have had, similar cases. And I think we have always asked the applicant to show what is the demand and if there is a shortfall based on the on-street, you have to provide it on-site. So in this case, the demand is being shown as 5 spaces. Then the next equation is, can the 5 spaces be accommodated on-site? They're saying based on...
No, we have to back up.
Whole different issue.
thing.
Here, we're being asked to reduce the parking requirement to 50%.
Right.
We're
Let her
asking
finish.
for a parking
Yeah.
study to determine whether or not there would be an impact on the streets if we reduced it by 50%.
Correct.
They've provided a study that shows there would not be an impact because, in fact, demand is way lower than the 14 spaces we would allow to remain on the site. So the question is the overarching public policy question, which is, do you allow 2 bites at the apple? Do you allow somebody to go to 2 different forums to get the reduction to 0?
Right.
I would volunteer that discussion is beyond the power of this board because it really requires the inclusion of other agencies or the mayor's office to make a determination that goes across different agencies and binds us together. In the absence of that, all we could do is what's under our control. And so having the application in front of us that says, can we go from 28 to 14, and then having the report that says that going to from 28 to 14 is not going to negatively impact the neighborhood because the demand is really even lower than 14, our hands are tied, the way I look at it. We have to go to decision at this point. And whether or not they go to DOB, that's beyond us. There's nothing we can do to control that.
Other
because
than-
the other policy is still in existence at DOB. And that policy is talking about it, it's affirmed by the zoning resolution, that is, if you're below a certain threshold in terms of your parking requirement, then you can waive it.
So
They don't talk about how you get there.
Right.
And that's the critical missing piece. And until they talk about how you get there, there's nothing we can do about it.
I just want to add, though, in the last few years, we've been indicating on our resolutions in response to this question about 2 bites of the apple, we've been stating on our resolution, a minimum of X number of spaces shall be provided on site. So we're reducing to the 50% or whatever. In some cases, we say 50% is not appropriate. It should only be 40%. And so we'll say, this many spaces must be provided on site, and that's actually in the resolution, right? What I would like to do, and just to pick up on the other thing, the November analysis showed a demand of 36 spaces, which exceeded the 14 reduction. So we were at that point saying, maybe you're not entitled to the 14 because you have a demand of 36. And the comments were, what's the question here? The reduction is the demand exceeds the requirement, right? So this submission was to establish that demand was less than the requirement, right? And less than even the 50%, or at least equal to the 50%, right? But what I would like to do is not decide on this today, just close it so that we can have more of a policy discussion, maybe with city planning and so on, to see what it is they had in mind with this, so that, so that we don't undo all the work that we've already done, because you know how the door gets opened and opened and opened and opened and gets used in ways that are not necessarily the intention of the planners who wrote this text. So given that there's no speakers, I'd like to make a motion to close this.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Okay, and then put it on for decision in whatever, I don't know. October 29, what's the other available?
22nd is 25.
Could be the 22nd, October 22nd. There's no submission required, I don't think. But we do need to
I
get in
understand. You need
touch
to
with
talk
the
to
other
everybody.
agencies.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen now for the rest of few weeks of the summer, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for a very enthusiastic and spirited zoning discussion. If nothing else comes from it, at least we had a good discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming, your contributions.
And
I do recommend that Stonefield and the other consultants work directly with DOT about the Medicare, Medicaid trips. That might have a big effect on all of this. Okay, yes, so 10-minute break? 10 minutes?
Record at 12:35.
The camera for me? Oh, there goes my cane. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. Item number 13, 2018-56BZ, 83 Coleridge Street, Brooklyn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Shelton LaBelle PC. We need a little bit of time on this to revise the plans after the last hearing. Board's direction, I think about 6 weeks to submit at this point.
So that puts us end of,
That's at the end of September submission.
so that puts us on maybe October 29.
Let's do
Right.
October 29th, the submission
Okay.
October 9.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Item number 14, 2018-95BZ, 120 WM, Brooklyn. You just want to sign this? No, just you have to sign it anyway. You appeared. And then you want to do this one. Okay. And then this one, you have your group? Oh, this is going to be fun.
Raising the hand and sign is going to be up.
Okay. Looks good. Right here. Raise your right hand.
Could be his left. What if it were right?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can it be his left? Why not?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon LaBelle PC. On behalf of the applicant Hask Center, I'm joined by the project architects and the executive director. We heard the board's comments from yesterday's review session, and late last night we submitted revised plans showing a second bulkhead, though my understanding is that it is not required as a matter of code, but as a matter of design. We have amended the plans to include that second bulkhead to provide the second means of egress.
Okay, I want to just have fire department speak to that. So what you're saying is it's not required by code for the two other staircases to go up to the roof? Is maybe
Yes.
the architect should?
One other staircase. You do need one for egress.
Can you speak and tell us your
Please
name,
state your name
please?
for the record.
Charles Schwartz-Heffel, architect.
So tell us, say that again?
We do require one bulkhead for egress off the roof and access. The second, we're putting in the second bulkhead on the the west elevation on McDonald Avenue for additional egress.
Okay,
Or
but in
access.
terms of code, only the central stair is required to go to the roof?
Only one is required.
Okay. I just want, if fire department has any comments on this?
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. I reviewed the plan prior to the new submission, and the Fire Department has no objection to the one bulkhead on the roof. The building only being 40 feet in height, we will ladder the building.
Mhm.
So, and as well as use that one bulkhead. So we have no objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the added one, which is on the, kind of on the interior, well, it's really on the McDonald side, which is closer to the elevated and all of that, so it's not the same kind of impact on the street. Plus, it's at the back of the site, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Additionally, with the help of board staff, we obtained revised DOB objection, including all the waivers that are required for this building. And the plans have also been amended to show greater detail on the facades, including to show that the planters are part of the building structure.
Okay, that I didn't see. You know, the drawings were submitted like this morning, I think, so I haven't seen that. Can you tell us what
It's
the
the
sheet?
14th or something, almost the second to last page.
It is on sheet A-004.02. It's towards the end of the set.
Yeah. The architect really should speak to this. So what you're really just proposing is planter boxes, right?
Well, it's a live wall integrated planting system that runs modularly, and what we did was we incorporated it into the full elevation. Can you just give me the avenue elevation on 02? The detail is on 040.02, but the way the elevation runs on 4.01 of the Avenue M, there are areas where we can do the planter boxes come sequentially, either in singles, doubles, triples, and as they run in a modular system and they clip together, we can move the facade by planting weeping, ivy, and other shrubbery, and then seasonal perennials as they go, but it'll give an undulating serpentine look. And as the plants mature and as the ivy matures, as it maintains its carnivorous, status that it never does die and it never loses its leaves, it'll start to further grow onto the wall and it'll soften the whole facade. We've changed the material into 5 segments of red brick and a tan brick separated by columns that would be done in a limestone simulation or limestone depending on the actual budget of the material. But those cornerstones and the entablature and the water table give a continuity that the building is broken up and it's segmented, so we're stopping our eye every approximate 40 feet rather than running a 220-foot line between the planting, the masonry material. It really gives a sense that it's almost 5 different buildings on the facade.
So your plan drawings don't show any of this, right? If you look at any of them.
In terms of the detail on the facade exterior?
In
No, but
plan, you see no indication that the masonry is changing, that there's planter boxes or anything. There's no indication in the facade, in the drawings on the plan, that there's some kind of adjustment being made to the project to allow for this, right? You're showing these section details, which, by the way, are not shown, they're not keyed to the drawings. They're just like these floating sections, right? I know that you had to do this really fast.
No, I tried
But what I'm trying to do is make sure this actually happens. So I don't want this to
Understandably.
be like idle talk, where there's just this cute little drawing that, BSA sees and then we never see it happen. That's really not okay with me. So I would like to see this, when I say detailed, I mean really detailed. Like, you're gonna give contractors instructions for how to do this, That's what we should see here,
I thought, well,
right?
that'll be generated and reflected on the construction drawings and
I
construction
know
documents.
But I know that that's the way the sequence works normally. If this were a legal building, which it's not, right? So I'm not talking about the waivers that we're granting for the third floor. The building was built illegally on the second floor. There was an existing building on the first floor, right? And so to try to compensate for the absence of legality, I want to know that this is really going to be done. And what I see now is 2 sections, and again, I know that you just had to do this in like the last minute, but.
Well, Madam Chair, you had asked for us to go, I think your words were to go crazy on the design to
Yeah.
make it look architecturally pleasing and to
Correct.
beautification sense of a.
Yes.
That's what this reflects. I don't know how, even with the notes here, if we want to make a comment on the plan that as per, you
So
know,
if
issuance
you're
or
going
conditions
crazy,
for-
so let me just finish my thoughts before
Oh, okay,
you,
sorry.
okay. If you're going crazy on the design, I appreciate the little elevations and so on. For one, they're teeny. For two, there's nothing reflected in plan that shows that that what's shown in the elevation actually occurs on the plan to accommodate the thickness of the brick and so on. The details are not keyed into the drawings, and the details are only section details, they're not plan details, right? And what you're talking about is a significant amount of work on the existing facades, right? You're talking about either adding face brick, which I don't know whether you can do in terms of where the lot line is.
It's an existing, it's, the face brick is on that existing now, on that pre-existing structure.
So
There's the areas where we will remove, in the detail I generated, we're going to remove the face brick. There's a membrane that is applied to the concrete block behind it, and those planters are inset into that area, and it's recessed into where that brick is now. We're not adding, then it's not going to be proud or protruded from it. We're going to pull, and most of that structure is not, the whole east end of that building is not facaded. You know,
It's
only
not, sorry?
It doesn't have the facade, it doesn't have the brick facade on it, even all the way up to the second story. It is-
So it's still open to the.
Some of it is just, it's just concrete block without the finished face on it, the whole steel structure is there. So
Okay.
we would be pulling away some of the brick. I mean, I could further detail which I thought we would do. I didn't know that that was something you were looking for. I thought it was an aesthetic and design detail, not construction document to do. And we can provide that as a, I guess, of course, of the approval.
No. We get this on the drawings now, and I appreciate that you're trying to do this really fast and all that stuff, but for one, the elevations are teeny, so there's hardly any room for you don't have any notes about what's new, what's replacement, and the reason for this is that these drawings are what DOB will use to determine whether you're complying with the terms of the grant, right? And so there's nothing here for DOB to say except, I don't see any green stuff, you know? So we need a serious section through the building, detail sections through the building, detail plan details of the facade, so we know exactly what's going to be done, so we can say that to DOB, the project is approved conditioned on that work actually being done, okay? So this part of it would be you detailing almost like you're doing construction set, just in terms of the facade, in section and in plan.
I'd
Okay.
just suggest that on some other matters before the board in which the actual facade detail was a matter of concern, we've addressed this through conditions in the resolution.
No. The building was built illegally, right? I don't want to give a pass on an illegal two-story, or really second-story construction. The whole issue was, and I appreciate the design to try to break it up, that what you did makes sense. But unless we see how it's going to be accomplished, it's just eyewash. It could be done with stucco, according to what we're seeing here. And that wouldn't be an acceptable solution. Okay, because don't forget DOT.
I hear your responses, and maybe I assumed an understanding from our last hearing that stucco is not an option, driveway is not an option. We wanted to do it in masonry, and we generated in masonry. We could put in, I could generate, again, a detail, I could have keyed in the details. I didn't know that you were looking for the extent and the level of detail.
Right, I understand.
I can expand
Make the
print to-
elevations
I could
bigger.
expand them larger, and you could see the whole breakout of what it is. I have them here, David, perhaps you could show.
Okay.
And I don't know, I mean, my understanding was that these were the documents we were presenting, and we had to follow with the OB these documents. The fact that I have notes generating the live wall planting systems would be consisted of shrubbery and weeping ivy. I could have, as easily, I think we show here that masonry, it calls for brick facades and throughout, and even in the detailing, it calls for, the section detail is how the construction of the building is.
Okay, so rather than going on and on, let's just do this, right? Let's just do it so we're clear. I know it's something you can do if you had a little time, right? So.
We could have provided, I didn't know that was something
I
you
know,
wanted.
understood. So the elevations need to be bigger, so you have more room to put notes on them. So that if you're saying this is a prefabricated,
I think we have them on 24 by 36 inch sheet. That's not, that size drawing is not what you're asking for, is it?
we have it on this,
Oh, we have
right?
them blown up, we have them
The
blown up.
elevations, right now, you've got two little elevations, you put one on top of the other, make them bigger.
Let's present, you want to present that to him? No, it has, but it's larger, it's in a larger scale that at least you could, if you want to show, perhaps that'll help you see. So that's not something on this large scale that I could pen draw in, keying the detail from drawing 4.02 to drawing 4.00, and that is the specific construction detail of the building. It's a masonry building, steel structure with brick facade and concrete block backing, and that's
If you did, okay, let's start over. If you did a section through your two-story wall.
Right.
And it's a part detail section, right? Parapet handled like this, one of those little cut line things, the next section of it handled like this, one of those little cut line things. You could give us a detail through this wall, how you're gonna deal with it, and if these are prefab materials, you said this is a prefab green system.
Can I show you this, what it is on the schedule?
Yeah.
Because I think this is what you're asking.
There you go.
And this is part of the detail of the building from the existing building.
Okay.
And that detail was going to be just inserted at each floor level, continuous around.
Okay.
If that's a note I could add in, again, we're all trying to expedite this, I understand it. I would have put it in, again, like other people who presented earlier today. I had surgery a couple of weeks ago too, and I'm a little short on, not
I
short
get
handed.
it, I get it.
But this is what you're asking for, taking this detail.
And
just
putting it in
inserting
there.
and keying it in there.
Yes. Inserting it in there, actually.
I didn't know that
Did
this
you
was-
generate this drawing?
No, this
From somebody else?
Right, this was one that was a pre-existing. We generate these drawings all the time, and I could have taken the note and the detail and put it in. I didn't know that was the level of detail.
Right, no, I appreciate that you didn't understand that that was a level of detail, but so yes, so I'm just gonna make it really simple. I'm not gonna take that drawing because you didn't generate the drawing, and I'm
No, I
not sure.
generated the other ones.
Yeah, so if you didn't generate the section, generate your own section, right? It's not hard to do, CAD's amazing, right? So you generate your own section, and where you're making material changes, indicate the material changes, and where you're making an insert of a planter system, indicate where you're inserting it, and also indicate what it is, because you're saying it's prefab system, but I don't have any way of knowing that. Because right now, if I just look at this drawing, I see planter boxes. I don't see a green wall system. I see planter boxes. That's not the same as creating what you're describing, right? Okay?
Yes, the notes, the live wall is a trade name generic on the elevation that states it as, in the note, that's what that system is. That it's a
But where's
live wall planting system. It's on the notes on the elevations that say that the system will consist of shrubbery and weeping ivory, perennials and annuals shall be incorporated seasonally. It's on,
401?
it's on 40. Just go to the 401. This note here, keys in the 402, which is the actual detail, and that is in
Okay.
it's a-
So Livewall is a company, but Livewall makes a lot of different planning systems, right? Many.
Yes, and we...
So which one are you picking? Livewall number 153.Z, right?
Yes.
Right, so you have to spec it for real. So we really know what to expect, and DOB knows what to expect, okay? And then the next part of it is, because the owner actually has to maintain this stuff. The idea is not that it's a bunch of empty boxes with dead plants in them that eventually just become dirt. So we need to hear how this is going to be maintained, because at the moment, what I'm seeing is little bitty planter boxes, and live walls don't have great records in New York, right?
I'm not familiar with I haven't heard that they didn't have great. In fact, they came up
Think of
as a very high-end.
Name a
window
live wall
system.
in New York. Name one, just one.
You put me on
Find
the spot.
one. Take a picture of one in New York City. So I
That's
know
a
a
live wall
lot
in
about
New York
live
City.
walls.
Okay.
Yeah, in New York City,
New York
that's where
City.
this is, on McDonald Avenue,
Right.
of all things.
So the
Subway.
systems have irrigation into them that could be incorporated, they're into them, and that would be in part of the specification for it.
Is that on this? Do we know that?
It would be on the specification
It
sheet. that's
doesn't show
gonna be-
irrigation.
It's in the, okay. But
Spray nozzle.
you have the cut on it?
Right, so, but seriously, I would love to hear about a successful live wall system in New York. I haven't ever seen one. I've seen ones installed that die within 6 months. So I'm looking for an architectural solution to this, make sure it's not a dead wall solution, right? You need to do some real research, that's why I want to give you a little more time. This may not be the solution that does what you're saying, right? Because this is a little bit like, Frank Lloyd Wright said, if it's a bad building, plant ivy.
That's not entirely true. He also said if the skylights leak, move your table out of the way.
That's true.
Right? So,
And
I mean,
and
it
don't
was-
allow
it was
the windows to
architecture
be
for
open.
architecture.
And don't let the clients have artwork, right? So, so the idea is, I like greenery as much as the next person, but you need to be sure from an architectural perspective that that's the way it's going, that it's going to work. Otherwise, the solution has to be more architecture, right? So what I was seeing before I saw all the growies, was that you were creating these changes in material and slight changes in
elevation and in depth.
elevation.
Yes, for
Right.
shadow line and to
Yeah.
break up your eye.
So that part, I'm not actually seeing in your section, because you're taking your section right through the one part where there is no real change in elevation, it's just at the windowsills, right? But you actually have elevational changes over the main entrance. There's elevational changes.
Yes.
And other places,
And
you
between,
have
and
the
between, and
band
between the
around.
colonnades, between the colonnades
Yeah,
and where the
exactly.
cornices are, there are protrusions, there are
Right. but-
recesses as well.
But how do we know that from these drawings? I know you know.
They needed to, again, those were details typically on construction documents, so.
Right, so do that here, we will understand better that there are elevational changes, et cetera, okay? We can make this a pretty fast turnaround if you can get that stuff done.
We could bring it in later today.
No, not today. No, I actually do want you to do research and not,
No,
today
I
is not
meant the
research.
elevations and the
Yeah.
elevation of the details.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about.
I know there are a few live walls that just, we can put on the spot, there were a few that just went in
Just went in.
That have gone in recently, right, up in some in the Hudson Yards, and they had the ones that were done up on the.
Hudson Yards. How much money do they spend maintaining the Hudson Yards?
I don't have those numbers.
Yeah, I know you don't, right?
Just for your note, also the Under Armour store on Broadway has one. I happen to have a friend.
Okay, because they had it up on the High Line too, they just did a
have
few,
one
they've
on
had
the-
a few.
on the wall.
Under
Like,
Armour
they
on
exist.
Broadway, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the dead ones.
Okay.
And
because-
Paris, that has amazing live ones,
Well,
but
they-
that's Paris.
Yes, and they had them all over, they had them all over the Louis Vuitton building too, but.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so
Okay,
in other words, the research should include ones that have been successful in New York City. So when you're speaking to the live wall, if that's the right manufacturer, live wall.
Well, that's where we did,
rep?
that's where we did our research to get that. We did go on and see where they were being applied. I just would have to pull out
Okay.
we'll pull out where they were done, because that's where we didn't pull them out, so.
Okay. Great. Are there any speakers on this?
Just to address the parking issue before, we submitted as well last night a form of restrictive declaration.
Okay.
For the parking, I'd note that while we are.
Parking, you mean for the
For the shuttle service, yes. So We are just asking for flexibility in the form of, with respect to the cure provisions. Speaking with other counsel early this morning about the impact that such a restrictive declaration might have on future bonding from state authorities. They're fine with the provision that the shuttle be provided. We've used the same language that the board has required in 2018-156BZ just recently. But with respect to notice and cure provisions, we are just asking for more flexibility for the mortgagees.
I don't know what that means. I kind of know what it means, but I don't know what it means.
What they're asking for is, so the language in 2018-156BZ, that form of restrictive declaration, which I think has been recorded since, states that...
Okay.
Right, states that failure to cure after 30 days written notice shall result in a void of the grant. The draft that we submitted shows that mortgagees would have an additional 30 days to cure in the event that the owner would.
Sure.
But speaking with counsel today, they actually think they need a little bit more to extend that period for mortgagee to cure, with the board's consent, provided they show good faith effort to cure.
Good faith effort, and then that's that?
Well, an extension of the time in which to cure, with the board's reasonable consent, provided that they're showing a good faith effort to cure.
But at the end of whatever that
At the end of whatever that period,
is,
then obviously, yes, the board can take their action, but the concern is in particular in some period 20 years from now when the city's moved away, gone into this post-car utopia where all of the municipal lots will turn into nice condos, that they need to be able to find somewhere to provide the parking.
Right, okay. What was that, postcard utopia? Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that as a concept. So, all right, so the RD needs to be...
revised, and we'll have it executed and recorded before the resolution.
Good, okay, good. And then we have all of the other stuff, bulkhead dealt with, and it's good. Okay, great. So no speakers. I don't know what we have in early September. There's too many.
There's a lot in September. So 32 on September 10th, 31 on September 17th, 31 on October 3rd, 26 on October 22nd, 16 on October 29th.
How many on October 22nd? 26. October 2nd submission. Yeah, that's probably all right.
7 weeks.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say.
Okay, so continued October 22nd.
That seems to be very far way off.
Yeah, because
Does seem far off? I'm looking at what numbers we have on a calendar. If there's a calendar earlier than October 22nd that...
Yeah, October 22nd in particular is one of the Jewish holidays.
Oh, it's a Jewish holiday. I'm sorry.
It's only supposed to move. We're moving it.
I mean, tell me what, 32 on September 10th, 31 on September 17th, 32 on October 3rd, 26 on October 22nd, which you can't do.
Oh, because
16 on
that's a
October
holiday.
22nd, it's a holiday.
I see.
16 on October 29th.
Let me see what the, so, you know, the reality is, it sounds like nothing to you, but then we have to review them, right? So this one looks terrible. It's got a big red. They both
There are things
got
in the back
red
too,
on it.
don't forget.
Big
Upside
red
down.
bars. Yeah. September 17th. That's the appeal. 44th Road. Okay, I think we could do September 17th. That's an August 28th submission. Is that enough? That's only 2 weeks to do some serious drawings. And I don't know if you have, and research, and I don't know if you have a vacation plan.
Well, we can make it fit, and the
August
details, I have no issue putting that stuff together. Again, I didn't know that was something, that was the level you were looking for.
I understand.
So we can do that, and that we can have generated. As far as
Okay.
the research for the live wall, I don't have an issue with that. We have you that are right on the website to get it for you,
Okay.
to show that.
And you're going to
What
speak
else
to
do
the
you need?
reps at Livewall and
I'm gonna
get a
follow up with them.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And if it's not a live wall, if live wall is not the one that works, there are a number of other
Mhm.
green walls
Mhm.
applications that for manufacturers we can talk about.
Right. And so, but if you're talking about green walls or anything, I want to see a maintenance plan associated with that, because again, it can't be that the owners walk away and then it turns out to be piles of dirt and boxes, right?
Understood.
Okay, I want to make sure owner understands.
Problem with the whole thing.
That's what I thought, see? It needs to be an architectural solution.
Not as far as the project is concerned. I think that
If you're going to speak, you need to go to the mic.
we're here 4 times.
You
already.
have to, you just have to
My name
state
is
your name.
Samuel Khan. I'm the director of the agency, and we're here the 4 times already. And every time there's more and more details, and it costs our agency a fortune of money to generate all this. And I think I don't believe we should come back for another hearing for a small detail like this.
Sorry, so I just don't, I don't want to have this kind of discussion. I want to know whether or not you're going to understand that the design involves maintaining greenery on the exterior of the building, and that your obligation will be to maintain the greenery.
The obligation is whatever is decided by this office, we will do.
Okay.
But I feel your concern for our agency is not where it should be.
I'm sorry. We're just going to move on. I appreciate,
We will.
you know?
In the event that any kind of landscaping will come with a maintenance plan, if we cannot reach a feasible maintenance plan, then we will find another architectural solution that doesn't require said maintenance.
Good, okay. Thank you. All right, so you have your briefing schedule and everything, okay.
Thank you.
Item number, just one, yeah. Submittal of 27.
August 28th submission,
Thank you.
right? Okay, thank you.
Item number 15, 2018, 141 BZ, 110, 3768 Drive, Queens.
Good afternoon, Ellie Gewirtz from Eric Platnick PC on behalf of the applicant. We would like to request a 2-month adjournment for this case, and we understand the board has been very patient, and we appreciate the board's patience. Hopefully, after this adjournment, we'll get it together.
2 months for submission.
Yes, please.
So there are 2 options, I can leave it to you. There's, you can take the October 29th hearing, which would have a submission October 9th, which is slightly less than 2 months.
Okay.
Or you could have, the next hearing is not until November 19th, but you have until October 30th to submit.
We'll take the submission October 9th with the hearing October 29th.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item number 16, 2018, 154 BZ, 966 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. My mic is not even on, shoot. Do you affirm to, no, you have to be sworn in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Lara Altman from the Law Firm Lara Altman. We did have somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. With respect to the file, the plans being corrected, interestingly enough, my version doesn't have that.
Well, ours
So we
does.
will, of course, have a new set sent to you. I apologize for whatever corruption happened on, I'll say the transfer from my office to yours. I don't know what happened there.
So just to be clear, because you may not think of it as
Yes,
a corruption,
yes,
I don't know, maybe yours is readily available. There's like this bar that sits on top of the wall, and it obscures your ability to see what's behind the wall.
Just to make sure it doesn't show again.
Yeah, that's it. So close it. Well, on the cellar, it's not going to make sense because there's no windows, the next one. Yeah. So if you blow that up, you see there's this bar here. There's a solid bar, so you don't see that there's a window
I see
here,
what
a
you're
door
talking about.
there, and all that stuff. That's the
I
first.
see exactly what you're talking about.
And then the other part of it is you've got this legend that says the new wall is this and the existing is
It's
that,
not
and you
clear
can't
enough.
tell the difference.
No, it's certainly not clear enough. We agree with you,
Okay.
we saw that.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have that fixed. I'm just going to make a note. Again, we will have the legend clarified, as I just said. With respect to the rear wall on the second floor, the reason it's being replaced in the same location is really just for ease of construction, because that wall right now is sitting on the first floor. When the first floor gets moved out, there's a problem holding that wall up. They thought for ease of construction, since we didn't need it for the 50%, it would be better to move the first floor and build the second floor wall right on top of it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that was the reason. With respect to the elevations, you're correct, they are mislabeled, and we will have that corrected.
We mentioned that at the last one.
You did mention that at the last hearing, and for some reason, that didn't get carried over, and I apologize for
So
that.
what I would like to ask you, please don't rely on the architect to pick up on the comments.
No,
That's
of
your
course.
job.
We do,
right?
there's always a discussion of when it arrives in my office. Unfortunately, when
Make
they
it
arrive
arrive-
at 5 o'clock the day it's due, we run
Ask
into a problem
them,
with that.
ask them to have it arrive several days
Oh,
before you need
oh, I
to
do.
submit. But really, I don't like to have these kinds of discussions about how there's this
Understood.
small thing, and the idea that council then starts to write the resolution and things aren't coordinated. It's really a waste of everyone's time.
Certainly, it shouldn't happen.
So please take better responsibility for the submissions.
We will speak with the
Okay.
architect. There were other issues, though, with respect to the hatching on the plans. I believe the hatching was shown on the bottom as an area of extension or an area of new construction, depending on which page you looked at. If you looked at the floor plans, I believe it was called extension. If you looked at the elevations, it was called new enlargement.
Right. But we asked for heights of the attic.
Correct. And what he did was that was the next comment. You had asked for that. We added that on the sections. He'll be happy to show it on the floor plans where it's above 8 feet and where it's below. I've already spoken with him. That's being worked on right now.
Okay.
With respect to the statement of facts and findings, I know, L'Oreal, you had mentioned that you had seen a comment that we were changing the non-complying side yard, and I went through the statement, and I did not find that anywhere.
It's not about the statement, it's about your plans and your.
No,
zoning
you're
analysis.
correct on the plans and the zoning analysis. We're already having that corrected. I
Okay.
apologize. I thought you said it was in the statement as well. I checked that. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
mean,
that
for all
there.
purposes, like, the statement of facts is pretty helpful, but when we're writing resolutions and giving these to DOB, we really need to be sure that the plans and the
Right.
zoning analyses are like.
Understood. I've already
a
spoken with the
statement of facts
architect.
we can overlook, but plans are.
But just for your knowledge, what they were planning on doing was actually keeping the wall where it is and adding an exterior finish. That was that 2.5-inch difference. That's all that is. That's why it's going from 4 foot 2.5 to 4 foot, but we're having that.
But that's
fixed.
not permitted, it's a non-complying site.
We're having that fixed on the plans on the left back to the 4 foot 2.5 where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Of course. Survey, I'll be glad to provide that.
Okay.
And last but not least is a discussion of the height.
Yes.
What I did was I did some research on all of the houses on the block last night. This is our side of 24th Street. This is the other side of 24th Street. Coming from the north, we've got 35 feet, 37 feet, 35 feet. Then down here, we have 36 feet. Across the street, we've got 35 feet, 36 feet, 38 feet. This was a BSA approval at 36 feet. This is a BSA approval at 37 feet. This is a BSA approval at 35.1. This is a BSA approval at 35 feet. And then this one is 35, 7 and 15/16. I don't know why that one was so specific. And this is our site. We are directly across from a number of 35-foot buildings. And as you see, all of the yellow buildings on this block are 35 feet.
Do we have that?
I just did this research last night. I'll be glad to provide that to you, of course. But that's
The
what you're
part
seeing.
that's so infuriating about these projects is we give an instruction, pretty clear, bring it down to 34 feet. So what ends up happening? Nothing, or it goes up. If you would just comply with the instruction, we wouldn't be back and forth here every single time we have multiple hearings on your cases. There's no reason for that. Just follow the instructions.
Understood. I spoke with the architect, and he's asked that we try to justify the 35 feet. As I said, we did the research, and we believe that the research does bear out, including an approval that was almost directly across the street and was approved so recently that there is no resolution or approved plans yet on that case.
Well, I don't know, because without the data, it wasn't provided with the application. We ask these questions all the time. Without the data in front of us, we can't comment. So,
I'll be glad to provide that for you.
all right. Okay. End of October. Are there any speakers on this?
Okay, so continued hearing October 29th, submission October 9th.
10/9, 10/29. Thank you very much.
Item number 17, 2019-15BZ, 7940 Cooper Avenue, Queens. There we go. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. So you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter, Commissioners. My name is Frank St. Jacques from Ackerman LLP, appearing on behalf of the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and I'll just speak briefly to the comments and issues that were raised. DOT review obviously is still pending of the site. I'll note that the revised site plan was submitted to DOT in mid-July and then was included with our July 24th BSA submission. We're hoping to have some comments back on that soon. My understanding is that their turnaround time is about 20 days, so that should be imminent. I'm going to defer to our traffic engineer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, that was rude. 20 business days.
Okay, so we should be expecting that, their comments soon. At this point, we're going to defer to our traffic engineer and DOT with respect to the specific comments relating to ingress and egress from the site. We understand the concerns were raised with respect to the justification that was provided for the driveway egress and the concerns over the sidewalk on both sides of that egress driveway.
Right.
So we'll take into account any DOT comments, the BSA comments from yesterday.
And fire
looking-
department, I don't know if you saw their recent letter.
We did.
Fire department is saying that that route is not necessary for fire department emergency access, either by ambulance or truck.
Right, so we saw that letter. It's
Or
been
egress, right?
provided to our traffic engineer, and we will continue that discussion with DOT.
I think is there a representative of the owner of this property? here?
Sure. I'm happy to, James Coakley is here from ownership.
Okay, thanks. Hi.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure, James Coakley of CS Cooper Avenue LLC.
So you're the owner of the property?
The property, correct.
So, and you're developing the property and it happens to have a school, daycare center on it, right?
Correct.
So my question really is, what's the need for that route out that goes to the corner of 80th and Cooper, or near 80th?
That was designed by our original civil engineer, I think with the thought of, two things. One, provide for, more efficient site circulation, as well as, emergency vehicles, getting in and out in a quick manner.
Okay, so we actually, have an expert on the subject of emergency vehicles, known as the fire department, who says that that's not necessary for emergency vehicles. And, I understand it in terms of if you just had a Dwayne Reed in this location or something like that. I'm not sure the DOT would be okay with it anyway, but we don't have, it's not a Dwayne Reed, it's a facility for tiny children, right? And so we're talking about an exposure of kids, parents, or guardians walking with strollers and so on in front of an active egress driveway as the only way to get into the facility if they're coming from 80th and Cooper which is the way that the majority of people will come because of public transit and so on, right? And so, and how that is compromising significantly the safety of those people. So the obvious solution is either move the daycare over to the other retail side so that the entrance is directly from the street or directly from a safer sidewalk area, or eliminate that route, which is making DOT very uncomfortable and all of us very uncomfortable. It seems unnecessary. And maybe you can even make your structure larger in that case if you haven't used up your floor area ratio. The building's not built, right? It's just a vacant lot.
No, not yet.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we'll provide that to the engineer and, for sure, I understand your side on it now, for sure.
Great. So BSA staff has been extremely helpful in coordinating with DOT. We're hoping that continued work with the project manager will allow us to resolve these issues with DOT in an expedited manner. With respect to the...
So it's not only DOT's issues, it's the board's issues.
I understand. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to minimize the board's concerns. It's just we've, in terms of the overall analysis that DOT is performing on the site plan, we understand that those comments are still pending. The comments relating to trip generation are still pending. And we'll, of course, take in the BSA's concerns, along with those comments.
I can't speak for what your client's schedule is, but, for example, our next hearing's available in the end of October or early November, right? If you want to eventually get out of here, and if you want to be able to know who your tenants are while you're building this building, I'd recommend not going back and forth like this and equivocating. The obvious problem that everyone is having is that driveway. Get rid of it. And then I don't think DOT has any problems besides that. It's worried about too many curb cuts. Get rid of the extra curb cut. It's so direct. If you just look at DOT's comments, that's what it's all about, right? Trip generation, sure, because they're trying to understand what will be the drop-offs, all that stuff. But otherwise, you have a very nice way for parents to get in. They drop the kid off. They walk the kid over to the entrance. Easy, right?
So again, I mean, point taken, and this applicant obviously has an interest in resolving this case as quickly as possible. We've brought this back to the traffic engineering team, and we'll hope to work with DOT to resolve this.
But hear what I said, owner.
We'll take it back, and look, not something I could, to be frank, tell you right here. I mean, I'll have to go back to the operator. I mean, they've approved a tentative site plan, so I'd have to.
Your tenant has, in other words.
Yeah, so I'd have to have them, approve any significant changes, which that would be.
Sure,
so.
understood. But just like you're a business person, they're business people too. This could go on for a really long time, and I don't think that's really in the interest of your business, either business.
You're right. This is obviously not in the interest of the applicant. So we'll continue to work with DOT, with our team, and take in the BSA's and DOT's comments. DEP review is also still pending. We've prepared an updated Phase 1, and we'll be able to submit that to BSA shortly. I'll just note that the site was subject to a full remediation under a DEC spill, which has been signed off for several years now. So we're not expecting issues with relating to hazmat, but we'll submit the Phase 1 and any additional documentation that's necessary. With respect to the details regarding the school-age children program, I'll flesh that out in the narrative. Essentially, this would be contingent on local schools actually partnering with the proposed operator to have a school-age program. So it's built into the application now, but it's subject to interest and involvement by neighborhood schools. I'll just note generally in terms of safety, any children that are either brought by vehicle, bus, or walked over to the school would be accompanied at all times and actually brought into the facility, similar to the protocols that the daycare has for just regular students attending. Again, we'll put that in the narrative.
Okay, and
then
for those after-school kids, how do they get there? Because with little kids, it's much more obvious. How do the after-school kids actually arrive? At the
sorry,
site?
so that's what I was speaking to now. It's not determined yet how the students will be, if they would be brought from one of the local schools. There's several schools in the area. Some are about a half mile away, some are about a mile away, that may be interested in partnering with Children of America for an after-school program. If they're brought by bus, they would be chaperoned and brought into the facility, or someone would come out and bring them into the facility. If they're walked over, I know that schools in my neighborhood do that. Again, they would also be chaperoned.
They're walked over by who, though?
Well, that's, it would either be someone from Children of America or someone from the school. Again, those details haven't been worked out because it would involve the schools themselves.
Right, okay.
But, and those partnerships haven't been developed yet. But I guess just the general overall safety protocol is that no children are unaccompanied regardless of whether or not they're in the daycare program or the school age program. I think the maximum age is 12 years, so that's still too young for, at least in Children of America's eyes, to have unaccompanied drop-offs. Now, it's Children of America's policy that no children are brought to the facility unaccompanied or arrive at the facility or depart unaccompanied. So, and then finally, just with respect to the question related to a refrigerated trash room, I'll flesh this out in the narrative. The daycare uses a delivery service of packaged meals. There's no fresh food cooked at the facility. There's no, I believe it's identified as a kitchen on the plans, but they're not actually preparing food. They're just serving these prepackaged meals. So the trash would consist largely of that packaging.
Yes.
And we
No, it consists of leftover food that the kids don't eat. That's the issue, which attracts creatures.
Right, but the trash pickup is scheduled for 3 times weekly. It's a Monday through Friday
I want to
facility.
negotiate it. On every one of our schools, we have a refrigerated trash storage area. There are really small containers that get put in a closet that compact the waste, and it's refrigerated, and you plug it into the wall. It's not a debate.
Okay. And I believe I've addressed all the comments that we can address.
Okay.
So, yes, we'll note on the plans that there's a refrigerated trash room. So we'd like to come back as early as possible. We believe that we're expecting comments from DOT shortly, and I think there's a willingness to, work on the site plan.
There's a reality of our schedule.
Sure.
But rather than saying at a next hearing where we're still working this out and all of that stuff, you're in a position now to keep going back and forth with DOT until these issues are resolved. There's still open environmental questions, which includes the noise sign-off and air quality for the rooftop play area, which we still don't have.
So may I just, my understanding is that DEP would be making that determination.
Yes.
This was something that the board raised at the last hearing.
They didn't do it. As far as I
DEP did
know-
not do that, to be
Well,
clear.
As far as I know, DEP has only signed off on air quality and noise as the site, for instance, being an air quality generator and noise being an impactor on the site, not on
So
whether
pursuant
the
to seeker.
not whether it's okay to play on the roof.
Right.
Roof, we did ask them about.
But
It's
we-
on page, in the Analyzing EAS, on page 91 of the PDF, but we just need confirmation that they looked at that.
Right, we don't
and
know.
Signed off on.
Exactly.
So the applicant has provided the analysis, we're just waiting on for a DOP
Right.
determination that it's sufficient. DEP determination.
Right, so we don't know if there'll be a back and forth on that. DOT, we don't know what else, because you have to respond to DOT and respond to us on that question. And so that's why saying as early as possible, we have both the schedule and other agencies that we need to hear from, right?
Understood.
Okay, are there any speakers on this? Does fire department want to add anything? Because they submitted a detailed letter, so that you need to look at that. Okay, so schedule?
I know where we are.
Yeah, I know where we are. So the 20th.
Should we look at September?
Yeah, no. The late October one?
3rd is 30.
No.
If that October 22nd date is
Yeah.
possible?
Yeah, that's October 2nd, so that's really only giving you a month because, August, right? So it's giving you a month to work at this with all the agencies, and it'd be a shame if you didn't, and then we come to October 22nd and it's still not worked out, which means, given our calendar, you're in January. So I'm.
Understood.
Yeah, no, I'm doing this for the benefit of the owner. I hear business in his head, and he wants to get started with his project,
We have,
right?
we have a deliverable, or else
Yeah,
it's not a
exactly.
deal, so yes.
Exactly.
I mean, we're very conscious of time, and I think we've shown a willingness to be responsive to the various agencies involved, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
And again, our project manager's been extremely helpful if we could continue relying on her to coordinate.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
October 22nd?
I think I asked if there were speakers.
October 2nd.
Yeah.
We didn't.
You did?
New cases, item number 1, 2017-324BZ, 85th Avenue, Manhattan.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Should be in the room already.
Is anyone here for this?
Yeah, he's here, he's
Oh,
just getting
okay.
his clients. Okay, I need all the players.
Who's ever going to give testimony?
Testify, sorry. That was a loose term.
I don't, with me today is the architect, Sal Niego. You want to sign in?
So you need to raise your right hands and be sworn in, both of you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
State
Good
your name.
afternoon. So I was at
State your name,
State your
please.
name for the record, sorry.
Jeffrey Chester, Schumann Updike. I was at review session yesterday, and I know a couple of issues were raised. One issue was the fact that there was no feedback from DOI on the personnel questionnaire.
We have it.
Okay, so that issue's been taken care of. I know there was some question about the plans and the legend.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the commissioners have the last submittal we put in, because there were multiple ones, and that was a set of plans of July 10th, and on that set of plans, there's a legend.
No, we don't have a July 10th submission.
Well, it was submitted.
We have, the last one is May 13th.
Yeah, no, there was a July 10th.
Do you have a
set
copy
of
of
plan-
that submission?
Yeah. I don't have a copy of the full submission, I have a copy of the plans.
Would that be helpful for you to see?
Yeah, but.
The plans have a legend, so I think that was one of the...
17, 324.
Anything in the void?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have an extra,
Go to
that'd be
the
super
void?
helpful. Thank you.
Nope.
And see whether the legend is sufficient.
Yeah. Can somebody check on SharePoint whether this is there?
Yeah, can we go to SharePoint? I don't want to touch your notes.
Because it might not have somehow or other gotten
That's what I'm
put into the
thinking.
PDF.
2017-320. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was some confusion at the end with the existing project manager, and whether we need to do a full response to comments or just submit some documents, and
Okay, there is indeed a legend.
Yes.
It says, for instance, main training room gets, whatever that stuff is.
The plans, the
Concrete
last
base
submission.
with floor muffler,
Is it in?
ultra seal base, polypropylene.
And what's the date?
Isn't it polypropylene foam
May
above
13th.
concrete?
so...
Yeah, it says concrete base, da-da-da-da.
That says May
It says those
13th.
things, not that I have time to review it.
I think that also goes hand in hand with the last statement of facts that was put in. There was an exhibit, Exhibit A to the statement of facts, that outlined exactly what level of insulation and soundproofing and corresponded to each exhibit, 1A, I think, through 1E or something like that, And we put in the product specs, so that it's sort of, it would all be keyed.
There
And-
were 2 spec sheets provided in the prior submission. We haven't seen the July submission, but in the submission, the May submission or something, had cut sheets of 2 different attenuation materials. This one seems to be showing more
No,
material.
there should have been more. There were multiple product
There
sheets that were
was
submitted.
a LICO platform, tri-power pad, and that's it, right? This one's the resolutions. So those were only 2 systems that were provided in cut sheets in that November submission.
So there was a submission after that. It was the
And the
second.
May submission, I don't think has cut sheets.
So there was a submission in July. Apparently
Oh,
did
really?
not- Yeah. It was a Dropbox. Rachel did it?
Correct. Rachel Kaufman, my paralegal.
Rachel did it, yeah. And
But it
apparently-
didn't make it
didn't
into
make
our-
it.
Okay.
That's only one page.
So did you provide more cut sheets in this July
I believe,
submission?
I believe we did. I don't know if it was in the July submission. I'm looking right now at the exhibit to the May 9th statement of facts, and I have,
This one?
I have 1A through 1D. So, oh, I'm sorry, through 1E. So there were 5 separate product sheets that were submitted.
Okay, where was it? Existing list of affected, physical.
Yeah,
Sign analysis, no, it doesn't look like your last submission included any additional cut sheets.
I believe that's correct. The last submission did not. I would have,
So we don't have additional cut sheets? We only have those 2 from November.
I don't know what happened. I'd have to go back and trace it, but I know that at one point I attempted, because I have it here in my exhibit, to file a total of 5.
5 cut sheets?
yeah.
5 different materials?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't want to, so this one, the lot, are there any speakers on this application? Anybody from the community, 85th Avenue? Okay. I don't want to belabor this. The reason for this was if this was a noise-producing site, because there's weightlifting going on, and if neighbors had problems with the site, then we'd want to get more into the attenuation. But the drawings, now that we know those drawings were submitted, right? Yes, for sure submitted, Tony?
Excuse me?
The drawings are submitted, stamped in, submitted?
I don't have the hard copy. You're talking about the hard copy?
We just have the digital, that's all.
Oh,
Did you do the
so
hard
that's-
copy?
We did a hard copy.
We did a hard copy.
Rachel did a submission to the desk.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
I
so
could
we
forward-
don't,
I could forward this to Vincent to make sure he's uploading it. Is that what you want?
can we put this on second call and
Yeah.
figure out what's going on? Let's put this on, we only have a few other cases. Let's just find out what's going on, because we can't close the hearing
Okay.
if the drawings weren't properly
Understood.
submitted, okay?
I don't think I'm going to need my, the operations people from the club to stay.
No,
Yeah,
no, I don't
okay.
think so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So second call this, and see if we can get somebody in the office.
I'll email the records department to see if we have the hard copy.
Mhm.
Submitted in July, is that right, Tony?
Yes.
Because this set he gave us isn't
No, I
even
have it.
stamped in.
I have it. It's just they want to see if the hard copy is there. Okay. Item number 2, 2018-19BZ, 119 West 23rd Street, Manhattan.
And we do have notice of hearing, right?
Yes, we have proof of notice of hearing and we have DOI.
Okay.
Do you raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, proceed. You sent Maria? Is it-
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Angelino on behalf of the application. There was a request for a first floor plan, which we've had the architect draw up. and we'll submit it both electronically and in hard copies, which shows the access from West 23rd Street, the elevator and the stair, as indicated on the second floor.
Is this I forget, is this a through lot? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And the primary entrance is from 23rd Street, not from
23rd Street.
24th.
Yeah, there's a dedicated lobby and stair, so just about everybody goes in from 23rd Street.
Okay, it's just to see where fire egress is going out to 24th.
24th
right,
Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No.
There was a question regarding a banner. As we indicated in our plan, there are no signs for this PCE, but I'm going to call upon Heather Terra, who is the studio manager, to describe the banner.
I just have to say, I don't know if that banner belongs to Humming Puppy, right? That's
Yeah,
the
we'll
one.
describe it.
I think it was just a banner that was rolled up in the
was rolled
wind,
up.
so it was not clear whom it belonged to.
It was on the same floor as Honey Puppy, on the second floor.
Yes, yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Heather Terra, and I'm the studio manager for Humming Puppy. So we are located on the second floor, and there's a flagpole outside our space, but the banner from the flagpole is for the first floor, which is the Poster House Museum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So here's the question again. We just got a submission on a first floor plan that's not part of the PCE, it's just to show egress.
But I believe that's part of our approved plan
Yeah,
set,
normally
no?
it's part of the approved plan set, so unless we can get this submitted,
It
I
needs to be
don't.
submitted and then we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
vote it.
Okay, so I don't know what else to
Not
do.
approved, to approve without.
Yeah, okay. So,
Another second call?
I don't know. Are you able to get this submitted today while we're still in operation? here?
Electronically?
Yes.
And in hard copy.
And in hard copy.
Just note, we're taking a break at 2 o'clock. We'll have a half hour before we come back for lunch. Keep that in mind. Is that enough time to go to 250 Broadway?
I could try.
Okay, let's put it on for second call. Otherwise, I don't know when we'll be able to come back because our calendar is packed in
Well,
September.
If it's that small of a submission, can't we put them on for the next hearing?
I suppose.
I just have a question. Is this ground floor plan
It's just the
for
ground.
information only?
No,
Because
it's not for information only because we always require that we understand how access, ADA access, and fire egress is accomplished at each one of these sites.
and the access shown on the second floor plan is not sufficient?
No, because how did you get to the second floor?
By elevator or staircase?
But from where? How did you get out of the building? Is there a second means of egress for real? Does the second means of egress go outside? Or does it go through an occupied space, which is not a legal means of egress, et cetera, et cetera? That's why. What's that?
Stamp? That's only the hard
Oh, no, but it's only the hard, we don't have an electronic submission, right? Okay, all right, so second call this? Okay.
Do you need these?
Do you need these back? It's a lot of copies you gave us. You gave us like 10 photocopies, okay. Thank you.
Second call. Okay.
Okay, next.
Next, item number 3, 2019 7BZ, 3341 Country Club Road, the Bronx. Yeah, you gotta be sworn in. Do you have any other speakers with you?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, everyone want to raise their right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on any board member questions? Please proceed.
Good afternoon once again. Frank Angelino on behalf of Fordham Waterfront Holdings, LLC, which has now become the fee owner several months ago of the property. So Waterfront Holdings, LLC, which, as indicated in the statement, is a group of alumni of Fordham University, including one of its trustees, whose sole purpose is to turn the deed over after they do the work in restoring the property damaged by Hurricane Sandy and restoring the dock. So the sole purpose is for the alumni to have a turnkey project that will be deeded over to Fordham University. We have a representative of Fordham University here today who will read a letter into the record. Further letter into the record.
A different letter? Okay.
What you have seen previously. If I might.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
In terms of who's handling the transfer of the property, is that you or there's real estate counsel involved?
There's real estate counsel involved. It's
So
not me.
maybe this is a conversation to have, who's not here right now, right?
Not here, but Dennis Ruppel, who is a longtime trustee of Fordham University and also the Commodore of the Sailing Club, is
Okay.
here to speak directly to that. And if I may, call on Dennis.
Yeah, absolutely, but the reason I'm asking about real estate counsel is I'm looking for some kind of mechanism that has maybe like an option, not more than an option, some kind of an earlier transfer document, so that sort of like upon approval, say, for example, the ownership would transfer, because at the moment, ownership is in a private entity, which is not a university or a college, and this special permit is not available to a private entity. So unless we know that there's the equivalent of a contract vendee, who in this case is like a donee vendee or whatever, a contract donee, we don't actually have the authority to approve under this special permit, which means there's that other special permit for a private entity. And maybe they could run together and eventually the private entity steps away and the university steps in. But at the moment, we don't have a university. Okay?
Yes, my name is Dennis Ruppel. As Frank mentioned, I have been a trustee at Fordham University since 1988. I am also the sole manager of the entity or applicant, Fordham Waterfront Holdings, LLC, which entity was created for the sole purpose of acquiring this property, improving it, and deeding it to the university. I have been the long-time chairman of the Board of Trustees Committee on Student Development and Athletics, and we have been working together, that is to say, the university and a group of alumni to cause this to happen. We have been representing to both the neighbors and to the community board that this will be for university use and university use only, and that's all that's ever been intended, and that's all we're going to do. So as the sole person who can sign the deed to the university, I can commit to the record that the property will be deeded to the university. There's a representative from the university here who can also represent to you that the university will accept title to the property. So, I don't know if you have any other questions,
Yeah,
but
so that's why I thought having real estate counsel get involved in this.
I happen to be a real estate attorney.
That's so convenient.
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps you can come up with a mechanism that makes it a binding relationship the same way as you might have a contract vendee or something, right?
What would be appropriate in this circumstance, because it's a donation to a not-for-profit institution, would be a pledge agreement.
Mhm.
So if you want to condition your approval on there being a signed pledge agreement pledging?
No, not a condition of approval. We would want to see the pledge agreement, and if that's adequate for, I'm not really sure without talking to our own counsel, that it adequate to basically stand for the proposition that the applicant is the university, because the applicant is supposed to be a university or a college, right? For this special permit. What I want to make clear, I don't know if Mr. Angelino made clear, is it's not to say we can't do this with another mechanism. There's another mechanism available for a private club to do this.
But it's not our intention to ever have a private club operate on the property. So I would think, frankly, that wouldn't, it would be potentially misleading to the neighbors and to the others who are involved who might think we're kind of doing a bait and switch here, and that is not at all the intention. So I would think the direct path to getting the conditional permit would be the best.
So I guess my question is, why can't it be conveyed now?
Because the university has asked us to complete the improvements to the property prior to conveyance. That's been the understanding from the very beginning.
Is that in a written agreement anywhere?
Well, there's emails and that sort of thing, but
Not a formalized contract of any
no,
sort?
no.
Well, what about, this is me doing, real estate 101 kind of thing, but why can't there be some kind of reversionary agreement where you're actually conveying the property now with this agreement that your not-for-profit or something like that does the work, and in the absence of the work, it reverts back to your entity, the Fordham Waterfront Holdings. So in other words, you have a conveyance, and the conveyance comes with a condition, and that if you don't fulfill your condition, then it reverts back to Fordham Waterfront. I don't know if that works for us, frankly, but.
Or to make it, could I suggest that, is there anything that's preventing Fordham from being a co-applicant in this application? From doing a sort
Not
of
that
authorization?
I'm not aware of any reason they wouldn't. They know, they've been worked with us from the beginning.
Rather than going through contracts and agreements,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they can provide an authorization to proceed on their behalf, because they will ultimately be the operator.
Letter of
Signed-
authorization
Yes.
for the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, can you speak to that?
Bill, perhaps he could read into the record the letter that he has and see if that satisfies you. If you want something more, we can, get that
I
done.
think we need more than a letter, but yes,
I think we need more than a
There's
letter.
another letter.
So good afternoon, my name is William Colonna. I serve as University's Director of Government Relations and Urban Affairs and have been participating as one of the representatives for this project on behalf of the university. Today, specifically, I'm here on behalf of Marco Valera, who serves as Vice President for Facilities Management, who provided me with this letter, which I'll read into the record and can provide copies of. Dear Commissioners, with our knowledge, a group of Fordham University alumni, under the name of Fordham Waterfront Holdings LLC, have purchased the subject premises with the sole purpose of restoring it for the use of the Fordham sailing and crew teams. We understand that when the site renovations are completed by the alumni group, that title to the subject premises will be deeded to Fordham for the use of the Fordham sailing and crew teams. Signed, Marco Valera, Vice President for Facilities Management.
So that's very similar to another letter we have, which isn't the same thing as owning it, right? So that says when the renovations are done, we'll get it. What if the renovations are never done? We just issued a permit to an entity that isn't allowed to receive the permit under this type of permitting. That's why
It sounds like your problem is solved if the university is a co-applicant. Okay, well, I think that's what we'll request then.
check the language. Let me just
I
check
think
the
it-
language in the, yeah.
And I think that's the easiest
May permit,
path.
the language is, we may permit colleges or universities, including professional schools, provided that the following findings are made, that such use is located. So it's to permit a college or university. So the college or university must be the applicant, right? So I think that is the
Well,
solution.
that speaks to use, and certainly that's the only use you're authorizing.
Right,
Is
that's
for-
a special permit is for the college university,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
So there could be an altered owner's authorization of form, of a sort, kind of saying Fordham authorizes this facility with the intention of it be ultimately being
So they'd be in effect co-applicants.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So that on our heading in our bulletin, it would say application by your group and Fordham University.
Right, because we previously gotten permission from the prior owner when we were contracting these, they're out of the picture.
Okay.
For the Westchester Country Club Association, they're gone.
So now Fordham Holdings owns the site?
Waterfront holding only.
Yes.
And
Waterfront, yeah, okay. So you're not the contract vendee anymore, you're the owner?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we closed on the property in March.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Well, that makes it that much easier. Okay, right, okay.
if that works for you, it works for us.
Yes, okay. That'll, I think that works, right?
What works?
What we just said.
A new authorization, or a supplementary authorization.
And to be clear in the paperwork that Fordham University is the co-applicant, right? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
They could be a
we
tenant
amended.
in this story. Yeah, to be clear, just on the record, Fordham could be a tenant in this story, right?
Yeah, that's
It doesn't really matter who owns the fee as long as Fordham is operating the activity. Okay, all right, good. So, okay, did you want? Yeah, so, well, that was actually one of the findings. The other is, we talked about how the site is going to be maintained and landscaping along the, and actually, interestingly, the resolution from when the country club got their special permit, it required the same kinds of site improvements as Commissioner Shanda mentioned yesterday, that the fencing and the landscaping along the perimeters be improved, and also that there be no storage. And at that time, it was a country club, right, with a swimming pool. No storage on the exterior, so that for instance, all the boats would be stored inside of a storage building, right, for the boats, as opposed to everything laying out all around, right?
Well, we'd like to speak to that on the storage of the boats, because there's a whole protocol how they do that during the season and away from the season.
Okay, let's hear.
And Dennis, you want to speak to that?
The intention is to improve the site with a floating concrete dock. And the concrete dock will have cradles on it for the boats, where they would be, or approximately half of the boats, would be stored in those cradles during the season for ease of putting them in the water and retrieving them for practices in the afternoon.
Are the cradles covered?
The cradles are basically wooden or other material,
Right.
that's shaped like the hull of the boat, so that can be pulled up onto
Right,
it.
but is
from
there
the
a
water.
cover over
No,
them?
no.
No, so they're completely exposed,
Just
sitting
like
on the dock?
Just like a boat at an anchor or tied up to the side of the boat. They're taken out just to reduce the chance of damage of them being in the water.
So, and this is a sailing club, right?
There's the sailing team, Fordham Sailing Team, which is co-ed and women's, are the two disciplines in college sailing. And there's also the crew team, which is both co-ed, women's and men's crew teams.
So where are the sails and the paddles stored?
They're kept in buildings, in a storage building.
Okay, so, I mean, I think the concern that the prior resolution had was that the site becomes strewn with just a bunch of junk, right? So, people finish with the paddles and throw them on the ground kind of thing, right?
Well, this equipment is too valuable
I
to
know.
allow that, and
Right.
it's supervised with professional coaches, and there are proper racks that are built for the purpose
Right.
of storing these items.
So I think what's missing from the application, though, is we only have a site plan, and there is concern about where all of everything goes, and in the winter where the boats are stored, and normally you have kind of a clubhouse where everything is put when you have a rowing
Well-
club right?
Generally, they're stored on racks that are
Right.
made for the purpose.
Inside, though, not just outside.
Not the boats. The boats are generally outside, upside down.
But you're not leaving them out in the winter.
Yes.
You leave the
normally.
boats out in the winter?
They have covers on them, but they're in racks that are designed for that purpose.
Where we have rising tides, you're leaving the boats?
No. This is upland. I was only
Behind the
referring to the
building.
cradles during the season while they're using them for practice. During the winter months, when they are not practicing or competing, then the boats are stored covered the boats are each covered and
With
put on racks.
tarps, you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
And there's no way to store, it actually, let me just go back to the finding.
I think there was one statement that said the first floor is going to be used for equipment storage.
Well, that
of
would be
the main
that would
building.
be masts, rudders, oars, centerboards.
Okay, right. Right, so I guess because as was mentioned yesterday, one side of this, one property line has a school, and the other one has residences. And this idea of leaving all the boats out all year in the winter with tarps that I know from my own experience with boats, the tarps are bright blue, they're bright orange, they're not exactly a subdued
Yeah.
color, right?
Maybe the coach could speak better to that
Okay.
if you could swear him in.
Okay,
This is Johnny Norfleet, who is the
Okay.
sailing coach.
But one of the reasons I keep talking about this is I've been to rowing clubs and sailing clubs where they actually have a structure into which the boats are put, even during season, but into which the boats are put off-season, so they're off the site as general storage, because here you are in this low-lying area, you're at sea level, or maybe even below sea level, and when we have rising tides, all those racks could get wrecked, right?
Perhaps, I don't know if you got a topographic survey of the site or not.
Yes.
There's actually a section of the site that's significantly above sea level. Probably 15 feet above sea level. So there is high and dry area,
Okay,
a
but I mean,
significant high and dry.
I understand, but at the same time, I'm still thinking about, what it looks like. Well,
Yeah.
why wouldn't there be an enclosure for all of this equipment in the wintertime when basically the site isn't being used, right?
I understand the chair's question. Having walked the site, and the immediate neighbor to the north is Villa Maria Academy. It's an 8-acre school site and convent, and most of the buildings are several acres away from the site. If you go to the back of Villa Maria Academy and walk to the water, this site is basically landscaped away from that, and the same on the other side. So it's not where a spot, but unless you were in Eastchester Bay, that you would be seeing these boats stored on the banks of the river. But I'm going to turn to Johnny Norfleet, who the coach of the Fordham sailing team.
State your name for
Yes,
the
I'm
record.
Johnny Norfleet. I'm the current coach of the Fordham University sailing team. Just to speak to the question of tarps, it's not actually like haphazard sort of blue tarps thrown over the top. Each boat has an individual canvas cover that's custom made for the boat, labeled. They sit 4 high on racks that are custom built for the boats themselves, that can be wheeled or moved and put wherever appropriate and wherever community would deem appropriate on the property. It had been our intent to, if we're able to refurbish the building on the side of the property and allow for garaged or large enough door to fit indoor storage of the sailboats during the winter. But we haven't been able to get to the point of ascertaining whether we have the funding in place yet to take those next steps, but that has been the intent, to have them eventually stored indoors. That would be better for the boats, but if and when during the interim they are stored outdoors, they sort of fit cleanly and nicely. I could try and provide pictures of what they look like at our current facility, but they
How many boats are there?
be lined up nice. At present, 20 boats on the property.
There are 20, what, sailboats or?
Sailboats, yeah, they're 2-person, about 15 feet long sailboats. They're fairly simple.
Okay, and how many shells?
No shells as of yet. Well, there will
Oh,
be.
I thought there's a crew also, no?
I believe 4 permanent shells for the crew team. I can't speak exactly to the assets of the crew team.
8 shells?
8 shells.
With how big is the crew on each, how big are the shells?
I think they're 8-person shells.
Okay.
About 40 feet.
Okay. So I'm hearing the in-between the lines story. So if we just think about like the Harvard Rowing Club or the University of Pennsylvania's Rowing Club or one of those things, they have those beautiful little buildings right on the shoreline. And when you are finished with your rowing, you bring your boats inside and they store in these beautiful little rowing buildings. And that's part of the kind of allure of a rowing club. Why aren't we doing the same thing here?
Well, there's several considerations. One, sailboats have masts, and so they have to be disassembled, which you don't do every day during the season, which is why they need to be stored outside, so with the masts on them.
Right.
With respect to the rowing shells, they obviously are longer than the kind of rowing experience you just described. Maybe I misunderstood what you were referring to.
These are rowing
But anyway,
shells for crews.
But it's a bit of a, feel like it's a bit of a catch-22. We have not proceeded with design because we first need to know we're going to be able to use the site, which is why we're here for the permit, the special permit, so that we know that we can have this use. We actually, in anticipation, hopefully, of getting your approval, are meeting on the site tomorrow with the university's athletic department representatives and a design team and a marine biologist so that we can advance the design. We have not wanted to proceed with the design till we know we can do this use. We fully intend to proceed with design once we have the special permit that tells us we can use this use.
So it doesn't really work like that. What we're approving is something very specific, and if you do something different, Department of Buildings sends you right back to us. So if you do something different than is shown on this site plan, we see you again. Well, let me just finish. The other part of it is, we're supposed to be understanding what is actually the scope of the project, because that's what we're reviewing. So it seems to me, it feels like the application's not mature, because you actually don't know what you're doing. And when you say the marine biologist, is that because you're going to have to apply also to DEC for peer approval?
For the water side work.
Right, but what about waterfront? Like, you have this existing 2-story masonry building, frame building that has a really nice roof, according to the satellite image.
So it may be, perhaps I didn't speak clearly enough. The intention was to begin the use of the site with its existing improvements. That is why the site plan shows what's there.
I'm so confused. So how are you going to store it? How old is this pier?
This boats will be stored on racks as was described by the sailing coach.
On the pier?
On the pier and cradles during the season.
Right, but I'm
and on
seeing
land
the
and
pier is
racks of
extending all the way out into the water by a lot. Are the racks going to be installed on this pier?
No.
Where are the racks
The
gonna be
racks
installed?
are store 4 high on land outside of the season in which they're used. They're not used during the summer or the winter.
No. Where are the boats stored during season?
During the season, on cradles on the dock.
On the pier? On the dock?
yeah.
On the pier?
Yes.
Which one? The pier is what's extending all the way out into the water.
Although-
Are you the architect?
No.
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 Yeah, please, someone who can answer these questions would be really great.
Hi, I'm Tim Judge from Echo Assessment LLC. I'm the biologist, and I also happen to be a sailor, and I'm also chairman of the zoning board in Sleepy Hollow, so I appreciate what you're going through. What the idea is to restore the existing dock and to bring it back to its historic configuration. And then along the north side of the dock, to install floats that would be on the butt up against the dock. And those floats are where the boats will be stored. That will have the cradles.
And they'll ride up and down.
They'll ride up and
Right.
down with the tide, right? So that's where we have to go in front of Army Corps of Engineers, New York State DEC, New York State Department of State, in addition to the City of New York, right? Those are the standard things. Right, and we've had preliminary conversations with folks from New York State DEC, from the regional office, also with NOAA and National Marine Fisheries Service, which does the primary review in terms of the biology of the site for Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, so here's the thing. What ends up happening is if you get if we were to grant an approval based on the drawings we have, and you eventually go to DOB with your completely different proposal, they will send you back here. What you should be having on this, what we should have received and didn't receive, we're not saying you need to get DEC and NOA and Army Corps approval and all of that in advance, but what you need to be showing us is what is your proposal for the final project so that we have those drawings.
So you want to see final configuration of the dock, not necessarily details of the dock.
Correct. So it's what you would be submitting to them with your ideal, and at some point, they may say, it's not happening like that, in which case, you would have to amend the project with us, or Department of Buildings will send you back, right? So they'll either send you back first, or you come to us first, right? One way or the other. But if you don't come to us with what your ideal is, you sort of accomplished nothing here, right? So the permit is allowing the picture that we're seeing. It's not allowing anything else. So what I really recommend is that you do your drawings with your designers. It's not that we expect, because I know Army Corps is a very long process, and assume approvals from them with modifications that arguably won't look that much different than the layout. But we need to see what it is you're intending to do, because we also need to see fencing, landscaping, that you're meeting the requirements for, it's not a requirement under this special permit, under the other one, but that there is an adequate amount of open space and so on. And there's two findings: that the uses won't impair the character of the neighborhood as a single-family neighborhood, and also that the use will draw a minimum of vehicular traffic to and through local streets, which was responded to with the Ram vans, right? But, I mean, for instance, are you going to be keeping that whole site paved? Or are you going to be landscaping that site? And if you're going to be landscaping it, that's what we should be seeing on the drawings. There should be an architect here, really, in this picture.
The portion of the site is already paved. That would continue to be paved as it is. There's a portion of the site that is landscaped with grass and other shrubbery and so on.
And that's
that would
the
continue.
raised portion.
Yes, yes, it is.
So, and when you store a sailboat, you take the mast off, you don't store it with the mast, right? Right?
Correct.
So everything comes down and the sailboat is flat, right?
At the end of the season.
At the end of the
masts are
season.
left up.
Right, but what we're talking about is how you store the boats during season and how you store the boats off-season, right? And I don't think the assumption should be that the boats are stored outside in January. I just don't really think that that's and especially if you've got an existing structure. You have 3 existing structures on this site. How are they going to be used, right? So I think really the application's premature, and that you need to be meeting with the designers and show us what it is how you're really going to be using the site.
I know it's a fine point, but the boats, for as long as there's been a sailing team at Fordham, have been stored outside in the off-season. So that's why we presumed we would be able to continue.
But you didn't have to
doing
come here for a special permit, and I don't know how you were doing that before. Okay, all right. I think that
I just
if-
have a
Yeah, a question.
environmental question. Does it require a WRP?
Maybe. I don't know. Well, because it's not a seeker, it doesn't trigger seeker because they originally said it was no new construction, but now I don't know.
No, that
Right.
the dock, by the way, goes back to the 1870s. Originally, this land was owned by the Westchester Country Club, not the same Westchester Country Club that's in Westchester, but the Westchester Country Club when the Bronx was called Westchester.
But
So it was owned by them, and they had 5 community facility buildings prior to the resolution in the 1870s. One of them was these buildings and the dock, which goes back to the 1870s.
Mr.
In
Angelino,
1922,
sorry,
1922,
My question was with regards to the new floating dock that is going to be built, will that trigger a WRP? That's really what, I
don't know.
I think your documents were very thorough in terms of the history, and I appreciate that.
no, we're only talking, just to be clear, we're only talking about restoring existing buildings. We're not talking about building any new buildings.
Now, I want to differ about this, and this is my own experience with the DEC and building piers and all of that. The survey describes that pier as dilapidated. My own experience with the DEC and the Army Corps is they may not let you rebuild that dilapidated pier, hence the biologist, right? Because they say it's too far into the water. We want you to pull it back. Animal populations are doing the following things. The pier is too far in. So to say that you get to rebuild the pier, my experience is, oh no, you get to build what they let you build based on studies that DEC reviews.
And I appreciate that. What we have found, though, under the nationwide permits, this would probably go under a nationwide from the Army Corps in terms of their review, and that's the preliminary discussions that I've had with them. And my preliminary discussions with DEC have been favorable about restoring the pier back to its original configuration. And yes, there are sometimes those issues. In terms of endangered species and issues regarding the biology of the area, I've had conversations with the Section 7 office of GARFO, which is the Greater Atlantic Regional Fisheries Office of National Marine Fisheries for NOAA, and there is not an issue. The only 2 endangered species are sturgeon, both Atlantic and short-nose. They do migrate through the river systems in Long Island Sound. They're not typically found in Eastchester Bay. This is something that can be handled during the construction, usually with turbidity curtains to minimize the footprint and the potential impact of the work itself. It requires vibratory hammers for driving piles in rather than using an impact hammer to reduce concussive effects in the water. I've had those preliminary discussions with them. Certainly, DEC will need to review documents before they'll make a determination. But I don't anticipate running into too many issues with the dock reconstruction itself. We've also spoken with OGS Lands Underwater Office in Albany, and certainly the footprint is within primarily within the grant of lands underwater that exists with the property, and the small portion that we would reuse, which was historically used, does not seem to present an issue to the Lands Underwater Office.
Okay, okay. All right, and then in terms of any construction or reconstruction of existing buildings on the site, because they're so close, they're probably within the watershed, I mean, within the
They're
wetland.
certainly within the FEMA 100-year. They're also, in looking at the 2050 standard set by the city of New York for sea level rise, a small portion of the first floor of the existing building, the most eastward of the buildings, the closest to the shore, does have some area coverage, but it does not go further back and does not cover the whole footprint of that building. but primarily where the dock and the top of the existing bulkhead at the shoreline.
Okay. Okay, so I think what we really need is your input with the designers to work on what it is being proposed to DEC relative to what you think is logical that they would approve, and that we see drawings that look like that. And then that's what you would then be able to move forward on, because you have approval from this agency to build that. Understood?
Right. No, I understand, and it is a continued use of the property in terms of being a boating facility.
Yes.
As it has been, and that's been a historic use under the special use permit that exists for that property now, correct? So.
No, actually, so it has an expired permit to be a country club use with a swimming pool, which was never built, right? Other than that, I'm not sure what it's.
I think it might be a pre-existing condition that proceeded since it goes back to the 1870s and was in continuous use except up to Hurricane Sandy. So maybe, but the historic use certainly has been this pier and dock.
But according to that, then you wouldn't have needed this special permit because it'd be an existing non-conforming use, right?
Right.
So now you need a special permit because somehow or other the non-conformance was either abandoned or not applicable in this case. So there is a need for a new permit, and I just trying to stop you from getting a permit from us, and then it doesn't do you any good because you didn't get what you needed to have. Okay. Okay. So. Okay, so are there any speakers on this? All right, so do you understand what to do? You're going to go work with the designers, produce a set of drawings.
For both the docks.
Right.
Here.
And show us landscaping.
Right.
Fencing, how all of that's going to be handled, and how you're going to be handling the storage of the boats on the interior in the winter, okay? Okay. Or at least enclosed in some protected way, okay, on the interior for two reasons. One is to protect the boats, and then the other is to keep the site orderly. You are in a residential district. That's part of the point.
So let me just ask, would a screening an additional screening in front of the boat racks work?
See, every time we talk about boat racks, I get confused.
Okay.
Because
so
there's the
on
boat
land-
racks on the pier. Yeah.
On land for overwinter storage, the boat racks, not on the cradles, but on the boat racks itself.
Yes.
Would a screening mechanism work if it is not possible to put them inside the existing structure?
So I'm trying to understand so that's the other part of it. What are the existing structures for? We don't know. So if you have an existing structure and you're keeping the existing structure,
Well-
what are we putting inside?
There will be storage of equipment as a minimum. We don't think with the equipment that there will be room, although it's not, can't say
That's why you
absolutely,
need an
that there's not enough room for all of the boats plus all of the equipment. It's more appropriate to store the equipment inside than
Equipment as in sails, oars, and we don't know what else.
The tiller, rudders, rigging,
Right, rigging,
centerboards, et cetera. So the racks, which is how they've been stored since the beginning, store 4 high, they're built for that purpose, they're very stable. Coach explained they're covered in canvas
Right, I understand.
covers that are made for that purpose, so they're all protected.
So I saw an
And-
amazing one of these where everybody is stored on different levels and there's pulleys and they come all the way up in different levels. And we're talking about 20 boats plus 8. So I saw hundreds of boats being stored in one of these amazing looking things, and it wasn't even that big. So that's why I understanding so that you're going to be working with designer, with an architect, and in combination with the approval requirements.
We understand that
Yeah.
that we can't have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. And
Right.
that, as Mr. Judge expressed, that perhaps it'll be a screening process. Again, that will be
Why
practical.
don't you, so let's do it like this. Work with the architect or whoever, I'm assuming it's an architect, on what it is those buildings are for and how those buildings are able to store riggings, paddles, and boats. And then we can talk about what happens because DEC won't let you enlarge those buildings, for example. They won't give you a permit to enlarge, just for argument's sake. And then we can talk about what's left over, right? But think about it in terms of managing the site, not just putting a bunch of stuff on the site and putting a fence around it, right? Okay, because that's actually one of the findings.
Well, one of the advantages of going to all the community board meetings, and we've had 3 public hearings in the community, such as this, is at the last hearing, a board member who lived on City Island, where the sailing team is presently housed, was saying how disappointed she was to be losing them because they were such an addition, both the students who mingled in the community and having this nautical use on the island was a loss, but it was only tempered because she knew that it was going to be in another part of the community board sailing the same waters of East Chester Bay. So I don't think that the present storage of the boats on City Island was considered detrimental to the island, and that's a residential community, the same way the Country Club Road is.
Little different. Okay. I studied on sailing at City Island too. It's a little different relationship of the boats to the commercial and so on, so I don't want to make a comparison. Okay. All right, anyway, that's your marching order, okay? All right, so end of October?
October 29th?
Yeah, that's great.
So the next hearing will be October 29th. Your next submission will be due October 9th.
Unless that's not enough time. October 9th for your next submission, is that enough time to meet with the designers, produce a set of drawings that
Yes.
tells us the story, biologists to do analytical work?
And the
Okay.
hearing date?
October 29th.
Right, and don't forget, you need to revise who the applicant is, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Got it. All right. Yeah, we're going to
Yes.
take a 20-minute break. Is that go-
This is lunch.
This is lunch, yes. 20-minute, 30-minute break?
Yes.
So back at 3 o'clock, in other words. Yes. Thank you.
Manny confirmed that we have the first PCE. We have the.
Okay, good.
Okay, we're back on the record, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to take the second
We're gonna
call.
take the second calls.
Yes, one. Okay, item number 1, second call, item number 1, 2017-324BZ, 85th Avenue, Manhattan. Please remind you, you're still under oath.
Jeffrey Chester, Schumann Updike again, for Performix House.
I just note, I confirmed that we have, we received the hard copy set of plans you submitted in July.
Okay, and acknowledges submit.
Yes.
Right? Okay, good. So that was the submission that included the codes for, the legend for the acoustical treatments. Okay, so I'd like to make then a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so then we're going to go to item number 4, right?
That's right, we're still waiting for Mr. Engineer.
Okay.
All righty, item number 4, 2019-10BZ, 205 West 58th Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I don't think we got a CB. Did we get a CB letter?
I have.
Oh, you have
He
it?
has the letter.
Okay. As it
And pass
turns
it on.
out.
So from review session, that was one of the
State
letters that
your
was
name,
raised.
please, sir.
Todd Dale for the applicant. I just have a couple copies. It's a no comment letter, but I can pass it up. So
Okay.
you can see, Community Board 5 will often waive appearances for chain PCEs, and that's what they did in this particular instance.
Okay. Thanks.
So that was one question. I know there was another question regarding the type of activity the 305 Fitness does. It is primarily just dance to music. I confirmed with them that the only weights that they have at certain sites are these small 5-pound dumbbells that certain patrons will use during a whole class, but they said 95% is no waits whatsoever. And then with respect to the question of opening, they did open in June.
June.
Approximately 2.5 to 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
So just recently.
Okay. And this is in a commercial building, a 33-story commercial building.
Is it still then a legalization? Or
Yes,
no?
legalization opened June.
Oh, okay.
Right, at the time it was
But
filed,
at
the
the time
comments,
of
it
the
wasn't
filing.
open, but because of.
No, almost
they did
never, frankly, is the filing done when it's open. It's because
Right.
real estate prices being what they are, you file this the second you think you're going to enter into a lease.
We are very familiar with the
Yes. No, to just put this in perspective, I don't
Right.
hold it against any of
Right.
these gyms for
Right.
opening in the absence of the permit, really. Okay, so I think that's really it. The fact that it's in a commercial building and it's not using heavy weights and it's just kind of based on the images jumping around and...
Right, and they do have other locations that have been
Yeah.
before the board. There's small studios and it's.
Right, okay. Are there any speakers on this site? It's 205 West 58th Street? No, okay. Also known as 927th Avenue? No? Okay. So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 5, 2019-34BZ, 2527 East 104th Street, Manhattan. Again. 3? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and just respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, so you could sign in and then proceed. Jody. No, that's okay. That's it. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name's Jody Stein. I am with the law firm of Herrick Feinstein here on behalf of the applicant, the Reese School. With me today, I have Matthew Mueller, Senior Associate at PBDW Architects, and Duncan Lester, who's the Executive Director of the Reese School. We were present for yesterday's review session, listened to all of the questions and comments, and we are definitely going to address them. I'd just like to have Duncan Lester come up for 2 to 3 minutes to just give some background on the Reese School.
Okay. State your name, please.
My name's Duncan Lester. I'm the Executive Director at Reese School. I just want to talk a little bit about the Reese School. It was founded over 70 years ago by Mrs. Reese to serve children who didn't fit in public school in New York City. And over the years, we were chartered by the state to be an 853 approved non-public school. We serve mostly autistic children, and we serve learning disabled, other health impairments, speech and language, and emotionally disturbed also. One of the things that's happened over the last couple of years is the growth of the number of children that need our services. And so in the past few years, we've actually expanded from 90 to 130 children by utilizing space in a building next door. Now we'd like to finish the project that we originally started back in 2006, which was to expand 3 additional floors and serve all the children in our own facility to make the program work a lot smoother.
So it's to serve the current...
The current number of students, yes, 130 students. We started this process about 2 years ago, and we've been working obviously with state ed up in Albany, New York City, and our attorneys and our architects. And so my plea to you is, you know, if possible, if we can move this along quickly. We are a 12-month school, So we have 4 weeks off, 3 to 4 weeks off at the end of the year, but the rest of the time we're in operation. And so the need to get onto a schedule to start in November would be really useful for us.
I have a question. How does that work? If you're a 12-month school and you're going to be adding 3 floors to a building, how do you function?
So we've spoken to the general contractor, and they're going to be doing some work on the weekends, but we also have a lease with the building next door for some additional space so that we can remove children during this next year to do that work.
But they're going to have to drop columns and so on in the building, right?
Yeah.
How do you do that where you move kids?
They will be off the 4th and 5th floors, is what the GC has told us.
The columns have to go all the way down to the ground, no?
No. It was originally designed so that they could be just added on above.
Oh, the building was designed originally to have an
Yeah.
addition?
Yeah, they were
A
originally.
3-story addition?
Yes, it was originally designed in 2 phases. Phase
Okay.
1, the first 5, and phase 2, 3 additional.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So there were a lot of questions, and so we'll go back and forth as to who's best to answer those questions. But I'm just going to start in order. The first comment I heard was that the existing building has a 36-foot rear yard when only a 30-foot rear yard is required. So that's just due to the lot coverage requirement, which is 65% for this interior lot. For 2411, this is how we met our lot coverage requirement.
Is lot coverage one of your waivers?
Nope, that's why we have a 36-foot rear yard.
Right, right, because you're not increasing,
Yeah.
okay.
I know that there were some concerns about programming elements not included in the existing building or the enlargement, and specifically there was talk about the cafeteria and the cafeteria prep area. So the Reese School participates in the DOE grab-and-go breakfast and lunch program. So in the original layout of the building, room 215, which was the science lab and prep area, was originally intended to be the cafeteria and cafeteria prep area. But when the lack of space, and then they switched to this program, the food service has been modified. So what happens is the Department of Education delivers prepackaged cold breakfast and lunch to the refrigerators, which are actually shown. There's a picture of them in our package that we submitted on the first floor. And then the kids come down, and the breakfast and lunches are distributed, and then they eat breakfast and lunch in the classrooms.
So they're delivered somehow to fridges on the ground floor. The kids go get the lunches, or the teachers bring them up to the classroom?
They come down, and Duncan can speak to this much better since he observes it every day.
So depending on their ages, whether we have some of the older students deliver the lunches for the younger kids, some of the younger kids are doing different activities in the building. So if they're on the stairs, then they'll swing by. Our breakfast, everybody picks up on the way in and then goes upstairs. But lunch is available between 11:30 and 1. And so they come through at that time, either individually to choose, or someone sends down a list of what the children would like, and we package it and send it up in a bag.
Oh, so that you get actually a choice in the way the system works?
Normally 2, sometimes 3 choices.
Okay. And then what happens, then the refuse is, what happens to all that stuff? Because now you have food waste and...
Yeah, our facilities guys go around the classrooms at 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock and empty. We have some recycling containers on the back porch, and the garbage goes down to the basement for pickup on the appropriate days.
And
So it stays inside the building?
Yes.
and it's marked in the plans.
It's on the plans.
Okay, we're just looking. So it's marked, sorry, looking for plans.
In the proposed plans, in the basement, in the cellar, under right around the stairs, there is an area that says refuse or garbage.
Let me just open it myself so I can keep going. So it's in the basement, you're saying?
It is, yeah.
what's listed as cellar.
Cellar.
Yes, cellar.
It's a cellar, not a basement.
Yeah.
And it is in that thing called trash behind the staircase? That's where, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the fridge on the first floor?
Yes.
Where's that? Oh, that's not labeled fridge. I didn't know
There
it's a
are
fridge.
photos of it in our submission that is entitled, I can point you to the page, the Programmatic Needs Study. And if you go to page A, and I can bring it over to you.
101.
101, thank you. Do you want me to bring it over?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
But those are fridges
They
as
are.
opposed to just cabinets?
They're fridges.
No, I see. Okay.
So the next comment was about the utilization of the existing building floors currently as compared to in the enlarged condition and what's changing. If you want, we can go through the plans. I could start at the cellar. So between the existing building and the enlargement, the utilization of the existing floor space remains mostly the same in the existing building, with some slight modifications for more efficient operations and circulation. So for the cellar, the physical therapy activities in the existing condition that take place in the gym, in the corners of the gym, and there are also photos of that, they will now be relocated to the 8th floor, which we'll get more into when we go into the addition. On the first floor, there's currently a multi-purpose room. If you walk into the building, it's just to the left. It's utilized for many different things. Tutoring sessions, related service provider meeting space, administrative overflow space, general administrative business needs. It was meant to only house general administrative business needs. So the enlargement creates more related service provider offices. And that will free up the tutoring and breakout rooms in the upper levels, which will in turn allow the multipurpose room to be utilized as what it was intended for the business administrative needs.
Wait a minute, it's labeled multipurpose room on both sets of drawings.
Because that's, even though it acts as different things, that's what it is supposed to be.
So, okay.
And then in the tutoring and breakout space on each classroom floor, which is 2 through 5, is utilized as related service provider offices. So the enlargement will allow for actual related service provider offices.
Which floors are we talking about?
2, 3, 4, and 5.
So on the second floor, there's one that's marked as shared space psychologist. So it
So
will
that's the
revert back
related
to-
service provider. So there will be additional related service provider offices, which will free up tutoring space. And on the second floor in particular, there's no notable change in use. As you go up to the 3rd and 4th floors, and 5th floors, there are more changes. So on the 3rd floor, if we could go there.
Wait, don't go there yet.
Okay.
So, all right, so on the second floor, basically, if we just look at how everything's labeled, because that's what we look at, there's no change in labeling between existing and proposed.
Yeah, and on the second floor, so I misspoke, on the second floor, there is no change in use. That's
Right.
notable to
So the
discuss.
science lab that used to be the cafeteria
Will remain the
remains the
science
science
lab.
lab.
Yep. Mhm.
But, so the part that I didn't understand, there was a comment in one of the analyses that said that the science lab is often overbooked. Maybe the director could speak to that. So it's overbooked how? Is it overbooked as a science lab?
Yeah, no, it's not overbooked as a science lab, but sometimes other groups go in there and utilize that space at the same time.
Okay, so the issue is, it's just competing with other uses because it can't just be a dedicated science lab.
Yeah, but remember there's a little kitchenette right off of the
Mhm.
science lab, and that space is utilized during certain times, you know, so at the same time, the science, so that's why it's overbooked.
It's used at certain times as a what?
All sorts of things. Sometimes for food, you know, for staff to go in there and prepare their lunches, things like that.
So is it going to continue to be a prep area for that?
But it will only be for science moving forward. We'll have other spaces for those other.
So now your scary chemicals will just be the thing that's in there and not mixed
Yes.
with teachers' food?
Which could be a problem, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay.
So if we can
I
go.
just want to go back. So in your plan, I think one of the issues that you had raised was that science lab is also used for tutoring and breakout and other things. That's what you're referring to? So while science is going on, some people are using that space for tutoring?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It also has half of our library books in there too, so people are going in there for those sort of things.
Okay. So then if we go to the third floor.
Right. So while originally planned as a library, room 318 is currently used as a 12 to 1-to-1 classroom. And with the enlargement, the class will be relocated to a new classroom, and room 318 will revert back to a library accessible to the entire school. Otherwise, there's no notable change in uses on that floor.
And what about all the shared spaces?
So for
Behavior support, it's the
Yeah.
same titles, reading teacher,
Yeah.
social work.
they'll go back to being utilized for what they were meant to, as there's more tutoring spaces and other related service provider rooms.
Okay.
They won't have
Right.
so many purposes, and they'll be able to be freed up.
But
Which
the-
is why I
but the
kind of made that
label-
general,
You know, maybe there's a confusion because the labeling still indicates that those rooms are the same, existing and proposed.
because existing, well, we labeled them because that's what they're supposed to be, but yes, they have some alternate uses from time to time. It's kind of whatever's available, we'll use it. So it's hard to label in that way. There's no, weekly schedule for them. The fourth floor, if I can move on. Room 418 was originally the music room, but repurposed into an 8-to-1-to-1 classroom. So with the enlargement, room 418 will remain a classroom, and there will be a new music room on the 7th floor. Room 417.
Wait.
Yeah?
So this is the part that's confusing. In the statement of needs, programmatic needs, it says that rooms, all the rooms that are stacked above 418, that are the same size, that those rooms are really too big because they're really 12 to 1 rooms, and that they're really too big. So what's confusing is,
I think it was not that the rooms were too big, if I can interrupt, it's that the class sizes are too, so I think there was some confusion generally about using the classroom size versus class sizes. So the school would like to go down in size from 12 to 1-to-1 to 8 to 1-to-1, and Duncan can talk more about that. This will allow a more personalized learning to happen in the classrooms with less students, less students to the teacher ratio. I think that may have been the confusion. I think.
it's not really what it said in the report.
Well, I think that's
but-
what was meant, and I apologize if it wasn't stated as eloquently as it could have been. So for room 417, it was initially designed as a related service provider office, but has been repurposed as an occupational therapy space for more rigorous occupational therapy sessions. The enlargement will provide a dedicated occupational therapy facility on the 8th floor with adequate equipment and space. So room 417 can return back to a related service provider office.
Now I'm really confused. I'm looking at the existing conditions plan. Fourth floor, EX06, and it describes 417 as an admissions coordinator. You know, I think I shouldn't be looking at this. It's your programmatic needs report that has this information. That's what's so incredibly confusing. Everything should have been coordinated, that the programmatic needs report matches the existing conditions? Because the title, I'm looking at it, and there's no change of any kind between existing and proposed.
My apologies.
Which isn't the right.
It is difficult just because they're used for so many things at so many different times.
I just want to differ because this won't be the only application you make, hopefully. You have a programmatic needs report that labels them correctly.
Understood.
Okay. Correctly in terms of how it's being used, right? That's what you should be doing all the time. Like it'll say in the corner, it actually says in the upper right-hand corner, this area was designed to be an X. Now, it's actually being used as a Y, right? So for consistency's sake, your existing conditions should have said that, okay?
Okay. Okay, so we talked about 417, and I do have an additional, if we want to look at the programmatic needs, but it looks like you have that up and are looking at it? Okay, great. So on the 5th floor, room 518 was intended to be a staff lounge, but it has since been designated as a 12-to-1-to-1 classroom. With the enlargement, 518 will remain a classroom, and no staff lounge will be provided with the enlargement.
So here's the question. On the programmatic needs, it says on the 5th floor, it's being used as a 7th or 8th grade classroom. Since the 7th and 8th grade are each getting a floor, who gets this classroom?
That will go back to an 811 classroom after.
811 for students in the lower grades.
Yes.
Can you picking up, segueing that, you have the 7th and 8th grade with a designated floor for each. How does the classrooms, do the classrooms get distributed for the lower school? How does that actually work? Just pick the 2nd grade or something. What happens with 2nd graders?
So 2 years ago, we started what we call the cohort model, where classes are paired together, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, so that if you've got children at different academic levels and behavior levels, they can switch for certain programs. So maybe, a teacher is differentiating 6 different ways to a class of 6 kids, and the class next door is doing something similar. Maybe if we have them switch for ELA and math, then the concept is the teacher only has to differentiate 3 different ways. So we build the cohorts on the floors. For the 7th and 8th graders, we got approved in 2016 to take 7th and 8th graders. And so we're starting to build what we refer to as more of a departmentalized model, because we are ungraded. So in those 7th and 8th floors, children will get to move around, which is a really important skill for our children as they prepare for high school, that they go to different classes for different subjects. Does that help?
Yeah, so when you talk about the cohorts, you're saying that you'll have maybe a kid who's technically a 3rd grader with a 2nd grader or a 4th grader or something like that in the same 6-to-1 or 8-to-1 class. But that by the time you're at 7th and 8th grade, you're trying to kind of standardize in whatever, I don't want to say normalize, because it's not necessarily a good way of educating people, moving them from one floor to the next. But anyway, you're trying to make it look more like a standard school.
Like a middle school, similar to a middle school.
Okay. Okay.
And that was one of your questions before, so when we get to that, you had a question about how these class sizes are determined. Do you want Duncan to speak to that a little as well?
How many kids in each program?
So we don't really get to determine that. Whichever the send-in district is, and in our case it's Department of Education in New York City, they determine based on the child's IEP and different testing that they do every 3 years, what the child can handle, whether it's a 611, 6 children, 1 teacher, 1 assistant, an 811, a 1211, etc. So in our approval letter from State Ed up in Albany, we get told how many classes we can have in the different areas. So, our 611s tend to fill up pretty quickly with New York City children. And then another child will come along with a 611. We can't take that child with that 611 classification unless the IEP group, it's called a CSE meeting, they have the meeting and they reclassify that teacher to fit into that class. So each year, each child has an IEP meeting annually, and at that time, they reassess what the children's needs will be. Everything from class size to types of modifications to related services, whether it's speech, OT, PT, or counseling.
So, but in terms of from our perspective, we're looking like at the architecture, and your architect is working on a project, has to know what's your program. So I guess the question is, how did you decide how many classrooms you need and how many more classrooms you need? What was that based on?
Based on the intake about 2 years ago of what we were looking, when we expanded to 7th and 8th grades, New York City was saying to them, we need 3 classes that are 1211s because we have plenty of children that we can send to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's all in partnership with DOE and state ed for the approvals.
Okay. And forgive me, but what's the other one of the 1-1?
A teacher's assistant.
Okay. Okay.
And that is footnoted in our facts, because I also was educated on that as well. And there was also a question, or maybe it was a statement about this school being a private school. So we call it a non-public school, but it is state-funded, and the population is made up mostly of New York City and local neighborhood kids, stating correctly.
So this fulfills the city's special needs requirements.
We're one of the schools. Yeah, we're approved non-public school.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
I think we went over the science lab question. And then you had asked about the status of spaces in the Heckscher building, which is where the Reschool rents space. So with the enlargement, I think Duncan hit on it, but they're going to be renting a few more classrooms to account for the enlargement to actually be built, and then move everyone back into the new building, except for the aquatics program. They'll still be utilizing the pool, which counts towards their physical education requirement.
Oh, there's a pool in the adjacent building.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful. You should come and visit. It's overlooking 104th, the Central Park Conservatory, right there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
It's on the 6th floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And of course, if you want to visit the school,
Yes.
also. Okay, we hit upon the 7th and 8th grade classrooms on the 6th and 7th floor. The plans are not designated by grade. Duncan mentioned that this is an ungraded school, and that's why. So you asked about the OT and PT spaces on the 8th floor. Duncan, if you can just talk about those spaces.
So the way the architects drew that, I think you can see some circles at one end. So they are typically points where our staff hook a carabiner on, and there would be swings and lycra. They're like lycra fabrics that the kids sit in so they feel compressed, similar to
These
the
are
weighted
hammocks.
blankets.
This is like hammocks and
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And so you see those circles there, that's a 12-foot diameter, I believe, which is what's recommended by the people. We buy our equipment from a company called Southpaw, and they make a lot of OT equipment, and that's the recommended safe zone. So if the child did swing, they wouldn't hit another one.
Except someone coming out of the toilet room. Think about finding another way to get that door.
Yeah.
So for the Southpaw requirements, we did make a submission earlier today, which has been received, and we did include the Southpaw requirements for the equipment, just
because you asked the
Do you
specific
have that
question.
with you? Because I don't know if
I
we
think
saw
I
it.
submitted the 2 copies that I had. I'm so sorry.
That was submitted via email at what time?
Hard copy and email.
Right before this hearing started.
Oh, we
We
can't
took our
see it.
break. I
Right, but
apologize.
How do we see
I
it?
forwarded it to you guys.
It should be included in the digital version.
But that's only if we can access the digital.
I understand.
Yeah, we have it. It's 4 pages.
Who sent it? When was it sent?
It was sent at 2:43 PM.
Okay.
Yeah, the Southpaw Safety Tips. That's
Too
the one
little.
you're
Let me
referring
just
to?
open it. Yeah. Thanks. Some data load.
Just additionally, in the,
Oh, it's different than what I thought. Okay, it's not the hammocks that I was thinking of. It's something else. Okay.
additionally, in that open area for physical therapy and occupational therapy, there will be obstacle courses to work on fine motor skills, stations around the room that will allow for the children to work on their motor skills, and a mini-size apartment so that they can practice the daily skills of living.
Is that what the sensory room is? No.
The daily living.
Oh, the daily living lab.
Opposite
Okay.
corner in the back there.
So my question was, the activity here, how different is it from the activity in the gym? And is this a separate class program that is happening and the gym is a separate class program, or it's similar?
No, they're separate. So we actually do adaptive phys ed, which does focus on more individual activities during physical education. OT is a service that is on the children's IEP, separate from physical education, and typically they're working on fine motor skills, whereas physical therapy, PT, they're working on gross motor skills. So if you can also see, I think there's like a treadmill and a bike. You know, those would be utilized more by the physical therapists, and the swings and the activity boxes would be used more for fine motor.
And the gym would be,
It looks more like a class activity, like when you guys did physical education. Because we have so many younger kids, we can't fit everybody in. That's why we acquired a lease with the pool next door. You know, for elementary kids, they need to have phys ed every day. 30-minute period, so that's why we use the pool next door 3 days a week to get our state mandates
So does
met.
this now, with this rearrangement, so you don't have to do PT in the gym, allows you to meet the 30 minutes for all the kids?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You know, we've put up a barrier there, but every so often the ball flies out from phys ed. You know what it's like, and so, you know, just to keep everybody safe, we want the space up on the 8th floor for them.
Okay, understood.
So your next comment was about the roof not showing elevator access. We did refile a proposed roof plan that does have elevator access. We apologize for that. It was just mislabeled. We took the labeling over from the existing plan by accident. So that has been submitted.
So I just want to make sure that the environmental review included the rooftop use as a playground?
So we are a type 2. We are under 10,000 gross square feet for our enlargement. So we qualified under number 22 of the type 2 action list.
Okay. Does that affect, is that all right? Then we don't need to look
it's
at?
correct. Yeah.
So if this were an M district, we'd be worried, but because it's an R72, we're okay, right?
Tracy confirmed it, so.
She confirmed? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure environmental trigger isn't triggered. Okay.
Thank you. So the next question was regarding the statement of facts versus the zoning chart. That was correct. There were some inaccuracies as we resubmitted the zoning analysis form, the statement of facts and findings, and as well as the cover sheet, which had the zoning analysis on the proposed plans. They all match. I apologize. They have been submitted and updated. If you want to go through any of the
When did
numbers.
this happen? Today?
Today.
So our problem is, nobody's had a chance to look at these, so we can't, it's not good. We can't review what these are for coordination and so on.
I understand. I just wanted to
Right.
let you know that they were submitted and they all match, they're all correct. And we had worked on it. There was one 6 square foot discrepancy. There was one discrepancy that was about 105 feet. So it's all been resubmitted.
Right, okay.
And that includes the total FAR and the floor area in the statement of facts, which was another comment. So it's all been resubmitted and corrected.
Okay, since we can't review it, there isn't any way for us to do it, can you go back and circle the changes, bubble the changes?
They're all bubbled.
Oh, they are?
They're bubbled.
Okay. They are. Okay, not just there, on everything that was submitted.
On everything, it's bubbled. And
Okay,
in the statement of facts, it's underlined.
it's underlined.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
submitted a clean version and a redlined version.
Okay. Okay. All right, so now we have elevator access. All right, any other comments on this side?
I had the question about the New York City School Construction Authority standards of 550 square feet and whether they were based on class sizes that you have or were they larger class sizes in terms of number of children?
Yeah, so I think you're referencing the size for New York City.
Yeah.
We obviously try and make them as close to those as possible, but because we're an approved non-public, we don't need the same. I think we're going with about 44 square feet per child, which is what is required for us at state ed level.
But when you
for them to
say
get
per
approval.
child, you're assuming the number of chairs that we're seeing in the classrooms? Is that how you're figuring out
Yes,
what
yeah.
the size is?
So what those classes will be categorized as per children, and the square foot will be 44 square feet per child.
Okay, so if we were to look at, what floor is this? So on the new classrooms, because most of your new classroom, your floor plan is almost identical on every floor, so it's not like there was a rethinking, a reimagining of how each floor would work, right? So when you looked at, say, the 8th grade classroom of 580 square feet, this was one of your 12-1-1s, right?
Correct, yeah.
So according to that, I didn't do the math, but it's 12 kids, and you're assuming, what'd you say, 50 square feet per kid? 44 square feet per
Yeah.
kid? So I'm not doing the math in my head? Okay. 44 times 12, 400 something, 500, okay, so it's fitting within that. So that's basically what you're basing it on. So it's not really SCA standards, which is mentioned in the, the thing that's a little confusing about that is that most of the time we have schools that really must meet the SCA, and they have 30 square feet or 20 square feet for kid, depending on what the thing is, and they have X number of kids, and they know, and they're not going to be able to have more kids in the class or whatever. So in this situation, it's really not a kind of comparable use of the SCA standards, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Are there any speakers on this? Fire department.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. I apologize for not looking at this application earlier, but we do have to object in that there is no fire department rooftop access. Since they're using it as a playground, we need a working surface up at the roof level. We need the fencing, which they have close to the exterior, would have to be moved back a couple of feet. How that distance, I don't have that information right now, but I would write them a letter and explain that the the architect should file with our tech management unit in fire prevention to have our rooftop variance unit take a look at the plans. I'll do that later.
I'm just looking at, I'm not, you know, the plans have to be submitted formally, and we have to have a chance to review them.
Yes.
But it looks like, based on the property line, that the fence is back of the property line, but it's not labeled how far back. So.
Is it 6 feet?
I don't know where you're seeing 6 feet. I'm looking at the roof plan, and the fence looks like it's set back from the property line.
I was looking at the section, and it shows less than a foot from the exterior wall.
Because there's another floor, there's a roof plan that shows like a projection and the fence back from the projection. So anyway, just to take a look at that.
Yes.
The architect should dimension that fence, because it does look like it might meet the requirements, but since there's no dimension, I don't know.
It says 10 feet.
Right, yeah.
No, it doesn't, it's a 10-foot tall fence. The question is how far back of the,
Okay, I see.
of the front wall is it so fire department can climb over the parapet and access? And you need to have a gate, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
So the,
Which can be locked and will break the
right,
expert demolition.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay.
We will make sure to address that.
Okay. So, all right, so if you could just make that correction, I don't think there are any other corrections needed, right? We just need a submission that we have time to review. And while you're taking that time, while you have the time, please scour back through your submission, because you did this really quickly. Scour back through your submission and make sure everything is coordinated. Architecturals are coordinated one sheet to the other, that they all say the same thing, where they're supposed to say the same thing, and that all of the zoning calculation sheet, the statement of facts, everything is coordinated, so we don't have council on the eve of issuing your resolution saying we need to reopen the hearing because it's not consistent.
We will
Okay?
use the time wisely. We do ask, though, that if possible, the hearing be closed so that we can, I mean, the school is in a bit of a rush, and we will submit and use the time wisely to make those corrections.
Okay, is everybody all right with closing? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Okay, and then to put it on, how much time do you need to make sure you get everything really in?
And that fire department has to review.
Holidays of August?
2 weeks would be plenty of time to make sure it's triple checked and also address the fire department's concerns.
And fire department needs time to take a quick look, right?
I will expedite the application.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
okay. What's our first one in September? I don't think, yeah, because. That's okay, because it gives us extra time to review. right?
Oh, because they're.
Oh, but it's August 21, oh, that's terrible, okay.
You can give a later submission date.
Yeah, we're just, and if everything is going to be labeled and highlight,
Yeah.
circled, we can just
give the
cross-reference.
same submission date for the September 10th. We can give the submission date of August 28th.
Okay. So submit on August 28th for
Okay.
September 10th decision.
Thank
okay?
you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Can we get rid of Frank?
Do we have a? can
Yes,
do
we have
second
official
call?
submission, yes.
Okay.
Second call item number 2, 2018-19 BZ, 119 West 23rd Street.
What happened? Something bad?
Okay, we received a digital
Sorry.
version, and a hard
Okay,
copy's been stamped.
so we have digital and the.
Carlos sent it over. Emailed
Okay.
it.
I can't open anything.
What happened?
So the building has a dedicated PCE lobby, right, on the first floor, like it has a dedicated entrance, which
Yeah.
means its
Should
floor area
count.
has to be included. But do we have, sorry, Mr. Leo, but do we have,
Oh, it's one of
is the
these.
floor area of the lobby included?
No, excuse me, Mayor.
No.
It's not a dedicated PC
Yes.
lobby.
It's
It's
not
for the whole building.
It's a general, it's not a
okay. Is there
dedicated.
two?
It's not like it has its own little off-the-street
Right,
entrance.
it's for all 10 floors of the building.
Yeah, right on the lobby, when you enter, there's a general directory for all the facilities.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, then, and I don't know if there were any, what's this address again? 23rd Street, sorry. I just want to make sure that we don't have any, no signs. Okay, so I'd like to make, is that all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi?
Commissioner Otley Brown.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi?
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye.
Sounds better.
Application's granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6, 2019-39BZ, 2311 East 4th Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Lear Altman from the Law Office of Lear Altman. I did have somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. With respect to how the existing home is going to be enlarged, what I'm going to do is I spoke with the architect. He's going to provide a letter explaining how he's going to do this without having the building, as you said yesterday, fall apart.
Wait a minute. This is the, isn't this 2019-49?
2019-39. What did I say, 49?
Yeah.
Thought you said
I'm
39.
sorry.
Let's start over again.
No,
What are we-
2019-39BZ, 2311 East 4th Street, that's what I
Okay,
said.
yeah, okay, sorry. Maybe I
Still
thought
Lear Altman from the
49.
Law Office of Lear Altman.
Okay.
Once again, we had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. With respect to the existing homes being large, you had a question, how is it going to be done without falling apart? I'm going to have the architect issue a letter to you. I spoke with him yesterday.
Yeah,
to explain
the
how it's
architect
going-
has to come to the hearing.
Like him to come, we can do
Yes,
that.
I'd like him to come. I don't really want a letter. I want them to talk through it and
We can do
show us
that.
drawings of how this is not a complete demolition of the building. Okay?
I'd be glad to have him come and explain that.
This is one of those classic ones where you look at the section proposed, and then you look at the little dash line of the house in the section, and the house has been completely vanished
Well, there
by
isn't
the
much of a house
project.
to start with, to be fair, on this
But
site.
that's the whole
This
point.
is an unusual
is,
circumstance.
Why isn't this just a tear down and you build compliant with the side yard requirements? It's a very large lot, right?
The homeowners
I mean,
decided to do it this way.
Let's just be honest here, right?
Well, let's go through all the rest of the comments. Regarding the second and third floor rear yard, we heard your comments. We're going to review the neighbor, and if we cannot justify it, we will pull it back. As you stated yesterday, I know you said that one neighbor is at 26, one is at 29. We will be reviewing that, confirming that that is indeed accurate, and we will act accordingly. With respect to the side yards, we are going to confirm that the new survey that I've given you is correct. If it is, we will amend the plans. If not, we will provide you a newer survey if there is one, because one says 9 inches, one says 11 inches. We'll make sure what the correct number is, make sure the
Wait, you
documents
have two
match.
surveys?
Well, no, right now, the survey that I have, I want to make sure there's not a newer survey that I'm not aware of, is what I'm
Oh.
saying. Because if there is, perhaps that's why the plans don't match it. So I'm going to confirm and make sure that the numbers match, of course. With respect to the height, once again, we will review the block, we will see what else is happening here. And if we cannot justify the proposed height, we will reduce the proposed height. Same thing with the floor area. The open space, I'm not sure why there was a question. It was a low number of 48%.
No, the question was, why increase the coverage by 1%? Why not just not get that
By
waiver?
3%.
I thought it was 1%.
45 to 48.
I thought it was a 44% and the minimum is 45.
Yesterday's
That was a
session-
comment.
All right, we'll double check it. Yesterday's comment, I believe, was 45, 48, but we'll double check it and we'll see what the numbers look like.
Can I just go back to the building height? I'm
Please.
looking at the frontage study that was provided, and I think the frontage study for that block front, none of the buildings there are, I think the tallest one is 30 foot.
There's a taller building on the corner, I want to say the number, is it Gravesend Neck Road, and I don't know the exact number of the building off the top of my head.
But that's just one building, and that's, that's 37, okay.
Correct.
So that's a corner building, that's 37, but the rest are all in the mid-blocks, are 28 foot, 29, 30, 26, 24. So you get the
I
picture.
understand your comment. I'm going to look at the other side of the block as well and see what else is happening on this block, because right now we have half of the picture. I'm going to look at the other half of the picture.
Fair enough.
Before we make a decision as to what we think is justifiable on this block. With respect to the rear yard waiver, I heard no narratives or maps were provided. We gave you rear yard photographs and a rear yard study. This should
I
be in
did see
file.
I did get the rear yard photos, but I did not see.
There's a rear yard figure ground.
Correct.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed it. My bad.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It happens. Okay, just wanted to make sure it was
But
in your
there is-
file.
It's in the file.
Wanted to make sure it was in the
There
file.
isn't, You know.
Okay.
I
You
don't
have
wanna
30
be a
cases
broken
on every week.
record.
I understand
No, I don't want to
things
be a
happen, I'm
broken record on this case, but I hope you hear the messages from the other cases and all the
do.
comments.
Lastly, there was also a comment regarding the bedroom fronting on the small side yard. You are correct. We will have that fixed. That was not supposed to be a bedroom on the plan. I apologize. That was actually a typo. I spoke with the architect about that yesterday. I believe those were all of the comments. If I missed one, please.
Come back the next time with an architect?
Of course, I heard that already, and I will bring Mr. Garfinkel with me next time.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Last night was October. What do we have? 18? 19? How many? 622? There were 622?
There's 0.
Oh, I thought these were, and which one?
No, I count the variances in 622.
Yeah, on the 22nd.
On the 22nd, there's
But they're
We cannot do the
28,
22nd.
yeah, but
It's
one
a Jewish
home.
holiday. I promise you I won't be able to bring Louis Garfinkel on a
I
Jewish
was trying
holiday.
to get you an earlier date.
I do
No,
appreciate that, but I can't bring him on a Jewish holiday.
Understood.
Or this, this one.
I would
November
like to.
19th.
Okay, so a continued hearing, November 19th.
Would it be possible to do 10/28? I'm sorry, 10/29?
1029 already has 673, 622s.
No.
That was the conversation we were just having yesterday.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure what date you were looking at.
Sure, so the next hearing after that is November 19th, submission date of October 30th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Item number 7, 2019-49BZ, 221 North 14th Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the architect, for the applicant. Sorry, it's been a long day. So I attended yesterday's review session, I heard the comments. I believe the biggest comment, or the first comment, was regards to the proposed use within the building. Just to be clear, the ZRD1, which was submitted, is just to justify the rooftop as use group 13A. The entirety of the building is proposed as a PCE. The discussion in the ZRD1 with enclosed versus unenclosed is merely just to get to the point of a 13A can be a rooftop climbing gym. But when we laid out our PCE square footage on the plans and showed everything on the plans, it was anticipated that 30,620 square feet, which makes up the first and second floor of the space, would be PCE. That includes the indoor rock climbing portions, the yoga studio, the spin cycle, and the weight machines.
So then what are those areas that are shaded on the plan that says not part of the PCE?
So, right, at the first floor, this was done as kind of, because we're in an M zone, we want to have, the proposal calls for, at the first floor, a use group 6A retail, like eating and drinking. So that would be when you walk into the facility at your right-hand side, that's the 750 square feet that was called out as commercial on the first.
But isn't that accessory to a PC? All PCs have, juice
Right.
bars and all that
The problem
stuff,
is,
right?
they want to have an open porch, and you can't have a PCE approving an open porch in an M zone, and therefore, by calling it a use group, that's why we did the roof as a use group 13A, and this portion as use group 6. It allows for the open use in the M district.
But how are we supposed to?
Regulate that.
Yeah, how can we regulate it? How do you know where the end of it is and the
So
beginning of it is?
That's why we shaded. We've done this in the past, and it's been approved by the board in the past, where you have PCEs that have therapy offices or doctor's offices within the PCE.
But that's
and the only way to
different.
get
No, but the doctor's offices is different. You enter into a domain that's the doctor's office.
No, we've had approvals where you enter the PCE and there's a room off to the side that's a doctor's office.
But
for a
there's
community facility.
demising walls. There's no demising
No,
walls here.
It's been open spaces.
No,
Routinely,
the doctor's office is not an open space. It's got 4 walls and a door.
I've had it approved where it's only had 3 walls and it's an open space, but in addition, the buildings department does this all the time with Lowe's and Home Depot or auto zones, where you'll have a big warehouse space and they have the C of O broken up into use group 6,
But
use
this
group
is
8.
a special permit.
But it operates the same way. The DOB will have jurisdiction over the building once BSA approves it. If this portion is used, or if the roof is used for anything but the rock climbing, they'll have enforcement to show that it's not part of the, that it's not a PCE approved, that it's not PCE approved.
Why can't you have a glass partition that separates clearly the eating area from the not eating area, and an entrance from Nassau Avenue also, so that people can go both ways into?
How does that help with the rooftop?
I'm not talking about the rooftop. I'm talking, I don't know where the outdoor seating area is.
So there's a
By the way, the drawings are really hard to read. Like, they're super soupy, so when you close in, you actually can't really read what stuff is.
I can send you.
So what I'm looking at is
So when you
an
look at
area on the right
Right.
that's not demised in any way, that just has shading that says proposed use
So
6A.
there are doors that show the exterior wall of the space. Everything to the right of that is the terrace. The outdoor
Where
terrace.
is the terrace?
Oh, I think.
I
the-
see
I think
indoor
the
rock climbing full
Shade
zone.
area.
When you walk in from North 14th Street,
Oh, you can't
It's
see
very difficult to read
anything.
because of the way that
Okay,
it's
I'll-
gray toned.
try and
No,
clean
no,
that
no.
up, but that's that shaded area and that area with the open porch is to the right when you walk in directly to the right of the entrance, and it's a separate use so that we can facilitate that.
So we can't see it, okay? So what you were talking about was just not shown on drawings. So I go back to the same question, why can't you just have a glass partition that forms out your use group 6, and at least there's clarity that to the, whatever direction that is of the partition, is not the PCE?
I can ask. I can talk to the architect about it.
Because
There may be-
otherwise, I see it as accessory to. And then, that's the part that I don't understand. If the outdoor, and that's the other part, I can't really figure out what's inside and outside from these drawings. These the climbing
So-
zone is described as an indoor rock fall zone, right? So it must be interior.
So the first floor is all interior. The rock climbing is interior.
Okay, so the only thing that's not interior is that tiny triangle of the seating area for the
On the first, you're
drinks?
looking at sheet 8003.
Correct.
Everything is inside the building except for that tiny terrace
Along
Okay.
Nassau.
along Nassau, the corner of Nassau and North 14th Street. Everything else is located within the building. So everything besides that 756 square feet, which is the retail component, is part of the PCE request, and it's noted on the plans. Our square footage asks for that as part of the PCE request. So the rock climbing on the first floor is indoor rock climbing, like this board has seen numerous times before. The second floor, also on this floor, there's open weights, there's training area, that'll be, that also lead to the PCE and necessitated the PCE. The second floor, you go upstairs, the enclosed area, which is not shaded, is the spin studio and the yoga studio and some showers. Everything else, which is shaded, is noted as rooftop use group 13, 13A. And that was what it was approved by the ZRD1.
And is there an elevator?
There was an elevator in the building, yeah.
Yep, I see it. I think somehow or the other, whatever was submitted, it was not very legible.
On the plans? I work with this architect a lot. It's the first time we've had problems with the plans, but it may be something on my computer and I can resubmit them.
Okay. Okay, I don't have an issue with the part of, that's obviously not even our domain, right, use group 13. You need to do something to delineate the retail, because we always have on PCEs the juice bar, right? The juice bar is always accessory to the PCE. So to all of a sudden pull that out, unless it was a separate retail area with direct access or something, to clarify it, so.
Currently, there is a retail at the corner, isn't there?
Well, that corner, this building's under construction.
This is a new building, or, it's an addition to an existing building.
Yeah,
I
that,
think I'm going back my own memory, yeah.
the main entrance, when you walk in, if you turn to the right, that's the retail, eating and drinking. And when you turn to the left or go straight, that's the PCE area. So it's not like the PCE is in the middle. I can look at it. The only reason this case is different, as mentioned before, is because in an M zone, the PCE you can't approve a PCE with outdoor space, and therefore having the retail component as accessory to the PCE doesn't allow us to have the terrace at the first floor, which is an amenity that we've
Or
strived
maybe
at.
there's another way of looking at it, that the use group, that the retail, the interior of the retail is accessory, and the exterior, I don't know. I was going to say it's not accessory, or.
It just becomes an open, I can.
It's just on the outside of the building, at least you've got
I can
an
hash
actual
that out, so I can
demise.
take off the shading. If this works for the board, I could take off the shading, just shade the terrace area and say terrace not counted towards PCE space, and resolve your
Yeah.
issue.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Does that
It doesn't
work?
count towards floor area anyways, so it doesn't change anything in terms of this application.
Are you comfortable with that?
It's
So the thing that's weird about this also is if a PCE is not allowed, when the zoning resolution says you can't have a PCE on the exterior, what do they mean by that? Do they mean that you can't lift weights on the exterior, or you can't have a smoothie on the exterior, right? If we interpret that as can't go swimming on the exterior, can't lift weights on the exterior, that's a different thing. But then.
I'm happy to go with it, but I don't know that you can.
But I mean, if we were to play this out, like, what if somebody decides they want to do some training outside? How is operation going to prevent a trainer from saying, it's a nice day, why don't we do a little floor work outside on the terrace?
I mean, you can say that with any building that you've approved.
No. Any building where you have direct access to the outside, and it's an approved outside.
So again, that becomes a DOB enforcement issue. It's not something that we're proposing because this will have chairs and tables set up, and it's not something that we anticipate.
Well, so why can't this be accessory to your use group 13A?
There's no rock climbing wall at this
No.
area.
Why not?
It's a small area.
Put a rock climbing wall on it. And then put
1,000 square
tables and
feet,
chairs
yeah.
and some smoothies on it.
I can shade it out if the board requests. I could shade it out to just be the terrace as a use group 6, and the interior to be
I
accessory
think
retail
it's
to the
cleaner if
PC.
it's 13.
I don't know if that will fly with the ZRD one is just for the rooftop.
Oh, you mean accessory to use group 13?
Yes, we have use group 13
The
outside.
The ZRD one was specific
To
the rooftop, and they said that.
No, it has to do with outdoor climbing walls.
Right, the ZRD one we have is was for this property. It wasn't just a ZRD one, it was for this
Right.
property, and it's specifically an approval just for the rooftop of the building, so we'd have to go back, and I don't know how to justify.
So I don't know if the
13.
architect is here. Is there an architect in the room?
No.
So I'm going to just pose to the architect, let them figure this out. As an architect, I could make, these are climbers, don't forget. You could make a very cool access to this thing for climbers who are upstairs, right? Make it part of the climbing experience, that you come down and you sip your smoothie. I'm just saying.
So I climb up, get my smoothie.
Whatever.
I'll work on a solution.
Take a rope down, you
I believe
climb
figuring
up.
out a use group 6A at this level is an easier approach than the 13A, accessory to 13A.
I don't know, it's just that it's impossible for this to be isolated because you don't have a separate entrance. So it isn't separate.
So if I put a partition of sorts, figure it out, put a partition on the first floor, you enter the space and you make a right, there's a door, you open it up to the retail space, is that a significant?
That's better.
Is that-
Better.
But that separation would classify, would show a distinction and a demarcation.
I'm just saying it's better. At the moment, it's not good.
Well, it would be like I'm going into a multi-purpose building, and one of the purposes is PCE, and the other purpose is a retail, and I'm entering through the lobby, and I'm going to my Starbucks, which many of these, I mean, I'm not saying this is
Correct,
going to be
that was my.
Starbucks. So if there is I'm looking at it from that point of view.
Right.
So if there is a partition that can physically separate it,
But that's what I was saying before, that like AutoZone and Home Depot and all those have multiple use groups within their warehouse.
But it's
Would
different,
that-
it's not a PCE, so, right? So
No,
it's
but
not a
how
special
do- so
permit.
how do they-
But you're
how do they
saying not to have a
differentiate?
demising wall.
No, but Home Depot
Well, we're
does not.
talking about a demising
No,
wall.
but my point is Home Depot, to Vice Chair Chandra's point, Home Depot will have multiple use groups without demising walls.
No, but she's talking about a demising wall. A
I
glass wall.
thought you said a glass wall.
I have to figure that out. I have to talk to the
All right.
architect and the client. If that'll satisfy the board, we can discuss it and see.
Submission date?
Yeah. Anybody speak on this?
Thank you, Tony.
I just
What
like
is
the
giving you
idea of the
direction, Mr.
climbers
Goldstein?
climbing down. on
I'm trying to
Yeah.
What is
clarify
giving
the
you
direction.
direction, Mr. Goldstein?
I think there might be more
Yes.
liability issues.
Nah, liability in climbing gym? Yeah. Where are we? 20? No. Sorry, no. How are you doing?
It's 27, October 26th.
Do the 20.
Oh, 29th, sorry, 29th is-
29th is good.
Okay, October 29th, submission October 9th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 2019 50BZ, 116 Duane Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I attended yesterday's review session. With regard to, I'll just take the questions or comments one by one. With regard to posting the notice in the building lobby, so we submitted an affidavit. There is no building lobby per se. You can't just walk in. There was a door there that was locked. We stood there for a number of minutes, waited for someone to come in, rang bells. We couldn't gain access, so we posted on the front of the door to the residential lobby, and we
When-
submitted a picture of that as well.
Well, when did you do that?
We submitted it with our notice of hearing. So,
I didn't see that.
it was there, June 12th, we did the notice.
Sorry, you don't have a picture, you don't happen to have that with you?
I do.
you? I just happen to have that with me. Okay.
So, this is the board, this is the regard to the mailing.
Okay.
Those are the certified copies, this is the affidavit from Ian's office.
Mhm.
With regard to the posting, this is the posting that was done. This is a picture that's submitted electronically, but this is
On the
posting
outside of the
outside
building.
door to
Okay.
the residential lobby.
Okay, is there anyone from the public to speak on this application? Yes.
116 Duane?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, okay.
I don't think we're there yet, though.
No, we are.
You ready for neighbors?
There were some
Okay.
questions I had.
No, I just, since we want to hear what the issues are, then we can go to the questions,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, because that was the main issue.
Please state your name for the record, and you'll be given 3 minutes.
You'll have plenty of time to ask your questions.
Please state your name.
Ramona Helmholtz.
You can sign later.
And I'm just going to be able to deal with this in a chronological order. I'm not an attorney, I'm representing myself. This situation that is...
Do you live in the building?
Yes, I live above it, and I'm the one that deals with most of the drama because I have most of the floor but the back end.
Most of the floor except for the back end?
No, I have the back end.
Oh, okay.
And Gene Gorillo, who, this new owner of my building, tried to put a restaurant and bar in the same location, and we had the Board of Standards appeal. I went to that meeting, but it will be 3 years this September that this business has been allowed to operate illegally.
Oh. So tell us about
The
it.
detriment of my health.
Okay.
Big time. Pounding, banging, all of it. And then I have things from the Judge Snyder saying that by the 15th of February, they should have had their Board of Appeals, set up and to take care of that. I have police reports of him chasing me down the street.
Can you
And
give us
going
a
into the fire
copy of
department.
the judge's order?
Here.
But
And then I've got a whole thing.
Yeah.
What was the order with regards
Yeah,
to? If it's not relative to the PCE, then why?
Maybe it was. I don't know. What was the order about?
Well, I didn't pay the rent because, I said this.
Oh, this is an eviction notice.
Yeah, and I have the letter here, and it's certified that the new owner of my building, and let me tell you, the first 30 years, the Ackerman brothers were the best.
So, I'm sorry, because we want to keep this brief, can you focus on what it is that's going on at the
I
PCE?
presented the problem to my new landlord about all the noise and banging and having to wear earphones and going down there back and forth. And Martin Snow told me, and it's written in here, and the owner signed it. He said, oh, well, I paid $30,000, to get some improving. I know there was just sheetrock above a tin ceiling. So my landlord signed it, and he didn't do a damn thing to the state.
Can you tell us what the specific issues are?
Okay, the specific issues is because they have a freestanding, heavy-duty, metal, vertical punching bag. It bangs back and forth. They have also a professional-sized boxing ring. And there one time, it's like till midnight, he has the television program, what is it, Donovan? They did recordings there, and I'm sure he was paid like $30,000 of crack for that one.
Let's just try to keep to the subject of what is the disturbances to you personally?
Okay, personally, I wake up and I could literally, I'm sitting on the sofa, right, and I feel the vibrations, of the lamp shaking. Now, this has been able to run for 3 years, so obviously, Mr. Snow has done some patchwork
Okay,
to make it less noisy.
At what time in the morning do you feel the vibrations?
I don't have my pictures with me, but he started out, it was even 5 a.m.
Now, this week, like this week.
This week, what time does it
Can you
start?
stand next to the mic, please?
Okay.
We can't pick you up without it.
So, he starts out at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Is that when you hear the vibrations?
Yes.
Okay. And are they vibrations or is it thumping?
It's banging and it's vibrations, pounding, and then sometimes I can hear him talking.
And talking, okay. Okay, and how late in the day does this go?
9 o'clock at night.
You hear it yourself or feel it yourself?
Yes, on and off, especially who he has there.
Okay. And has anyone tried to come into your apartment to measure the vibrations or the sound or anything like that?
What I've done is I've got a huge list of 311. I've been to the Community Board 1 in police reports. And a minute later when I called, that's my only line of defense, a minute later would bounce out. And this time, this one right here, and this happened on 212. I walk out my door, Martin Snow's to the left.
Please stand in front of the mic.
Okay, I walk out, and Martin Snow sees me, and he says, I'm going to chase you, I'm going to chase you. So I start running down the street, and then I turn around and look at him, what's going on? He says, I'm going to still keep chasing you. So this report has to do with me ringing the buzzer because I was so afraid. I went into the fire department. And I was there for almost an hour. Then I go to Margaret Chin's office, and Cora Fang says, you know, you should go to the first precinct. And Brian Nelson, I went to him, and these are all from the first precinct, and he gives me a report, and it says he chased me down the street, and I go back to him, and I said, look, it doesn't say that. I was almost for an hour with Captain Reed inside the fire department on Duane Street, you know, waiting for backup, which never happened. And so I go back for the second time. This time, Brian said he couldn't look at me, he couldn't see me. So this police officer, his first name is George, handed me another envelope with a seal on it. When I got home, again, it wouldn't put down that I was in the fire department for an hour. So Cora Fang was very nice, and she said, my colleagues and Director of Land Use and Zoning, Roxanne Early, has reached out to the Department of Building, questioning the operation of the permitted physical and cultural establishment. We also inquired what the process is to rectify the situation in the Trinity Boxing Club operation is causing ongoing serious quality of life issues. As soon as we receive word from the DOB, we will contact you right away. Please keep us posted when you receive responses from the DOB and other agencies. I have a whole list of all these agencies, from the directors, you name it, and nobody follows up, nobody tells me. I've got the list right here.
Okay, so we're just trying to figure out how to how this situation can be fixed, okay? So, no one's coming, nobody from the gym has sent any kind of testing laboratory or anybody in to test the noise? Okay, would you be willing to have technicians come into your apartment and test the noise?
No, what I'm willing to do is, I'm not, you know, he's put me through so much, and the owner as well. I absolutely have no leaning for this business at all. It's been so disrespectful to myself. And I just have on and on. I have pages and pages of every department.
No, I understand that, but we're here to try to solve this problem, okay? So listen to me. If you don't let anyone in to do testing, there's only a limited amount of things that we can direct them to do. We rely, let me just finish. We rely very much on sound engineers who put in equipment and measure the sound and vibration levels, and based on those levels, they direct technicians to go into these gyms and install various attenuation systems. Our interest is never in shutting down a business if there's a way to cure the problem. But if you're not willing to let somebody come in and take measurements, we're only going to ask them to do the kinds of things that are standard for businesses like this, and we won't know whether it's working.
Okay, let me say this. Obviously, Martin Snow has done patchwork since then. I'm just saying, at my expense. He opened it, it was illegal, it was never legal for him to have the gym to begin with. It was registered as a storefront since 1998, and he didn't have the Board of Standards of Appeal. The owner of the building knows this. He tried to put a bar and restaurant, he kept it empty, and he tried to put it in, and it was unanimously turned down. This time, no one registered anything. They just shoved it down my throat. So he's had almost 3 years to do some patchwork quilting, and now it's not going to be the same kind of vibrations. And I'm the one that's had to pay for this.
So, again, we're not a court.
I know,
If you wanted to go to court, that's a different subject, right, in a different place. If you want us to deal with the problems that you're complaining about, you need to cooperate with us and with the gym, or we're only going to be able to direct them to do what we've seen other gyms do in similar situations, and we won't be able to say you weren't cooperative if they do that work. And then we'll end up granting without knowing whether it's having an effect on your apartment. That's how it
why
works
isn't
here.
there no any consequences? This is 3 years that he's been able to operate and make money. at my expense,
So,
right?
so the application is before us now, and that's what we look at, and that's how we look at gyms. And we have shut down gyms that refuse to comply. We have done that. But at the beginning, we tried to work something out to see if the gym will, in fact, be amenable to making the changes, often at enormous expense to them, and to see whether there's something to be done. Every kind of a building, this is a loft building, right, essentially? Every kind of a building has different kinds of acoustical problems. So you get in an acoustical engineer who knows how to deal with the specific problems of that building type. A fully concrete building is different than a wood frame building, and they need to know this in order to make decisions. But we'll direct them, and now we're going to move to the applicant. So we're not going to do this anymore. I'd love you to submit all the copies of all the materials that you have so that we can understand to the extent we can understand what those materials are. And now we're going to talk to the applicants and find out what they can do. Okay, I do appreciate you coming, but it would be best if you cooperated. It would help. Okay.
Jay Goldstein for the applicant again. So the PC opened in October of 2016. It's actually in my statement of facts, the first paragraph. When the PC opened, the operator didn't know he needed a PC. When everything happened, he found out about it. As with many of the small one-time shops, he hired an attorney, not myself. The attorney took a sizable retainer from him, never did anything. About a year later, he found his way to me. I saw this court order. We filed timely.
Oh, we don't know what the court order is.
Ms. Monroe actually testified at that hearing.
I will clarify, I was called to testify as a representative of the Board of Standards and Appeals
Correct.
as to whether or not a PC special permit has been filed at this premises.
Correct. The application was not the lawsuit was not about the PC or lack thereof.
Or my personal knowledge
No,
about
no,
this
no,
site or anything.
I do not, Ms.
careful
Monroe was
how
just,
you use
Ms.
I'm
Monroe
sorry,
was
I'm
just
a
named.
professional and I'm trying to, yeah.
You got it, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Fine. Everything else aside, Ms. Monroe was not mentioned. The case was a non-payment action. I believe it started as a non-payment action. The judge, to my knowledge, decided that since the gym did not have a PCE, the tenant was not required to pay rent until there was a PCE that was obtained. It wasn't regarding the noise, wasn't regarding any disturbance. I submitted to this board letters from the 4th and 5th floor of this building saying that we're good neighbors, they have no problem with the gym. At the community board, the other tenant at the 2nd floor, who happens to be a member of the community board, came and testified in support of the PCE, that we're good neighbors, she has no problem with us. Anytime she does have a concern, she comes down and speaks to Mr. Snow. So there is, the other tenants within the building, which it's one of 5 floors, there are only 3 other tenants besides the
Careful
applicant.
about this line of discussion, right? The person who lives above the gym experiences a gym in a way that others don't.
So
This we
my
know,
point is,
right?
Ms. Grillo, who testified at the community board, also lives on the 2nd floor and testified that the gym has been a good neighbor. Anytime she has an issue, we respond to that issue. Mr. Snow spent in excess of $30,000 soundproofing the ceiling. The STC rating is in excess of 60, as noted on the plans, and is standard with the board. The rigs...
No, it's not standard. No. The STC standards are based on what acoustical consultants tell the owner is necessary. Sometimes it's 28. Sometimes it's the equivalent of 250, depending
The applications
on what...
that I've presented generally come in that range. Additionally, the rigs, I know was questioned yesterday, they're not directly on the floor, they're sitting on soundproof padding.
But the floor is attached to the walls, right?
I agree, but the rigs are not directly on the floor.
That's how sound travels.
I have no problem...
Floor, walls, up.
Correct. We have no problem doing any remedial work that's necessary.
Okay.
However, we're running into an issue where we're unable to do the remedial work, or to test, rather, the work that's necessary. So
Have you hired an acoustical consultant?
I spoke to my client about it, and we're happy to have hire someone so that they can go in and test.
All right.
But
the direction is you have to hire an acoustical consultant. The consultant, to the best of their abilities, has to figure out what's going on from the point of view of within the space. Because if you don't have the proper isolation within the space, then that may be very obvious. And the consultant may be able to say, oh, look at that. That frame on which the bags hang is transferring all the sound to the floor, to the walls, back up, right? So some of it may be super obvious to a consultant, right?
No problem.
And then, after that recommendation, I really implore Ms. Helmholtz, is that correct? Helmholtz? To accept the visit of an acoustical consultant. These are engineers, it's not the gym. They're engineers who will go and place monitoring devices to monitor during a busy class. So to get the ultimate moment where the class is actually functioning, and the students are not advised, be careful, or tread lightly, or don't punch hard, etc. And that's the way for the acoustical engineer to determine what kinds of measures need to be taken from underneath the space, not in the apartment itself, right? And please don't discount the experience of a tenant. These are special permits. They're not as of right.
In no way discounting. I can't move forward with interior testing without permission. I'll take the board's direction and advice.
No, it's not entirely true.
No, I
You
didn't
can
finish.
move
Let-
forward with an acoustical
Correct.
consultant going into the space and based on their own experience, figuring out, just by looking, whether there's some obvious
I didn't
deficiencies.
finish my statement.
Yeah, okay.
As I was saying, I will take the board's direction to hire an acoustical engineer to come into the space
Okay.
and analyze the space from within our space to determine what, from the best of their experience and ability, they can determine to be the remedial action necessary.
Okay, good. Needs to be done fast, okay?
We are working to do it as fast as possible.
Well, you haven't hired anybody yet, so let's talk about
There's
it.
been a history of litigation on this that has prevented it, so we're working, we've done what we thought were necessary measures within the space. We're happy to keep doing it.
Okay, I'm not sure based on what. Is there an architect involved in this project?
There is.
Okay, so the acoustical consultant and the architect have to work together, right?
No problem.
All right. Any other comments?
Well, I had some questions, and I think it pales in comparison to the noise test right now, but maybe in your next submission, you can
Right,
respond
so
to
the
those.
cellar question, we're the only commercial space, so the cellar was kind of thrown in. Right now, there is no second means of egress. It's not used by the PCE as PCE. It's used as storage. If we ever wanted to come and use this as a studio space, we'd have to create a second means of egress.
Why does it need a second means? How many people, not that many people take these classes.
I don't think, it was told to us by the architect, he doesn't think that you can have classes in a cellar without a
Not
second
more
means.
than 74 people. I'll bet this
The
is more like
space is-
24. How many people in this class?
That's if we get the
24, something
determination.
like that,
No, 8 to 10 people per class, but it depends. I can review it again, and if it doesn't need it, then we'll,
No,
then we
you
can
know,
modify.
so let's just put this, just to put this in perspective, again, I said it's not the policy of the board to shut down businesses, but it is, especially PCE, PCEs or any other business, but when a PCE is a nuisance, we look for other alternatives. I don't know what the ceiling height of the cellar is, but in one PCE, you know quite well, the cellar was not the source of disturbance, it was the first floor, right? So it,
It was the opposite. With brick, it was the cellar.
Yeah.
It was the cellar.
no, the cellar was where they were doing the major dropping, but the
That was
first
the
floor, they were not allowed to drop anymore because the first floor was a terrible drop zone. So, you know, to think about the sources of vibration, maybe the punching bag gets hung in the cellar or something like that, right? So there may be other ways
We'll discuss it with the acoustical
to,
engineer.
Right.
From a business standpoint, I don't know if they want to move the whole business downstairs. It's something to consider, and I can discuss it with them.
right, there is
But
an
the
element.
I think first step would be the acoustical engineer to discuss it.
Okay, so we need to move quickly with this?
With just as
Mm-hmm.
a way of explanation for the other comments that were mentioned, the FDNY did issue a letter of no objection. There was a clerical error on Schedule A from the Alt 1, which said the subcellar, cellar, first and mez. It's not the subcellar, we took that off. It's only the cellar, mez, first and mez. So that was corrected and that was filed with the board.
They didn't say that they inspected. So,
the fire
so I don't think fire department knew this was a legalization, because normally with those, there's an inspection and their letter of no objection, or letter of request for clarification.
They issued a subsequent letter of no objection.
But did it say they did an inspection?
The fire
No.
department's here.
I don't think they did an inspection.
I'm sorry, we
ma'am.
can't have comments from the audience.
My first time in a...
Yeah.
John Daly with the fire department. I know we did not conduct an inspection. Looking at the layout of the space, it was obvious it was under 74 person, so I didn't have our LPPA unit go out.
Right, okay, thanks. So, to be clear, the fire department did not inspect, right?
Right.
Okay.
All I was testifying in is that I changed the Schedule A to reflect the plans.
Right, okay.
And then, so, you know, the direction understood and accepted, I will go forward. I don't believe there were any other specific questions.
And in your next submission, do address the ADA accessibility issue.
Right, so if it's accessory storage, if we don't change...
Great change from the first floor.
So
Oh,
when
at
I
the
went to the
first, right,
site,
okay, fine.
there's like a step up and then there's
Okay.
another step up.
Understood.
So
All right.
I just, from the street level.
Okay, no problem, I'll ask.
Okay. There is an elevator in the building, though, if ultimately
Yeah, there's
there was
another-
access to the cellar, right?
But I think even that, there's an,
I understand the question, I'll respond to it.
Yeah, I think the entire building is like
Is up.
raised from the street level.
There's a step at the
So
first
there's a
floor,
step.
I can,
Yeah.
there are different regulations as to when ADA
Right.
comes in or when you need a
Right.
ramp and not,
Right.
depending on how high and when it came into existence. I'm not an architect, I'll inquire.
Well, we tend to want to have ADA access unless DOB,
100%, but if it's
Waives
we'll address
Okay.
it, no problem.
all right, so let's do this early. So you need time to hire an acoustical consultant, get the consultant to do their analysis, hopefully persuade Ms. Helmholtz to let them in and do their test. So it seems to me that all that work would be done by the end of September and submitted, so therefore.
I can try, I'm not sure how, it really depends on the scheduling for the acoustical
testing.
engineers. I can't promise that it's gonna be in that timeframe, and I'd rather have 2 weeks later.
Are the owners here? Owner, promise, will do.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
Yes,
we're
yes,
good.
you can speak.
We're
if
good.
you-
Yeah,
You're
I
good?
think
He
we're
doesn't
good.
want you to
We're
speak?
good.
It's council.
Okay,
Yes,
so
we're good.
owner will do this thing, okay? So by the end of September, which means we could have,
Why don't
the
we
end
do
of
the end of October?
So
for
if
the
we can do,
hearing.
Yeah, what about, oh, this
so
one.
do the 10/9 and 10/29 works well, I'm back anyways.
He's back, yeah, the last.
It gives an extra
Thursday.
week. I know with other cases that we've had, scheduling the acoustical engineer has been
Right,
problematic.
I'm just trying to not, so the other thing I'd like to ask the owner, please, understanding that there is apparently a sound problem, to pay during this time, I don't really know what maybe we could have the owner speak to what's actually going on in the space. Please, let me have the owner speak to what's actually going on in the space. Yeah, I know he didn't. It's very obvious.
I have another case, we have another case, I'm gonna be fine.
All right.
Raise your right
okay.
hand. Raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Please state
So
your
I
name
just-
for the record.
Yes, state your name, please.
Oh, my name is Martin Snow.
You can put your hand down, Mrs. Snow.
Okay, so I would just like you to tell us what goes on in this gym.
Okay. We have a boxing gym, and it's primarily, it's business guys. Twice a week, the fire department comes down and trains. We have the DAs come in. I got members of the police department.
People come to train.
People come to train, but I do a
People
lot of
train.
charity stuff as well.
Okay.
So, and I'd just like to address a couple of things as far as chasing anybody down the block.
No,
Okay.
please don't.
Okay.
Please don't. Just
All right,
answer
but
my
as far as
question.
the- as far as the sound goes, before any problem there is, if like Jean Grillo, if she has any problems, she can't, I always. okay.
Let's try this again. I'm asking you a specific question. When someone comes to train,
Yes, they do
What do they
focus
do?
pads, they spar, they do focus pads, they hit bags. We don't do any, I don't have a sound system, I have a little Alexa. but I keep the noise down. I've done what whatever I have to do, I try to address Pomona's,
Okay,
and
so-
just soundproof, and as far as soundproofing goes, I paid $30,000 to soundproof.
Okay,
the city
just,
before I moved in.
okay, please,
Okay, sorry.
please just answer my question. When someone comes in to spar, what does that mean they're doing?
They go into the ring,
They go into a ring.
put on the gear, and they box.
They box in a
Right.
ring, and the
In a
ring
ring.
itself, is it elevated? Is it a platform?
It's 3 feet off. It's not a regulation ring. It's 18 square feet. Here are a few of my students right over there, so they're old. So,
Right.
sorry, fellas. But this is like indicative of our.
Okay,
so-
but so it's 18 inches off the ground, you said?
It's
3
3
feet,
feet
3
off.
feet off the ground.
3 feet off the ground.
18 by
18 foot square.
18,
Yeah.
18 by 18.
Correct.
And when you say it's 3 feet off the ground, the whole thing sits on the ground?
Yes, I put pads under it.
Okay.
But everything, when I first started, they said nothing can be attached to the walls or bolted into the floor, and that's exactly what I did.
Okay, so it's not bolted to the floor?
No.
So what, does it have feet? Like, what's on the bottom of the
Yeah,
ring?
You know, like, a boxing ring has like feet on it. So it's 18 feet, and it's got these feet that sit on the floor.
And they're sitting on a wood floor? What are they
Wood
sitting
floor,
on?
but I put pads under them because.
How many pads?
Well, it's these sound absorption pads, so I put them, we lifted the ring up, put them down under that. I did the same thing, we have a metal rack that I could not attach to the walls.
Yeah, but that's
So
not on
I
pads.
keep that on the floor. We put pads under those also, sound absorption.
How thick are the pads?
About that thick.
Right. So what I'm hearing, because I can already see.
Yes.
The rack is sitting on very, very thin pads. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
They're not isolator pads. They're just little foam things.
Okay.
And normally, we do a lot of spin studios. The
Okay.
kind of vibration that a spin studio has is not unlike what a boxing studio has, right? The spin studios will vibrate a person upstairs like out of the building. When everyone's on the bike at the same time, it
Yeah.
reaches that thing that tears down the bridge, you know that story about the bridge being vibrated down?
Yeah.
That's what a spin studio does. So what they do is they build what's known as a box within a box.
Okay.
And you might end up needing to do some variation on that theme for what your rack sits on, because
Okay.
that's very clear to me. That is transferring right to the floor, right to the walls, right to the, right? So, and I'm guessing if it's just on the same thickness of pads, your boxing ring's doing the same thing. So, I would rush to get your acoustical consultant in.
I'm willing to do that.
Right, okay.
But unfortunately, somebody just wants me out of the building.
We're not talking about that,
Okay.
we're talking about how to cure this problem, okay?
That's
Okay?
all I want to do. I
Yes.
love the building, I'm a New York guy.
Okay. You also, so here's another question. When you do boxing,
Yes.
does it have to be on a wood floor or can it be on a padded floor?
It's better on a wood floor.
Can the,
Much better on a wood floor. And when people.
so then the wood can sometimes, is often
It
placed on
absorbs all that.
pads?
Yeah, it absorbs,
Yeah.
the wood absorbs, a nice old building,
the-
haunted, but it's nice.
Well, so I don't know whether this wood floor sits on padding, so you may need.
I put pads underneath the metal.
Metal of the rack.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about the people doing the sparring. So for instance, somebody jumping.
So we have
Maybe.
To answer the question, I know what you're asking.
Yeah.
Again, it's something that our engineer will come in and look at
Yes,
and will
understood.
devise the anscer to.
Yeah. So
The
I'm
major
just trying to
Major
understand.
sparring happens in the ring. Then people do punch the bags at a coach's direction within
Mm-hmm.
the rig. And then there are people who do, ground exercises of crunches
We
and
have a picture of people sparring on the floor.
that's-
So I just,
sparring how.
But they do
Well-
the focus.
We may have,
there are people jumping,
no,
right?
I'm not disagreeing with that. Sparring is
What, okay, it's vernacular, okay. So people, in other words, jumping on the floor, if the floor is a particularly noisy floor, it'll transfer to the walls.
So that's what I said.
Okay?
They do, we're not disagreeing that there are people who they'll do crunches on the floor, they'll do other exercises on the floor. We'll have our sound engineer analyze it
Okay.
and figure out the best solution.
And to make sure, Jay, that the sound engineer is present during a lot of different workout periods where the workouts are this type of workout, not just somebody lying on the floor doing a crunch, because that's not what the picture's showing.
I got
Understood?
it, no problem.
Okay, all right, good. Got it? Okay. So we have the briefing schedule?
Yes, so submission will be due October 9th for a continued hearing October 29th.
Perfect.
Okay, so thank you. For Ms. Helmholtz's information, so they need to make a submission of their instructions, of what we've instructed them to do on October 9th. And they will be coming back to a hearing on October 29th so you're invited to, Jay, if you could share the information with the neighbor? Yes?
Would you need to access her apartment?
Well, but this is part of
I'm going to try and, if I can get contact information to try and resolve it. I've worked
Yes.
with neighbors before,
Right.
I'll try and do it again.
So, Ms. Helmholtz, we really do recommend that you cooperate with their counsel, give them your phone number or your email address, and to see if we can get, as soon as possible, the acoustical engineer in to take readings of your place. This will only help you in the end, right? The idea is that it will eliminate the nuisance. That's our goal, okay? Okay, thank you.
Item number 9, 2019-61BZ, 1370 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I attended yesterday's review session. I believe most of the comments are actually things that should be better addressed in writing.
Great idea.
So I will address them in writing.
Okay.
Shortest history,
No question.
hearing ever.
Always the best way. All right.
I just asked, the chair mentioned yesterday, a new template for the demo plan. If the board has one ready, I'm happy to pass that along to the architect.
Okay. It's not really ready, but we could certainly
I'll work with staff.
you could speak with staff about what it is we want to see, okay?
No problem.
Okay. Speakers on this application? Nope. Not
No.
seeing any?
Okay. Okay, great. So then,
How much time would you like?
Again, on the 29th again? Actually,
can.
one second.
Yeah, that
Wait,
works.
I have a lot on the 29th right now.
Yeah,
Been
this is
moved
the
to-
one where we have the 6
No, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have, this will be my 6th case
No,
on.
no,
For
we
that day,
don't
I don't
wanna
want
do
to.
No, can we do November 19th, the very next hearing?
Yeah,
Okay, so the continued hearing will be November 19th, a submission date of October 30th.
thank you very much.
This concludes the public hearing for August 13, 2019.